456. On the road back to the north. Chen Pingan stopped his horse at the peak of an unknown mountain. Because he planned to find an immortal ferry nearby and take a ferry back to Longquan County in Dali, he took advantage of this last opportunity when the sun was high up in the sky to dry the bamboo slips that he had not taken out for a long time. There were bamboo slips from the green immortal mountain of the Chestun Mountain, ordinary green bamboo from the wild, and purple bamboo from the island in the Bookslip Lake. The mountains nearby rose and fell, but there was an ancient tea-horse path in the mountains. After entering the mountains, there were some merchants hurrying back and forth. Chen Pingan deliberately chose a small path at a fork in the road. He walked a few miles on the ridge road and came to the top of the mountain to dry the bamboo slips. After flipping through all the bamboo slips, Chen Pingan squatted at the side, lost in thought. When he thought of how much debt he owed, his head really hurt. Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and kept comforting himself. After returning to Longquan County, under the operation of Wei Pai, he was a big landlord. He had to show some magnanimity. What was a little debt? Chen Pingan rubbed his cheeks and felt that it was reasonable. Money was a worldly possession. A gentleman used money wisely. Chen Pingan slapped himself on the cheek. Did he really think that he was a child of wealth? Then Chen Pingan turned his head and looked. An old Confucian scholar that he had met on the way was standing in the distance, panting. When he saw him, he seemed to be afraid of meeting a madman and was about to turn around and go down the mountain. At that time, Chen Pingan rode past the old Confucian scholar and the attendant. Looking at their footsteps and breathing, they were ordinary people. Of course, if the other party was an expert and hid very deeply, Chen Pingan would not deliberately investigate. The young attendant with the burden on his shoulders did not come with the old Confucian scholar. Perhaps the old Confucian scholar wanted to climb the mountain alone to write a poem. After expressing his feelings, he would immediately return and continue on his journey. Of course, it was also possible that a great cultivator who hid his strength and wore the appearance of a Confucian scholar had taken Chen Pingan as a fat sheep and wanted to kill him and rob him. Chen Pingan did not care. The old Confucian scholar seemed to have gone through a struggle in his heart, but he still made up his mind. He came to a dozen steps away from Chen Pingan and bent over to look at the bamboo slips. After looking at them for a moment, he was relieved. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "Young man, are you going to study alone?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. "I guess so. I want to walk around more." "Yes," the old Confucian scholar said. Confucian scholar, the old Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, read, Confucian scholar, of course. Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucianian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian Confucian. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Sir, you can just look at them." Soon, Chen Pingan regretted it. The old Confucian scholar not only looked at the bamboo slips and flipped through them, but he also liked to ask questions. Moreover, he had a lot of questions, such as where the words and sentences came from. Sometimes, Chen Pingan would mention the name of the book and the author of the sentence. The old Confucian scholar became more interested and asked Chen Pingan if he knew the source and purpose of the book. Chen Pingan answered with some difficulty. The old Confucian scholar was not very polite. Some of the knowledge that Chen Pingan was not familiar with and the old Confucian scholar was very familiar with, the old Confucian scholar would teach Chen Pingan a lesson. Chen Pingan could only nod his head and accept the old Confucian scholar's comments humbly. The old Confucian scholar was really not afraid of trouble. The young boy servant called him twice from a distance, but he was rejected by the old Confucian scholar. In the end, the boy servant simply put down his burden and sat there sighing. After more than 2 hours, the old Confucian scholar finally finished looking at the bamboo slips and asked questions. The old Confucian scholar suddenly smiled and asked, "Young man, I particularly like 20 of the bamboo slips. Can you part with them and give them to me?" Chen Pingan decisively shook his head, "No. I'm not familiar with this old Confucian scholar." Chen Pingan had just made up his mind that he would not be the child of wealth in the near future. The old Confucian scholar was a little anxious. "You have read so many books. How can you be so stingy? All the scholars in the world are one family. Giving a few bamboo slips is nothing. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, unfortunately, the old Confucian scholar is a knowledgeable scholar. I'm not. Besides, don't do to others what you don't want to be done to you. This is also the truth in the books. The old Confucian scholar shouldn't force me to do something I don't want to do to you. Otherwise, it won't be good. The old Confucian scholar pointed at Chen Pinggan and said, good boy, you have read so many books. Forget it. Since you used the truth don't do to others what you don't want to be done to you to pressure me, I can only pinch my nose and say a gentleman doesn't take what others like to comfort myself. Chen Pinggan smiled and didn't say anything. The old Confucian scholar obviously didn't give up. Seeing that Chen Pinggan didn't take the hint, he could only thicken his skin and ask, you really don't want to give it to me? If 20 bamboo slips are too much, 12 is fine too. Chen Pinggan helplessly said, old Confucian scholar, I really can't give it to you. These bamboo slips and the content on them have a special meaning to me. I want to take them back home and treasure them well. Each bamboo slip is a moment of mental state. Every time I take it out and put it under the sun, it is a reflection. The old Confucian scholar said angrily, that means you are a bookworm. If you really read the truth into your stomach, why would you need to look at the bamboo slips? Chen Pinggan was amused. Mother ***, this old Confucian scholar's reasoning is one after another. In the end, doesn't he just want to take the 24 bamboo slips for free and take them into his pocket? Chen Pinggan had long discovered that among the 45 bamboo slips that the old Confucian scholar loved the most of them were the green bamboo from Azure Immortal Mountain and the immortal purple bamboo from Purple Bamboo Island. Once Chen Pinggan agreed, the old Confucian scholar directly took away the bamboo slips that were surrounded by spiritual energy. If he really liked the content on the bamboo slips, that would be fine. But if he was a cultivator with a bit of discerning eyes and coveted the spiritual bamboo itself, would Chen Pinggan turn hostile and take back the bamboo slips? Seeing that Chen Pinggan's attitude was very firm, the old Confucian scholar could only give up. He muttered and complained endlessly. Chen Pinggan began to pack up the bamboo slips. Seeing this, the old Confucian scholar felt as if silver was slipping away from his hands one by one. His face was full of heartache. Seeing this, even Chen Pinggan felt a little unbearable. The 24 bamboo slips were not negotiable, and the 12 bamboo slips were also out of the question. Otherwise, he would give out 6 bamboo slips as a token of goodwill. Otherwise, the old Confucian scholar had spent more than 2 hours here. Chen Pinggan felt a little tired, and presumably, this old Confucian scholar was not much better. Even if he coveted those bamboo slips and did not feel tired mentally, he was already so old. Squatting for half a day and nagging for half a day was also tiring. Moreover, the old Confucian scholar was really knowledgeable. His speech really could not be faked. It was just that he was a bit of a money grubber. On this point, he was a kindred spirit. The old Confucian scholar had already used all means possible. He hurriedly kindly advised Chen Pinggan, young man, the sun is so hot. Don't be in a hurry to put them away. Take advantage of the good weather and sun them out. The bamboo slips are afraid of insects and water. If you are worried that the sun will set in the west before you start, you will not have enough time to pack up. Let me do it, I can help. Chen Pinggan was somewhat convinced. He stopped what he was doing and asked with a smile, old Confucian scholar, may I ask a somewhat offensive question? The old Confucian scholar shook his head and asked tentatively, then don't ask. We scholars are prideful. Chen Pinggan asked, then do you still want to give away a few bamboo slips? The old Confucian scholar said resolutely, ask away. Chen Pinggan wiped his face. He felt that he had fallen into a trap. The old Confucian scholar secretly took out a green bamboo slip from the ground beside him and murmured, piled up soil into a mountain, the wind and rain rise. Well said. It's just that the engraving is not good. It's strong but weak. It's unbearable to look at. Why keep it to yourself? Why not give it away and let it be engraved again? Chen Pinggan said helplessly, old Confucian scholar, my ears are sharp. I can hear you. The old Confucian scholar was stunned. I didn't say anything. How can you hear me? Young man, are you an immortal on the mountain? Can you hear my thoughts? Chen Pinggan looked at the old Confucian scholar's expression and eyes. He was very sincere. Chen Pinggan felt that it was a little strange. Was he really just an old Confucian scholar passing by? However, this was not strange. In this area, the number of Confucian Academy cultivators was indeed small compared to the immortal masters on the mountain. Moreover, to be able to pass more than 2 hours without revealing any clues, even a gentleman from the academy would not be able to do that. Chen Pinggan did not think that the sage of the Lakeview Academy would have the time to joke with him. The old Confucian scholar said regretfully, "I don't ask about the fickleness of human nature. If I don't touch the book, I will regret it." Chen Pinggan pretended not to hear him. The old Confucian scholar said angrily, "Young man, where's your hearing from before?" Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and looked up at the sky. "Old Confucian scholar, I admit defeat. You can go pick the bamboo slips yourself. I still have to hurry. However, remember which slips you pick. You don't have to tell me. I'm afraid I can't help but regret it." The old Confucian scholar asked, 24? Chen Pinggan nodded, "It can be less, but not more." The old Confucian scholar nodded and said with relief, "That's right. Young man, you should be more magnanimous. You should have done this long ago. Money can't buy an inch of time. Look, we've wasted so much time here. Isn't it more valuable than a few bamboo slips?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Old Confucian scholar is right." Other than the bamboo slip in his hand, the old Confucian scholar began to stand up and pick the other bamboo slips he liked. He deliberately dawdled. Chen Pinggan suddenly coughed. The old Confucian scholar pretended to be deaf. Chen Pinggan could only smile bitterly. "Old Confucian scholar, with the bamboo slip in your hand, there are almost 30 slips. Since you're a scholar, can you be more trustworthy?" The old Confucian scholar suddenly understood and put the last bamboo slip into his sleeve. The old Confucian scholar stood a little far from Chen Pinggan. After a few polite words, he left. When he reached the page boy, the old Confucian scholar hurriedly urged, "Go, go, go, go quickly." The old man and the young man ran as fast as the soles of their feet were oiled. Chen Pinggan was now more or less sure that he had really met a master. Chen Pinggan smiled and silently put away all the remaining bamboo slips alone. Then he led the horse down the mountain and came to the Tea-Horse Ancient Road. He continued to ride the horse slowly. After that, he didn't meet the old Confucian scholar again. He believed that the old Confucian scholar was hiding somewhere and secretly laughing. Chen Pinggan took a nap on the horse's back. He was completely unaware. An old Confucian scholar was leading the horse for him. The old Confucian scholar asked with a smile, "Chen Pinggan, it's a very good thing for a person to build bridges and pave the way for mountains. Is it possible to let future generations follow the bridge and walk through the difficulties of their lives?" Chen Pinggan still didn't know what he was thinking, but from the bottom of his heart, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Old mister, I am just a meticulous accountant, not a teacher. I would never dare to have such thoughts." After that, they asked and answered. "Did you admit defeat in this heart-questioning game?" "Of course I lost." "Are you that disappointed?" "I'm a little disappointed in myself. I didn't do well enough, but I'm not so disappointed in the world anymore." "I see." After that, there was another chat. The old Confucian scholar was a little off topic. He said whatever he thought. On the horse's back, Chen Pinggan listened. Taoism, especially what the Tao ancestor said, the 2 most extreme ways of the world can be implemented before the wisdom of the people is developed. Only then can there be hope to truly become the mainstream of all knowledge in the world. Therefore, Taoism is very knowledgeable. The Tao ancestors' Tao must be even more so. Unfortunately, the threshold is too high. Chen Pinggan was speechless. What he said, forget it, he'll just take it that this old Confucian scholar figured it out himself. It's not a bad thing to listen. Don't talk back. Don't say anything. Chen Pinggan didn't want to quarrel with others. For the time being, he really didn't have the mood. If he had eaten the 4 cheap and delicious meat buns in Green Tong City, he might be able to give it a try. The backs of the predecessors are getting further and further away. As a descendant, how would you feel if you just followed behind them and looked at them from afar, Chen Pinggan? I only feel that it's a high mountain. If I really have the chance to walk on the same path as them in the future, even if it's just looking at their backs from afar, I should feel honored. Good. The old Confucian scholar let go of the reins. The young attendant carrying the pole behind him was covered in a glazed brilliance and was illusory. Chen Pinggan, who was on the horse's back, continued to ride slowly in his dream. He went further and further on the tea-horse ancient road. The old Confucian scholar stopped on the road. His figure was also ethereal, like a cloud or smoke. When Chen Pinggan shivered on the horse's back, he suddenly realized that it was already late at night. A man and a horse had already walked out of the mountain and came to the side of a river. Dali dynasty, 12th year of Yongjia, spring equinox. When spring arrived, Su Gaoshan, Cao Gui, and the 3rd Dali cavalry entered the battlefield. The Zhuang dynasty started to lose on several fronts. The capital was surrounded. The Zhuang dynasty's emperor's jade seal and divine lord of the Tai temple were about to be covered in dust. But the vassal king Song Jianqiang did not enter the territory of the Zhuang dynasty. On this day, in the spring breeze, the mighty Mohist mechanical giant ship swept past the territory of the Zhuang dynasty and continued to head south. Song Jianqiang stood on the bow of the main ship and looked down at the land. There were scattered sword cultivators, who did not want to live, and flew up on their swords to attack this huge fleet that had never appeared in the history of the Aquarius continent. Without any suspense, they fell one by one. It was like the late spring firecrackers in the alleys, or the mournful cries of the red-crowned cranes in the mountains. Every Zhuang people who saw this scene and heard the mournful cries were mournful. Song Jianqiang was still wearing the old fox fur coat. When Shu Ruo's branch of the Mohist family chose to bet on Dali, they did two things. One was to join forces with the branch of the Yinyang school to build the extremely overbearing imitation of the Beko Keikyang building. Other than that, Dali annexed all the wealth of the Lu dynasty, especially the money to buy passage from the Lizhu Grotto heaven. Other than that, they seized all the treasuries along the way south and used them to build these flying ships. Dali, in these years, was at its peak, but in reality, they could not make ends meet. Even so, they still owed a lot to the Mohist family. Especially when the main branch of the Mohist family chose Dali, they spent even more money. It was not like the sound of small rivers flowing, but like the big dirty water. The deep water was silent, and the treasury might be empty without a sound. To Dali, especially the Ministry of Revenue, this was a kind of courage and ability. Why did the imperial tutor, Kui Dong, look at the Minister of Revenue in a new light? Even Song Jianqiang and the entire military was willing to respect the officials of the Ministry of Revenue. Of course, when the various branches of cavalry went to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money, no one showed mercy. They cried for their parents and pretended to be poor. Song Jianqiang saw this and did not feel that there was a problem. In the process of quarreling and fighting, as well as the younger generation of scholars who gave up their pen and joined the army, and the disciples of the border guards entered the officialdom, the boundary between the civil and military in the Song family's court was constantly blurred. This was a good thing. As for the Ministry of Works, which had the closest relationship with the foreign cultivators of the school of Mo, it was even more unavoidable that they were the ones who contributed behind the scenes. On the contrary, the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Appointments, which originally had the highest status, would be more embarrassed if they were rewarded based on merit in the future. Therefore, on the matter of Dali's new North Peak, as well as the alliance with the Great Sui Kingdom and the diplomatic mission to the Great Sui Kingdom, the officials of the Ministry of Rights spared no effort to show their faces in public. There was no other way. The further away the Yamen was from the battlefield now, in the next 100 years of Dali's court, it would inevitably lose its confidence and its voice would not be loud. It was even very likely that it would be encroached and infiltrated by the other 6 Yamens. After all, the Ministry of Justice of Dali still had some achievements in spying and winning over cultivators. It was not to be underestimated. Therefore, the Ministry of Rights was now making some small moves. They were afraid that when everyone else was expanding their territory, only they, the most respected Yamen of Dali's 6 departments in the past, would fall into the dust and become an empty yamen with only cold benches. How would they be able to accept the old and accept the new? How would they be able to maintain their noble and powerful position as the first department of Delhi? How would they be able to celebrate the new year every year? Only the Ministry of Rights was left. Because Master Guan was in charge, no matter how noisy they were behind closed doors, they still behaved themselves when they were outside. The Ministry of Rights kept demanding that the peace and peace plate should be accepted into the Ministry of Rights, including the recommendation, the inspection, the issuance, the records, and the evaluation. The Ministry of Justice was supposed to be responsible for half of the work in the Ministry of Rights, but Master Guan just didn't say anything. He just dragged it on. In the end, he even resorted to asking for sick leave. Mother **Ka. You are a man who drinks and eats meat every day. You are stronger than many young officials in the Ministry of Rights, yet you still get a cold. The older the old fox got, the more shameless he became. The Minister of Rights, who was one generation younger than Master Guan, even though he was half a disciple of Master Guan, was so angry that he complained to the Imperial Guardroom, saying that Master Guan was taking advantage of his seniority. Dallas' official circle was busy and lively. In fact, there were a lot of jokes in all the government offices. In the first month of this year, Ichi Alley and Chiaoer Street were busy visiting each other. Song Changjing did not care too much about the official affairs of the warm spring river. Under the general trend, it was human nature. As long as they did not go too far and did not cross the line too much, he would not care. In fact, he, a warrior on the battlefield, did not need to worry about these messy affairs. Song Jianqiang had to admit that Xiu Hu was the reason why Dallas Iron Cavalry could march to the south so smoothly. There was a faint rainbow light on the ground. There was a young sword cultivator hiding in the mountains. He seemed to be aiming at Song Jianqiang, who was a barbarian from Dali. The sword light was like a white line, drawing an arc, aiming at Song Jianqiang. The spirit of the flying sword was full of grief and anger. Song Jianqiang waved his hand to tell the cultivators who were Earth Immortal Realm cultivators not to stop him. A weak flying sword of a level 6 sword cultivator couldn't even scratch an itch for a level 10 cultivator. Song Jianqiang casually made a fist and hit the flying sword back to the ground. It fell to the ground beside the young sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's face was pale, but he still tried to stand up straight. He looked at the man who was beyond his imagination. The flying boat flew across the sky. The young sword cultivator didn't have the strength to attack anymore, so he sat down on the ground. After that, the school of Mo's flying boat flew over the southern peak of the Zhuiying dynasty. The thousands of sword cultivators who were prepared to die faced the enemy together with the venerated southern peak god. The flying swords of the dozens of sword boats in the ferry fell to the ground like rain. In the sky and on the ground, the two groups of flying swords collided like rain. The sword boats and flying swords of the school of Mo and the sword cultivators' flying swords were destroyed together. Occasionally, the flying swords escaped the net, but they were destroyed by the nascent soul and earth immortal cultivators of Dallas territory and the recruited nascent soul and earth immortal cultivators who took out their magic weapons. Above the southern peak, there was a dazzling 5-colored glaze, like the legendary paradise of the heavenly court. The golden avatar of the mountain deity wielded a giant sword of sword chi that was condensed from a secret technique unique to the imperial family. It slashed towards the ferry that Song Changjing was on. In the end, it was shattered by Song Changjing's punch. He then shattered the golden avatar of the Nanyu righteous deity with a punch. In the end, Song Changjing stood on the roof of the Nanyu holy temple. The Nanyu righteous deity, who had temporarily lost his golden avatar, was about to use the accumulation of incense for 1,000 years to reconstruct his golden avatar and fight this person again. Song Jianqiang said, "That's enough. Dali has no intention of killing all of you. Sword cultivators below the Earth Immortal level, go down the mountain and let bygones be bygones. Earth Immortal cultivators, those who are willing to surrender can follow me to the south. Those who are unwilling to surrender can stay on the southern peak mountain. I can guarantee that even if there are people who want to settle accounts later, they will not kill indiscriminately. Everyone will have a chance to spend money to avoid disaster. Moreover, I will ensure that you Earth Immortal sword cultivators have a foothold. As for your worldly possessions, they will most likely be used as Dallas military expenses." The southern peak mountain was silent. Song Changjing sped forward, collapsing more than half of the main hall of Southern Peak with a loud rumble. He smashed an Earth Immortal sword cultivator, who was trying to join forces with the rest of the great sword cultivators, pledging to fight the barbarians of Great Li to death. With just a single punch, he destroyed the cultivator's body and gold core, leaving behind only his yin deity and prime nascent soul, which had weakened greatly. If a cultivator looked up from the foot of the mountain, he would be able to see that the majestic southern peak mountain and an immortal mansion near the peak had been reduced to ruins. Dust rose into the air and swirled around the peak like a large cloud of yellow mist. Song Jianqiang returned to the temple on the peak of the mountain and nodded at the southern peak god who was standing in the square, indicating that the southern peak temple was tactful. Song Jianqiang appreciated the southern peak temple's gesture. Song Jianqiang rose from the ground and returned to the ferry. The god of the Zhuiying dynasty had a complicated look in his eyes. In the end, he bowed to the invincible king of Dali. Many young sword cultivators only realized at this moment that the mountain formation had not been activated from the beginning to the end. This god was afraid of death, afraid that his great Tao would be cut off, and also afraid that the entire southern peak mountain and more than 1,000 sword cultivators would die tragically under his stubborn resistance. The reason for this ambush was naturally because the sword cultivators were willing to sacrifice themselves for their country. There were also many selfish plans. For example, the southern peak god agreed to the sword cultivators to climb the mountain in the hope that he could give an explanation to both the old and the new lord. This way, he would not lose the title of southern peak god in the future and be reviled by countless people. Instead, because of today's battle, he would be able to win some praise from the people and save some trouble for Dali. He would try his best to get rid of the 5 mountain gods and at least keep the throne of Dali as the top mountain god in the future. In the chaotic world of the Aquarius continent, the Zhuiying dynasty had lost its momentum. He had to find a way out for himself. Song Jianqiang returned to the bow of the boat and placed his hand on the railing that was slowly flowing with spirit qi. The name of Dali would soon be changed. Book Lake, Pondwater City, Fan Clan residence. A guest came to visit and handed in a yellow name card, saying that he wanted to see General Guan Yiran. The gatekeeper did not dare to neglect. Currently, there were 4 Dali people stationed in the 4 cities. Among them, Pondwater City's Guan Yiran had gradually risen in status in the past year, vaguely becoming the leader. The other 3 people often needed to come to Pondwater City to discuss matters, but Guan Yiran never needed to leave Pondwater City. These traces were enough to explain everything. Even the rumor that Guan Yiran was actually Su Gaoshan's son-in-law had spread out. In addition, the gatekeeper felt that a young man among the visitors was somewhat familiar, but he was wearing a grey cotton robe and had a thin face, so he could not recognize him. Soon, the gatekeeper led the 3 to see General Guan, who had set up his official residence in the Fan clan. The 3 guests were all carrying a large bamboo box. Guan Yiran, who had already taken off his military cultivator armor, stood under the eaves of a row of simple houses outside the official residence, a little surprised. He had waited for a long time for a drink, but it did not come. In the end, a guy he did not like very much came, Ji Yukan. Regarding Ji Yukan's behavior at Book Lake, Guan Yiran naturally did not like it. It was not only his personal temperament, but also the imperceptible influence of the Guan clan. In life, there was officialdom everywhere. It was a miracle that Ji Yukan, a hothead who took pleasure in breaking the rules, could luckily survive to this day in the chaotic situation. However, since he was that person's friend, Guan Yiran would not close the door and refuse to see him. A friend of a friend was not necessarily a friend, but Guan Yiran still had to give him this face. Now in Book Lake, where the main force of Dallas cavalry had withdrawn, the young Guan Yiran was in fact the real monarch of Jianghu. He held the power to kill tens of thousands of wild cultivators, even more worthy of his name than Liu Zhimao of Qingxia Island. The calm Ji Yukan, the trembling Seng Yi, and the equally anxious Ma Duyi all paid their respects to Guan Yiran. Both sides walked forward almost at the same time and stood in the courtyard. Guan Yiran smiled and said, You must be Ji Kan, what's the matter? Ji Kan smiled and took out a jug of wine, the Osman thus wine from Old Dragon City. He handed it to Guan Yiran and said with a smile, Chen Pinggan wanted me to bring a jug of wine to General Guan, saying that I owe you. Guan Yiran did not refuse and took the jug of wine. He just laughed angrily and said, the wine is here, but the person is not. What's going on? Guan Yiran then said self-deprecatingly, compared to the person being here, but the wine not being here, seems to be better. Guan Yiran laughed to himself. Seng Yi and Ma Duyi were relieved. It seemed that this young and promising General Dali had a good relationship with Mr. Chen. Guan Yiran suddenly asked, Ji Kan, do you know why Chen Pinggan asked you to deliver the wine? Ji Kan nodded and said, I know, I want to get familiar with General Guan. Even if I can't take care of you, as long as General Guan has the wine, then I can return to Verdant Canyon Island with less trouble. Guan Yiran smiled and said, you're not stupid. Why were you so arrogant and domineering in the past? Ji Kan said frankly, I didn't know anything before, and always thought that everyone was a fool. Now I don't dare. Guan Yiran nodded and said, okay, then that's it. In the future, if you have a small matter, you can ask me for help. If it's a big matter, don't come to this official office to look for trouble. I really have a mediocre impression of you. Ji Kan nodded and cupped his fist and said, Ji Kan thanks General Guan first. If there is a small matter that needs General Guan's help, I dare not say anything else, but now that I am in debt, there are too many places to spend, but I will still bring a jug of wine. Guan Yiran glanced at Ji Kan and nodded without saying anything, I'm busy with official business, so I won't entertain you. Ji Kan tactfully said goodbye and left. Seng Yi and Ma Duyi turned and walked out of the Fan family mansion. Walking on the street of Pond Water City, Ma Duyi complained, he's young, but he's putting on such airs. Ji Kan didn't mind and shook his head, being able to see us shows that he's not putting on airs enough. The two major events at the end of this year and the middle of next year will inevitably involve General Guan. Miss Ma, if you don't want to come to the official office here, you can go shopping with Seng Yi on Ape Whaling Street. Ma Duyi didn't refuse, but he still had some lingering fear, the official atmosphere here is too heavy, especially the two Dali door gods posted on the Fan family's gate. Their eyes are not good. I don't want to come here and suffer. Seng Yi nodded vigorously, I also feel that their eyes are not very friendly. I can't help it. I'm a ghost cultivator. I'm already very surprised that they didn't stop me from entering. Ji Kan took them to rent a ferry that now belonged to the Dali government. Whether it was a cultivator or a high-ranking official who came to enjoy the scenery, they had to submit a customs certificate at the ferry and pass an inspection before they could enter and leave Slipbook Lake. This was the new rule. However, if one had a peace and quiet card issued by Dali, no matter if it was a high-grade or low-grade one, they didn't need to go through all this. The ferry would even provide a ferry for free. However, in such a large Slipbook Lake, there were only a few Earth Immortal cultivators who had this privilege. Lord Tien Hu of the White Scale Island, Yu Hui of the Green Gorge Island, and the Earth Immortal couple of Huangyang Island had never received this treatment until now. From this, it could be seen that even the lowest grade peace and quiet card was very valuable. Recently, two pieces of news spread throughout Slipbook Lake and shocked everyone. One was that it had little to do with the wild cultivators of Slipbook Lake, but it was too big. Emperor Dali had died of illness. The other was that it had something to do with tens of thousands of wild cultivators and thousands of islands. When this shocking truth came to light, Slipbook Lake finally realized why the situation of Slipbook Lake 2 years ago was so unpredictable. It turned out that the biggest immortal sect in Tongya continent, Jade Gui sect, had chosen Slipbook Lake as the location of the Aquarius continent's next sect. Therefore, since the beginning of spring this year, news about Jade Gui sect, big and small, had been flying around like a heavy snow. However, to Ji Kan, these big events had nothing to do with him. Chen Pinggan had handed over the Heavenly Grand Ritual and the opening of the Land and Water Dojo to Ji Kan. In addition to handing over all the account books to Ji Kan, Chen Pinggan had written tens of thousands of words about the two major events and handed them over to Ji Kan. For this, Ma Duyi even joked that Mr. Chen was not a monk or daoist. Chen Pinggan and Ji Yukan had discussed the money needed and decided to split it half and half. It was not a small sum of money. The little property that Ji Yukan's mother had taken from Chunting Palace was far from enough. Ji Yukan did not regard himself as an outsider and said that he would pay Chen Pinggan on credit first. Before Chen Pinggan left, he sat down with Ji Yukan to calculate the debt. Ji Yukan would need at least 2 years, including the Heavenly Grand Ritual and the Land and Water Dojo, plus Chen Pinggan's previous experience in the Stone Hair Country and Mayu Country. Ji Yukan could only pay off half of the debt. After that, Ji Yukan would have to continue to travel around, and if there was a chance in the future, he would have to build an island in Slipbook Lake that was suitable for ghosts and otherworldly items to cultivate. The three of them took the ferry and slowly headed to Verdant Canyon Island. Ji Yukan stood at the bow of the ferry with a bamboo box on his back. The young man who had worked hard to pay off his debt had been carrying the Yama Palace in hell for more than a year. It seemed lucky to be able to turn into ghosts and spirits after death, but in fact, it was a kind of suffering. Whether it was ordinary people or cultivators, they were bound to have a deep obsession when they were alive, and they were reluctant to leave the human world. However, life and death were natural laws, and heaven and earth had its own rules to punish them. The flow of time, the 24 solar terms, the spring thunder, the midsummer yang qi, and all kinds of invisible astral wind that flowed between heaven and earth did no harm to ordinary people, but it was torture for ghosts and spirits. Besides, there were the morning bells and evening drums of ancient temples and Taoist temples, the incense of the 2 temples and the city god pavilion, the door gods posted in the market, the momentum of the battlefield, and so on, which would cause different degrees of harm to ordinary otherworldly items and spirits. Not to mention, there were also the immortal Fuji who killed demons and accumulated merits. The cultivators in the mountains and lakes, especially those ghost cultivators and evil cultivators, were fond of capturing ghosts and spirits, stripping and reshaping their souls, and using insidious methods. There were endless ways to cultivate poisonous insects, secret methods, and all kinds of disasters. It was really better to be dead than alive. Before Chen Pinggan came to Slipbook Lake, Ji Yukan certainly knew some of these things, but he did not take it seriously and was too lazy to dig into it. It would not be like this now. Halfway through the waterway, a Green Canyon Island ship came quickly. Mr. Tianhu landed on the small ferry where Ji Yukan was. Ma Duyi and Seng Yi both thought that Ji Yukan would not board the ship, but Ji Yukan did not refuse Mr. Tianhu's invitation. He thanked the small ferry with a fist salute and boarded the huge ship. Mr. Tianhu smiled and talked. Ji Yukan smiled and talked to him. There seemed to be no grudge between them. They were still the senior sister and junior brother when Green Canyon Island was at its most glorious. Mr. Tianhu joked that Mr. Chen owed a lot of money. The secret storehouse of Green Canyon Island was complaining incessantly, the King of Hell's palace in prison, and the imitation Liu Li pavilion that helped Mr. Chen write an IOU to Yu Hui. The 2 Dharma treasures of ghost cultivators were not a small number. Ji Yukan said with a smile. Such an important matter could wait for her master to return to Verdant Gorge Island and let her master make the decision. Mr. Tianhu suddenly looked embarrassed. Now, almost none of the cultivators in Slipbook Lake believed that Liu Zhimao could leave the water prison of Gong Willow Island alive. As long as Liu Zhimao could leave, he would have returned to Green Canyon Island long ago. Why would he wait until now? Now that Su Gaoshan had left, they only needed to wait for the new Lord of Jade Tablet sect to appear. Everyone believed that at that time, it would be the time of Liu Zhimao's death. Ji Yukan, who had not worn the dark green robe for a long time, turned to look at Lord Tianhu with her hands in her sleeves and said softly, "Senior sister apprentice, in order to reach the top, it is not wrong to do something against one's heart, but 1 or 2 bottom lines are still necessary. I became Liu Zhimao's last disciple halfway. The twists and turns, intrigue, and mutual exploitation are all seen by everyone in Bookslip Lake. Therefore, the kindness between master and disciple is not my bottom line. However, senior sister apprentice, you are Liu Zhimao's proud disciple. Since then, Green Gorge Island has not mistreated you too much. If you lose your sense of propriety, think about it, in the archives of the Li dynasty, in the mind of Guan Yiran, in the eyes of Bookslip Lake Xiu, and in the eyes of the future practitioners of Jade Medallion sect, they will not be good to you. Since you're already an Earth Immortal cultivator, I think you can see further. After all, there are many rules in Slipbook Lake now. Our previous methods are no longer suitable for the current Slipbook Lake. Mr. Tianhu asked softly, "Did Mr. Chen ask you to tell me this?" Ji Yukan shook her head and said, "It has nothing to do with Chen Pingan. He can only see your actions more clearly and thoroughly than I can. Naturally, he won't tell you this. But after so many years, I still have some feelings for senior sister, so this is a little bit of my heartfelt words. Whether you listen or not is your own business. The poor don't join the table, and the light don't persuade others. I understand this principle, but I feel that even if it's annoying, I still have to tell senior sister." Mr. Tianhu sighed. "There's no turning back." Ji Yukan smiled. It was just another Ji Yukan of the past. It was a pity that senior sister Tianhu did not meet her Chen Pingan. When Ji Yukan thought of this, she began to look into the distance. She felt that even if the future was bleak, there was no need to be too afraid. Ji Yukan retracted her gaze and said, "Eldest senior sister, don't worry. You senior sisters and senior brothers, as well as the vassals and consecrators, go ahead and fight for the remaining territories and resources of Verdant Canyon Island. I can't get anything and I don't want to. With my little ability, I won't gain anything if I fight with you. It's better to be obedient and take the initiative to withdraw. Who knows, I might be able to ask you for a drink in the future. Moreover, I can't stay in Verdant Canyon Island for more than a few days a year. Instead of being wary of me, senior sister, why don't you talk to other people?" Lord Tianhu's expression became increasingly unnatural after Ji Yukan's words exposed his scheme. However, with Ji Yukan's willingness to open her heart to her senior martial sister, it was better than her trying to figure it out. It was not that Lord Tianhu believed all of Ji Yukan's heartfelt words, but that Ji Yukan needed to make a trip to the Fan family in Pondwater City to look for the amulet before entering Bookslip Lake. Also, after boarding the ship, she had to fight for a way out for herself with words that no one would believe. Liu Zhimao might be able to leave Gong Willow Island safely. Only then would Lord Tianhu feel more at ease. Ji Yukan, who had lost that Loach and Chen Pingan by her side, was really useless. When the ship docked at Verdant Canyon Island, Ji Yukan did not say that she wanted to go to Chunting Mansion. She said that she could live in the house at the mountain gate and be neighbors with her friend Zheng Yi. In the end, Ma Duyi took Chen Pingan's house for himself and drove Ji Yukan to Zheng Yi's house. Ji Yukan did not care. After getting along with Ma Duyi day and night, Ji Yukan did not hate the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted Ma Duyi. After getting along with him for a long time, she felt that he was quite good. Chen Pingan might have felt that he had said all the things he had said in his life at Calligraphy Lake. Ji Yukan, on the other hand, felt that she had heard all the flattering words of others in her life when she was at the Bookslip Lake. After that, Ji Yukan went to see the ruins of Hengbo Mansion and stopped outside Chunting Mansion for a while. It was a bright spring day. Ji Yukan and Zheng Yi sat side by side on a small bamboo chair and basked in the sun. A tall and slender woman dressed in palace attire got off the boat and slowly walked over. She was Liu Zhongruan of Pearl Island. Ji Yukan only knew that Chen Pingan felt a little guilty toward this island owner and said that he owed her some immortal money. Therefore, on this trip back to Calligraphy Lake, even if Liu Zhongruan did not come to Verdant Canyon Island, Ji Yukan would have gone to Pearl Hairpin Island to talk to Liu Zhongruan about something, lest this charming island owner Liu mistakenly think that Chen Pingan ran away because of a debt. The current Liu Zhongruan was extraordinary. The strangest thing was that even though Liu Zhongruan had revealed her true cultivation of a gold core Earth Immortal, she was still able to kill her way out and get an entrograde Dali piece plate under the covetous eyes of all the big island owners. This still caused a lot of speculation. For example, did Su Gaoshan take a fancy to Liu Zhongruan's beauty? Or did Guan Yiran, a young man with a high position and power, like beautiful women? After all, Liu Zhongruan used to be a princess that the Sword Immortal of the Zhuiying Kingdom yearned for day and night. Of course, Ji Yukan knew very well that there was no such thing as a romantic affair. Because Chen Pingan had revealed some heavenly secrets, Liu Zhongruan, as the princess of a fallen dynasty, had exchanged a waterhall treasure that had not been discovered by the Zhuiying kingdom for the protection of the peace plate. Not only did she manage to keep all her possessions on Pearl Hairpin Island, but she also rose to the top and became one of Dallas' consecrated cultivators. As for whether Chen Pinggan had pulled strings, he did not say. When Liu Zhongruan saw Ji Yukan standing up to greet her, she smiled and asked, "When will Mr. Chen return to Calligraphy Lake?" Ji Yukan shook her head and said, "I don't know yet, but it's unlikely in the near future." Liu Zhongruan's expression was normal. She nodded and was about to leave. Ji Yukan stood up and followed island owner Liu, chatting with her about what Chen Pinggan had told her. Liu Zhongruan did not comment, nor did she give a definite answer. She just left. Ji Yukan returned to the small bamboo chair. Then, a Zhuxian Mansion's ghost cultivator appeared at the ferry. Liu Zhongruan hesitated for a moment, then stopped and sighed. "Ma Yuanji, what's the point of being entangled for so many years? If you have such thoughts, why don't you focus on your cultivation and become an earth immortal sooner?" The ghost cultivator, who had deliberately changed into an elegant green robe, grinned and said, "Your Royal Highness, you know that Chen Pinggan is not on Verdant Canyon Island, but you still want to come." "I know what I'm doing." Liu Zhongruan was annoyed. "Get out of my way." Ma Yuanji did not dare to block the way. He obediently stepped aside and allowed Liu Zhongruan to walk straight to the Pearl Hairpin Island ferry. But he could not control his pair of dog eyes. He stole a few glances at the princess's back and thought, "She's really good at giving birth." Liu Zhongruan stopped and turned around. Ma Yuanji said sternly, "Do you have a death wish?" Ma Yuanji swallowed and said, "I'm just worried about your Royal Highness. After this incident, I don't think you've lost weight." "Now, I'm relieved." Ma Yuanji took advantage of this opportunity to glance at her chest again. The rise and fall of her peaks was too beautiful to behold. Liu Zhongruan said angrily, "You can't change a dog's habit." Ma Yuanji said bitterly, "I won't allow your Royal Highness to humiliate yourself like this. I won't complain even if your Royal Highness tramples me under your feet. But I won't allow your Royal Highness to talk about yourself like this. In my heart, your Royal Highness will always be the most beautiful and flawless woman in the world." Liu Zhongruan suddenly realized his slip of the tongue. He was so angry that he waved his sleeve and directly slapped the ghost cultivator out of the ferry. After Ma Yuanji steadied his body and mind, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Hot tears filled his eyes as he wiped his face. He felt that after so many years of grievances and thousands of hardships, he finally had some compensation. He murmured, "Your Highness Princess Royal, a woman's skin is thin. I'm embarrassed to say those sweet words of love. It's okay. I still understand that beating is affection and scolding is love." After Liu Zhongruan uploaded it, he drove the ferry with his magic and left quickly. He was really annoyed by that brainless Pac-Man. Ma Yuanji nodded and smiled brightly. He looked even more shifty. "Your Royal Highness, such shyness is rare. It seems that you're really going to open your heart to me. There's a chance, there's definitely a chance. Chen Pinggan, just wait for the wedding banquet. You're really a good brother. If you didn't tell me that I have to think more about the meaning of a woman's words when dealing with her, how would I know that your Royal Highness has such good intentions? She wants me to become a gold core Earth immortal as soon as possible. Isn't she hinting that I shouldn't fall behind her too much? Isn't she worried that I'll hold a grudge against your Royal Highness who is already a gold core? If your Royal Highness doesn't have feelings for me, why would she spend so much effort to talk to me? Chen Pinggan, Mr. Chen, Brother Chen, you're really my great benefactor." After the ghost cultivator happily swaggered away, Zhong Xian's expression changed. Seng Yi was a little uncertain about the relationship between the ghost cultivator and the island master of Pearl Hairpin Island. He asked in a low voice, "Senior ghost cultivator, did you misunderstand something?" Ma Duyi chewed on his melon seeds and said decisively, "If I were Island Master Liu, I'd kill him with a slap. I don't want to be taken advantage of by that pair of dog eyes the moment we meet." Ji Yukan smiled and asked, "Do you think Island Master Liu likes Chen Pinggan?" Seng Yi thought about it and shook his head. "That's not very likely. She's so much older than our Mr. Chen and they don't interact often. Island Master Liu is a gold core cultivator with a firm Taoist heart. Even if Mr. Chen is very good, I don't think it's possible. Ma Duyi sneered. It's not strange that Liu Zhongruan likes Mr. Chen. However, our Mr. Chen won't like an old woman. Jiyu Kan, who was sitting on a small bamboo chair in the middle of the room, laughed. Ma Duyi threw a handful of melon seeds. Jiyu Kan dodged and all of them hit Seng Yi's head. That was not all. Seng Yi had to bend down to pick them up. After all, he had been with Mr. Chen for so long. It was difficult for him not to be a miser and stingy person. Gong Willow Island. In the water dungeon. A prisoner in plain white linen robes sat cross-legged in a rather spacious cell with a calm expression. Thankfully, the old sect master of the Jade sect, Zun Yuan, came personally and had a good chat with the Realm 11 Sword Immortal Tongyi sect master. After the discussion, the Tongyi sect did not pursue the matter further. The Jade sect must have given them compensation. The old cultivator's name was Zhu Fenglu, and he was also the person in charge of selecting the location of the Jade sect's lower sect. As for whether he was a pitiful pawn, the key was to see the final choice of the lord of the lower sect. Was it him, who had worked hard and made great contributions, or the bastard Jiang Shangzhen, who already had the blessed land of Cloud Cave in his hands? The reason why Zhu Fenglu did not directly kill this Liu Zhimao was because he wanted to obtain more credit, so that the small group of old fellows with high authority in the Jade sect who secretly supported him in his ascension could be persuaded to the group of stubborn old fellows in the ancestral hall who were inclined towards Jiang Shangzhen. Of course, the Jade sect was not a monolithic block. Many of the old fellows had been displeased with the junior Jiang Shangzhen who had been in the limelight for 1,000 years. This was Zhu Fenglu's opportunity. Once he became the first lord of the lower sect, he would be a first-rate official of the Jade sect. He would be able to directly occupy a seat in the ancestral hall of the Jade sect's main mountain. Moreover, his seat would be extremely close to the front, perhaps even sitting next to Jiang Shangzhen. He believed that many of the old fellows in the Jade sect who were unwilling to see Jiang Shangzhen's family dominate the sect would be happy to see this happen. Not only would they be able to ruthlessly suppress the Jiang clan's arrogance, they would also be able to disgust Jiang Shangzhen. Zhu Fenglu's expression was displeased. Liu Zhimao, this is the 3rd time I've looked for you. Don't do things more than 3 times, do you understand? Liu Zhimao glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. We are wild cultivators that you ancestral hall masters look down on. Wild dogs are used to hunting for food, we can't be domestic dogs. Zhu Fenglu sneered. Taking the initiative to contact Tan Yuanyi and rely on the Song clan, aren't you also becoming someone's watchdog? Liu Zhimao laughed mischievously. Working for Dali is also like being raised free, it's better than being raised in captivity. Besides, what I hate the most in this life is your arrogant ancestral hall masters. Zhu Fenglu's expression was gloomy. Liu Zhimao, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? A nascent soul Earth Immortal is impressive in a corner like your Aquarius continent, but in our Tongyi continent, it's really nothing. The death of upper 5 realms cultivators is not a small number. Every 100 years, if a few nascent soul realm cultivators don't die, the Tongyi continent would feel embarrassed to greet the great cultivators of other continents. Can your Aquarius continent do it? Liu Zhimao laughed. Are you trying to scare me? Zhu Fenglu shook his head. I'm really not trying to scare you, a person's patience is limited. The corners of Liu Zhimao's mouth twitched. Don't you know that wild dogs like us have been scared out of our wits over and over again throughout our lifetime of cultivation? After so many shocks, we'll either be scared out of our wits or end up like me. Even if a ghost knocks on my door in the middle of the night, I'll still have to ask if you're here to do business with me. What, you're already the sect master of a sect under the Jade Tablet sect? You can decide my life and death with a single word. Taking a step back, even if you're the sect master, shouldn't you consider more carefully how to make the best use of a nascent soul realm wild cultivator? What if one day I suddenly become enlightened, and agree to be your consecrator? Wouldn't you suffer a huge loss? You're imprisoning me, an array formation. How many immortal coins can you spend? Can't you even calculate this debt? How can you still be the sect master? Liu Jimao's acupuncture points were all bound by the water prison, especially the crucial acupuncture points that nurtured his natal item. They were all blocked by the water veins of Gongliu Island. He yawned. Do you really think that you bunch of outsiders can do whatever you want in the Aquarius continent? Just based on your patience, I feel that your sect master's throne will not be stable. You might even be worse than me, the ruler of the underworld of Calligraphy Lake. Before the chair is even warm, you have to quickly stand up and obediently give up your seat. Keep the goodies within the family. I really don't believe that the Jade sect is willing to give such a big piece of fat meat to half an outsider. Liu Jimao actually started to lecture this old cultivator who had astonishing battle strength and treasures in his hands. It's not that I want to criticize you Jade Tablet Immortal Masters, but you guys, if you only talk about your tenacity, you might not be able to compare to us wild cultivators. Aren't you relying on those top-tier Dao techniques and sect inheritances to walk on the unobstructed path? Give those Dao techniques to us. Even if we start from the Earth Immortal realm, both sides will spend the same amount of time. Wild cultivators can guarantee that we will beat the shit out of you. You don't believe me? Then why don't you try? Since you've already betrayed Tongyi sect, what's the point of those broken ancestral hall rules? Why don't you impart the Tongyi sect's immortal techniques to the upper 5 realms to me? But do you dare? Liu Jimao, who was in the prison, laughed without restraint. He laughed and talked wittily, showing the spirit of a hero. Of course there were some ruffians and scoundrels. Zhu Fenglu shook his head. Liu Jimao, I hope that the next time we meet, when you become the sect master of a lower sect, you can still speak so boldly. Liu Jimao hurriedly said, don't worry, even if I become the sect master of a lower sect, we can still chat. We are wild cultivators, strength of character is nothing, we like to sail according to the wind. Zhu Fenglu remained silent and left the water prison. This nascent soul realm wild cultivator of Calligraphy Lake was really dog meat, he couldn't be killed or eaten. Zhu Fenglu made up his mind that as long as he became the sect master of a lower sect, he would kill Liu Jimao on the same day and not talk nonsense with this wild cultivator. After Zhu Fenglu returned to his mansion, the real master of Gongliu Island, Liu Larocheng, walked to the bottom of the water prison. Along the way, the cultivators of Jade Gui sect pretended not to see him, they neither greeted nor stopped him. There were 3 basic water veins in Calligraphy Lake, the water fate was strong, the other water veins were many but thin, scattered and messy, they were divided by the remaining thousands of island forces. One of them was monopolized by Gongliu Island, and the water prison formation was based on it. This was also the key to easily suppress Liu Jimao. Qingxia Island also stole more than half of the water veins. The Hengbo prefecture was the formation eye, but unfortunately it had been destroyed, the water fate was scattered, and it benefited the group of Earth Immortal cultivators of the vassal islands, such as Lord Tianhu and Yu Hui. The 3 big islands of Qingzhong, Tianlaro, and Grain Millet shared the last basic water vein of Calligraphy Lake. After Liu Larocheng reached the bottom of the water prison, he immediately isolated a small world. Liu Jimao raised his head and frowned. He was not afraid of Zhu Fenglu, but he was still very wary of Liu Larocheng, the senior of Calligraphy Lake. This was because rogue cultivators were always the most familiar with dealing with rogue cultivators. Immortal Master Pug, on the other hand, was confused for a while. Liu Larocheng took out a scroll, shook it gently, and opened it gently. From the scroll, a man with a face full of smiles walked out. He walked to the side of the prison, hands behind his back, bent over and squinted at Liu Jimao, and asked, I heard that you and Chen Pinggan are enemies and friends, but it's unclear. Let's not talk about him, but according to Liu Larocheng, you both recognize each other as half of your confidant. This time, it was Liu Jimao's turn to be confused, he did not answer the question. You are Jiang Shangzhen of Jade Gui sect. The man smiled and said, you answer my question first, then I'll see if I should answer yours. First come, first served, we still have to follow the rules. Liu Jimao glanced at Liu Larocheng. On Zhu Fenglu's side, Liu Jimao had roughly known Zhu Fenglu's bottom line after the previous 2 exchanges, so he could delay it again and again. But facing this person who was most likely Jiang Shangzhen of Jade Gui sect, Liu Jimao's mood was a little heavy for a moment. he did not dare to speak carelessly. After thinking, he nodded and said, Chen Pinggan and I can never be friends for the rest of our lives, whether it's me ascending to the upper 5 realms, or him having the ability to arm wrestle with me in the future, we might have to fight. But for now, Chen Pinggan and I are half of my confidant. You can say that we've even drunk together a few times. The man clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Just based on this point, little Liu, together with old Liu behind me, the 3 of us will be friends on the same grasshopper from today onward. Liu Zhimao looked at Liu Larocheng again. The latter's expression and state of mind were still like an ancient well, not giving Liu Zhimao the slightest hint. The man smiled and said, You guessed right, I am that Jiang Shangzhen, the late lord of Jade Gui sect's lower sect. The man suddenly wiped his face and said miserably like a woman with hidden bitterness, My heart is bitter. Zhu Fenglu, that shameless thing, almost ruined my plans. If it wasn't for Li Fuyao being smart enough, even if I had to risk my life, I would have beaten that Zhu Fenglu to death, then carried that old thief's head and bowed to him as an apology. When I think of this, I want to run to Li Fuyao and kowtow to her a few times. What's the harm in acknowledging her as my godmother? Jiang Shangzhen gently beat his chest, his face full of bitterness, and cursed loudly, I, Jiang Shangzhen, didn't come to Book Lake to wipe my ass. The most important thing is to catch up with Chen Pinggan. Now, what's the point of holding arms? Zhu Fenglu, that old thing who can't do anything right, can't die. Didn't I just hold a few banquets at Tongye sect? Now that we're all on the same side, he still cheated me. Liu Zhimao was dumbfounded. Liu Laocheng's eyelids also trembled slightly. Obviously, he had already experienced Jiang Shangzhen, who was slightly better than Liu Zhimao, who seemed to have been struck by lightning. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly restrained his words and smile. After a moment of silence, he asked softly, Liu Zhimao, I'll ask you a question on behalf of Zhu Fenglu. Are you willing to be a consecrator of Jade Gui sect? Liu Zhimao was hesitant. In an instant, he caught a glimpse of Liu Larocheng nodding slightly to him. Liu Zhimao took a deep breath and nodded slightly, yes. Then he found a green willow leaf, which happened to be suspended between his eyebrows. Jiang Shangzhen snapped his fingers and said with a cheeky smile, A wise man submits to circumstances. Liu Zhimao, from now on, you're the 3rd seat of my lower sect's consecrator. Liu Larocheng, Zhu Fenglu, Liu Zhimao. But I hope that after you reach the upper 5 realms, you can help me kill that Zhu Fenglu. No matter what method, it's fine. I can promise you now that the Jade Gui sect's treasure in Zhu Fenglu's hands can be lent to you for 100 years. As long as you have enough merits, it won't be difficult to borrow it for another 100 years. But if you fail to kill someone and are killed instead, don't blame me for not helping you collect your corpse. Liu Zhimao asked, about reaching the upper 5 realms? Jiang Shangzhen stretched out a thumb and pointed at himself. What do I have? I'm just rich. Wait until you're familiar with me, you will definitely pity me. Too much money, it's really worrying. Jiang Shangzhen sighed, let's not talk about the poor wild cultivators of your Aquarius continent. Even our Tongyi continent's immortal masters of the upper 5 realms do not know the troubles of having money like me, it's really annoying. Liu Zhimao looked at Liu Larocheng again. Working with such a person, was he really not worried? Was it really not better to be in the same boat as Zhu Fenglu? Liu Larocheng was expressionless. It was unknown if he was unfathomable, or if he was cursing in his heart. One had to know that money was the most painful thing for all the wild cultivators in the world. Late spring. Deep in the night, in a secluded area of the Bookslip Lake, it was completely silent. An old man stood by the lake. With a wave of his sleeve, 20 bamboo slips flew out. The words on the bamboo slips were all dazzling with gold light. The splendor was like the immortal moral writings of the Confucian sages, able to compete with the sun and moon. The bamboo slips fell into the Bookslip Lake. 24 bamboo slips, 24 solar terms. In the entire Bookslip Lake, only 3 people had a reaction, and their hearts palpitated. Jiang Shangzhen, Liu Larocheng, and Zhu Fenglu. However, even if the 3 of them almost flew into the air at the same time and looked around, they still could not detect any clues. But in fact, that old man was right under their noses, but even the 3 cultivators of the upper 5 realms still could not see him. On the other hand, the prisoner Liu Jimao, who had yet to walk out of Gongliu Island, suddenly thought of something. The Bookslip Lake was originally an ordinary place with thin spiritual energy. There was once a Confucian sage who traveled from the Central Plains to this place. He achieved the Great Tao and resonated with heaven and earth, creating a myriad of phenomena. The lake was thus named Bookslip, and the spiritual energy was abundant, benefiting future generations. The old man stood by the lake and smiled. The world thinks that this place is a cesspool, but some people say that you are heroes of heaven and earth, or inspiring for thousands of years. So, what do you think? The lake rippled, and an ancient aura of righteousness emerged. The old man smiled. I'm an old man, not asking you to be grateful to that young man. He doesn't need it. Scholars do things like this, not business. So, I just want you to sacrifice yourselves for righteousness. In the future, when you die again, don't let down this world that can still be saved. The old man smiled again. Of course, that young man also said that he is not a scholar for the time being, but just an accountant. So, we can discuss what we should do next. At an immortal ferry in the middle of the Aquarius continent. At the beginning of summer this year, a young man in a green robe stopped his horse. At the age of 17, he went to the Bookslip Lake and spent New Year's Eve alone in a house at the mountain gate of the verdant Gorge Island. After that, on New Year's Eve of the next year, he sat around a stove with Seng Yi and Ma Duyi in an inn in the Stone Hair country. Another year, he went to meet Seng Yi and Ma Duyi on the back of a horse. Amidst the bumpy ride, he leisurely spent New Year's Eve alone. Another year, he went to the mountains south of the Bookslip Lake. On the way back, he finally had a full table of New Year's Eve dinner with Jiyu Kan, Seng Yi, and Ma Duyi. This year, at this moment, after leading the horse onto the ferry together, Chen Pinggan touched the jade hairpin in his hair bun. It turned out that unknowingly, he had already reached the age of 20, which the Confucians called the age of 20. Then, on the 5th day of the 5th month, Chen Pinggan originally planned to ask for a table of sumptuous dishes from the immortal ferry, but he changed his mind at the last minute. He still took out some dry food and wine, stood by the window, and looked at the sea of clouds as a celebration for his birthday. He even took care of the ceremony as well. After all, there was only one person in the family, and there were no elders or ancestral temples. There was no need to pay attention to so many complicated formalities. However, after swallowing the last mouthful of dry food and wine, Chen Pinggan had just burped. He had already put away his sword and saber, but he suddenly felt that the sword immortal on his back suddenly sank. It was as if an object that weighed a few kilograms had suddenly become thousands of kilograms. Chen Pinggan staggered backward and fell to the ground with his sword. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword immortal in the scabbard was still lifeless and did not move at all. Chen Pinggan tried to sit up, but there was nothing strange. Chen Pinggan was a little puzzled. He was afraid that there was some kind of scheme or mystery. He sat by the table and pulled out the sword immortal. He looked at it for a long time, but there was nothing strange. Chen Pinggan thought that the sword immortal was up to no good. After all, in the past 6 months, it had often been naughty and mischievous. For example, there was one time when it imitated the sword immortal and rode the sword to the sea of clouds to enjoy the sunset. It actually ran away on its own, causing Chen Pinggan to fall straight into the sea of clouds. If it were not for the 1st and 15th day of the lunar calendar, he would have suffered a lot. However, how could he reason with a half-immortal weapon? After that, Chen Pinggan did not dare to go to the sea of clouds to enjoy the scenery. At this moment, the sword immortal was unsheathed from Chen Pinggan's back, causing the entire immortal ferry to shake. It hovered a foot above the floor. It seemed to be inviting Chen Pinggan to step on it. Chen Pinggan squatted down and negotiated, "You're not up to any bad tricks." The sword immortal did not move. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and bargained, "If you abandon me halfway, I may not be able to catch up with the ferry. That immortal money, will you compensate me?" The sword immortal returned to the scabbard on Chen Pinggan's back with a whoosh. It no longer paid attention to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan rubbed his chin. When he thought of the 24 bamboo slips he had cheated from an old man on the mountain peak, He nodded and said, "I almost fell into a trap again. I didn't stay in Jianghu for nothing." 457. This celestial ferry would not go directly to Dallas Longquan County. After all, the bundle shop had already left Oxhorn Mountain and the ferry was almost completely abandoned. Nominally, it was temporarily requisitioned by Dallas Military. However, it was not an important hub and there were few ferries. Most of them were Dali dignitaries who came to Longquan County for sightseeing. After all, there were many things waiting to be done in Longquan County. There were also rumors that the vast Longquan County was about to be upgraded from a county to a province. This meant that in Dallas officialdom, there would suddenly be more than 10 high-ranking seats. As the Dali Iron Cavalry swept through half of the Aquarius continent like a hot knife through butter, this caused the status of Dallas local officials to rise. The local officials of Dali who were registered in Dali were like the capital officials of ordinary vassal states. Now, once they were sent out to various vassal states in the south, they would definitely be promoted by one level. The ferry that Chen Pinggan took would dock at the ferry port of a small country called the Thousand Ravine Kingdom. The Thousand Ravine Kingdom was a country with many mountain ranges. Its national strength was weak, and its land was barren. It was a peaceful land that not even the Great Li's cavalry had set foot in. The ferry was controlled by a cave abode on a mountain. The owner of the Fuyin Cave was the imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine Country and also the leader of the country's immortal masters. However, there were only dozens of immortal masters in Thousand Ravine Country. The imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine Country was only in the Dragon Gate realm and his disciples were just a few kittens and puppies. The reason why they could have a celestial ferry was because of the Fuyin Cave. It was one of the ruins of an ancient broken cave. There were a few products that could be sold to the south. However, the money they earned was hard work. There were only a few small coins in a year, so no foreign cultivators coveted this place. Chen Pinggan planned to go back to Longquan County first and then to Colorful Clothes Country and Shu Shui Country. There were many things in his hometown that he urgently needed to go back and decide personally. After all, there were some things that he needed to deal with personally with the Dali Imperial Court. For example, Wei Pai could help with the purchase of the mountain, but he could not replace Chen Pinggan to sign a new land deed with Dali. There were some twists and turns on the way. There was a group of immortal masters from Qingfeng City who felt that it was a humiliation for an ordinary horse to occupy a place at the bottom of the ferry with the spiritual birds and strange beasts that they had carefully raised and trained. They were a little dissatisfied and wanted to play some tricks. Of course, their methods were more subtle. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan took good care of his beloved horse, which was nicknamed Chu Huang in private. He often let Flying Sword 15 fly over quietly to avoid accidents. It should be known that Chen Pinggan was very grateful to this beloved horse that had been accompanying him for years. Therefore, when Chu Huang was frightened at the bottom of the ferry, Chen Pinggan sensed it in his heart. He first let Flying Sword 15 directly turn into nothingness and penetrate through layers of decks to reach the bottom of the cabin directly to prevent a strange beast from biting Chu Huang. Chen Pinggan then rushed over but was stopped by the handyman guarding the bottom of the ferry. Chen Pinggan understood and reached out to grab the young man's shoulder and half dragged him to the place where Chu Huang was. When Chen Pinggan walked in with an indifferent face, all the spiritual birds and strange beasts trembled and crawled on the ground, especially the strange beast near Chu Huang. Its whole body was as black as ink and only its 4 feet were snow white. It was like a dog, but its body was as big as a calf. According to the immortal book bought from the inverted mountain, it should be one of the descendants of the ancient fierce beast Marrow Mountain Dog. Otherwise, a real Marrow Mountain Dog would not have any color. However, the Marrow Mountain Dog lineage had a violent temperament, which was somewhat similar to the mountain-moving ape. When the spiritual beast descendant of the Marrow Mountain Dog saw Chen Pinggan, it was even more afraid than the other spiritual birds and strange beasts lying on the ground in the cabin. It curled up with its tail between its legs. Chen Pinggan let go of the odd job worker's shoulder. The odd job worker rubbed his shoulder and said with a flattering smile, "This young master, it's most likely that your horse and the beast next door have bad tempers and had a conflict. This is a common occurrence on the ferry. I'll separate them now and move a nest for young master's beloved horse. There definitely won't be any more incidents. Chen Pinggan glanced at the fence between Chu Huang and the descendant of the Marrow Mountain dog. There was nothing there. There should have been some low-grade talisman stuck between the fence of the cage. Once the spiritual birds and strange beasts crossed the line, the restriction would be triggered immediately so that the people on the ferry could mediate. However, most of the spiritual birds and beasts that could be brought onto the ferry by cultivators were intelligent and wouldn't cause trouble for their masters. Otherwise, they would have to pay to avoid disasters. This was also a violation of the Great Tao of cultivators. Once they got into a problem that couldn't be solved with money, it would be even more disastrous. However, in the eyes of the owner of the descendant of the Marrow Mountain dog, it was probably just a roadside trash that could lead a horse onto the ferry. So what if they provoked it? Chen Pinggan extended his hand and stroked Chu Huang's head. It gently stepped on the ground, but it didn't seem too panicked. In the mountains to the south of the Bookslip Lake, Chu Huang had followed Chen Pinggan and seen the world. Chen Pinggan withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Are you guys trying to ruin my great Tao?" The handyman on the ferry was stunned for a moment. He guessed that the owner of the horse would most likely denounce them, but he never thought that it would be so upfront. Could it be that they wanted to extort him? That's great. The young handyman was overjoyed and couldn't wait to fight with them. Anyway, no matter what his background was and no matter why he could make those beasts keep quiet out of fear, as long as he provoked the cultivators of Qingfeng City, he wouldn't have a good time. The group of immortals from Qingfeng City had always been the distinguished guests of this ferry and they were very familiar with each other. Because of a certain kind of spiritual wood produced by the Fuyin Cave of Thousand Gully Kingdom, the fox demons of Fox Hill, which was like a vassal state of the dynasty, loved it. Therefore, this kind of spiritual wood that could moisturize fox skin was almost all bought by the immortals of Qingfeng City. Then, they sold it to the Shu family and made double the profit. As for why the Shu family of Qingfeng City didn't make this trip in person, the people on the ferry were curious and asked about it. The cultivators of Qingfeng City laughed and said that the Shu family didn't care about this little profit that others made from them. If they had the time, the disciples of the Shu family who were good at making money would have earned more immortal money. The Shu family of Qingfeng City owned a fox hill and was used to being the god of wealth who only needed to count money at home. A group of immortals in snow-white fox fur slowly walked into the bottom cabin, which was a little eye-catching. The fox fur of Qingfeng City could not only keep warm in winter and dispel the cold in summer, but also dispel the heat in summer. It was just one thick and one thin, but in summer, wearing a fox fur, no matter how thin it was, would still look awkward. However, it was a kind of protective talisman for cultivators to walk under the mountain. The reputation of Qingfeng City was still not small in the northern region of the Aquarius continent. Especially now, the head of the Shu family of Qingfeng City, it was said that he had a great opportunity. His Taoist companion had helped him obtain a precious treasure, the Black Pearl armor, from the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven. The family also had a Dali peace token. The rise of the Shu family of Qingfeng City was unstoppable. Without saying a word, Chen Pinggan still loosened his fist posture. He was a sickly person, but in a few steps, he came to the front of the group of cultivators and knocked them down with a punch. Among them, there was a girl with a round face, who rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. In the end, only a handsome young man in the middle was left. His forehead was oozing sweat and his lips were moving slightly. He probably did not know whether to say something tough or soft. Chen Pinggan stood in front of him with his hands in his sleeves and asked him some inside stories of Qingfeng City. After all, whether it was the Shu family of Qingfeng City or the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain, they both had old scores in Chen Pinggan's heart. Even if Chen Pinggan walked through the Bookslip Lake again, he would not turn over the old scores with them. When the young cultivator saw that the people close to him and his retinue had already fallen to the ground, he no longer cared about face or strength of character. He spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, spilling everything he knew without holding back. Chen Pinggan asked in detail and the young cultivator answered seriously. It was like a teacher asking a student about his homework. After seeing this scene, The handyman guarding the bottom cabin of the ferry was a little absent-minded. What's going on? Isn't it said that the immortal cultivators from Qingfeng City are all resourceful? Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked at the handyman who was calculating in his mind. At the same time, he casually slapped the young cultivator behind him on the forehead. With a plop, the young cultivator fell straight back. This was called sharing difficulties. Chen Pinggan looked at the panic-stricken handyman and asked, "Can you get immortal money by helping with this kind of business?" The young handyman shook his head and said in a trembling voice, No, I didn't even get a single piece of snow. I just wanted to curry favor and get familiar with these immortal masters. Maybe in the future, they will casually give me some advice, and I will have a way to make money." Chen Pinggan asked, "Who came up with the idea?" The young handyman said without hesitation, "It's the idea of the immortal masters of Qingfeng City. I just wanted to help. Please forgive me." Chen Pinggan lightly stomped his foot, and the young man's body bounced and woke up in a daze. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "This brother on the ferry said that the idea of murdering my horse was yours. What do you say?" The young man from Qingfeng City was furious. He sat on the ground and began to curse. Chen Pinggan walked out of the bottom cabin and said to the young man with a smile, "Don't kill." The young man struggled to stand up and walked towards the handyman with a hideous smile. "Good guy, you dare to trick me. If I don't peel off a layer of your skin." The young man suddenly turned his head and looked at the door of the cabin. The man in a green robe stopped and turned his head. He quickly said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill. I don't dare to kill. I just want to teach this bad seed a lesson." Chen Pinggan walked out of the cabin. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. It was hard to say who was more evil, the cultivator from Qingfeng City or the handyman. However, deep in Chen Pinggan's heart, he actually hated the handyman more. However, in the future, he would not be able to do much to these weaklings. Instead, Chen Pinggan had more chances to deal with the arrogant and domineering cultivators on the mountain. Just like that snowy night when he met the prince of the Shahao country, Han Jingling, on a narrow path, he killed him without hesitation. In the future, not to mention the princes, if they really went to the lawless North Continent, even the emperor would be able to kill them. Chen Pinggan came to the bow of the ferry. He held the railing and strolled slowly. Both Zhengyang Mountain and Clearbreeze City were doing quite well. Especially the former. After Li Tuanjing, the strongest person below the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent, they were getting more and more powerful. The Wind Thunder Garden was destined to endure a long period of humiliation in the next 100 years. If the new garden master, the sword cultivator Huang He and Liu Baqiao, could not reach the nascent Soul Realm quickly, they would be suppressed by Zhengyang Mountain in the next few hundred years. As for the Shu family of Qingfeng City, they had sold the mountain in Longquan County at a low price. It was obvious that they favored the Zhuiying dynasty and Lakeview Academy. Now that the situation was clear, they quickly made up for it. According to the young cultivator, at the end of last year, they had established a relationship with the Yuan family of the Upper Pillar Nation. They were related by marriage to a branch family outside the main branch. The Shu family's daughter married a son of the Yuan family in the capital city of Dali. The Shu family of Qingfeng City also supported the Yuan family's son to control a cavalry. Look. Everyone was busy, be it friend or foe. On the Great Path, everyone competed. When Chen Pinggan thought of his situation, he laughed at himself. Before Chen Pinggan entered the Scroll Lake, he could have easily broken through the bottleneck of the 5th realm and reached the 6th realm. At that time, he was near his hometown and wanted to show the old man surnamed Kui from Luorpa Mountain. After the strongest 3rd realm cultivator was beaten out by you, he punched more than 1,000,000 times and finally had the strongest 5th realm cultivator in the world. He wanted the barefoot old man to be more reserved when he punched him in the future so that he would suffer less. Chen Pinggan did not care much about the gift of martial arts fate. Even if there was another opportunity like the Cloud Sea Dragon in Old Dragon City, he should still be able to defeat it with one punch. He did not expect that this delay would take nearly 3 years. As for the matter of replenishing the 5 elements natal items and rebuilding the longevity bridge, there was no need to mention it. According to Liang, I have a watermelon skin sword technique. Wherever I slide, the sword will be there. Let fate decide. Chen Pinggan smiled knowingly. Turning his head, Chen Pinggan saw the group of cultivators from the Clear Breeze city who had come to offer their apologies. Chen Pinggan did not pay them any heed, and after the other party had more or less ascertained that Chen Pinggan had no intention of continuing to pursue the matter, they left resentfully. Then, the owner of the ferry also came to apologize. He swore that he would definitely punish the troublemaker severely. Chen Pinggan did not pay much attention to him. He only said that it was fine as long as he learned his lesson. The ferry docked at the Fortune Shade Cave residence in Thousand Ravine country. If it were in the past, Chen Pinggan would just bury himself in the journey. However, this time, Chen Pinggan still paid a visit to the owner of Fortune Shade Cave. Perhaps because he knew about the disturbance on the ferry, the old cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm, the dignified imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine country, was very enthusiastic. Chen Pinggan thickened his skin and asked about the rough inside story of the Blessed Enclave after it was destroyed. The old cultivator was not unfamiliar with it. After all, Fortune Shade Cave was still a little famous. Although it was only a little more than 10 miles wide, the treasures and immortal relics had long been dug out by the seniors. The cave's spiritual chi was not too abundant. Later, by chance, the old cultivator moved into this place. As a place of cultivation, he had a set of polite words to face all kinds of visitors. He spoke in detail what could be said and absolutely did not say anything that should not be said. When the old cultivator heard that Chen Pinggan was from Dali, he became even more enthusiastic and insisted that Chen Pinggan stay for a few days. Chen Pinggan rejected him, so the old cultivator gave him a 9-grid treasure box as a parting gift. It was made from a few special products of Fortune Shade Cave and filled the 9 grids. In fact, it was not expensive. The market price in Thousand Ravine country was about 20 pieces of snow coins. For a secular dynasty, it was naturally a sky-high price. However, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, it was not a precious gift. After Chen Pinggan accepted the small treasure box, he gave Fortune Shade Cave a bottle of Well Immortal's wine from Bee's Tail Crossing. When the old cultivator of Dragon Gate heard that it was the wine from Bee's Tail Crossing, he was overjoyed and invited Chen Pinggan to visit Fortune Shade Cave the next time he passed by Thousand Ravine country. There was no wine like Well Immortal's wine, but Thousand Ravine country had some unique scenery that could not be found anywhere else. He dared not say that it would make a cultivator forget to leave, but if they only saw it once, it would definitely be worth the trip. The imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine country, who was a joke, was willing to accompany Chen Pinggan on his travels. The old cultivator personally escorted Chen Pinggan to the border of Thousand Ravine country before returning home. There was a young direct disciple beside him who was somewhat puzzled. He wondered why his master would go through so much trouble. The old cultivator of Dragon Gate lamented, "On the path of cultivation, as long as you can form good karma, no matter how big or small, you shouldn't miss it." The young disciple seemed to have understood something. The old cultivator was afraid that his disciple would go astray, so he had to remind him, "At your age, you still need to cultivate diligently and concentrate on comprehending Tao. You can't be too distracted by the ways of the world. It's enough to know the pros and cons. When the day comes when you are as rotten as your master and can't walk the mountain path anymore, then you can do these things. As for your so-called master, in addition to teaching you Tao, you also need to do these things that may not be to your liking. It's good for your disciple's future path of cultivation to be wider." The old cultivator rubbed his disciple's head and sighed. "Last time when you went down the mountain alone to experience the world, you did those ridiculous things with the noble disciples of Thousand Ravine country. Actually, I was there the whole time and saw it. If you weren't just putting on a show and thought that it would be easier to get closer to them, I would have been disappointed in you. People who cultivate Tao should know what the real foundation is. There's no need to care about those worldly affairs. What's the point? You must remember that everything outside of cultivation is false." The young disciple was horrified. The old cultivator smiled. "I can use this opportunity to point out the confusion in your heart. It's not a waste of the 20 snowflakes you gave away. The young disciple bowed with his hands folded in front. Master's kindness is great. I will definitely remember it. The mountain lord of Fortune Shade Cave stroked his beard and smiled. He brought along his proud disciple who had high hopes on him and walked on a small mountain ridge with a wide view. Chen Pingan carried his sword on his back and rode on his horse, continuing north from the northern border of Thousand Ravine country. Of course, he could not have guessed that his previous visit to Fortune Shade Cave had allowed an old cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm to take the opportunity to enlighten a disciple of his. On a hot summer day with a slight breeze and a drizzle, Chen Pingan handed over his passport and successfully passed through the border pass of Dali. This time, he chose a new path to return to Longquan County. He did not take the route between Red Candle Town and Chiduan Mountain. Along the way, it was raining heavily and the humid heat was abnormally heavy. Chen Pingan almost mistook it for a summer day when Bookslips Lake was like a steamer. However, it was hot during the summer and cool after autumn. Crickets chirped endlessly at night. During this time, under an ancient pine on a mountain peak, the sun was setting in the west. He saw a bare-chested, heroic scholar holding a feather fan. He was surrounded by beautiful maidservants and the sounds of birds chirping could be heard. Further away, there were two old men breathing steadily. They were clearly cultivators. Chen Pingan led his horse past without looking sideways. After leaving the mountain peak, Chen Pingan felt rather sad. In the past, the scholars of Dali, even those who could enter Cliff Academy to study, still racked their brains to go to Lakeview Academy, the Great Sui Kingdom, or the Lu Dynasty. In the end, Dali could not keep them. According to Kui Dongshan's words, in the literary world of Dali at that time, before the scholars quarreled or before they picked up their brushes, they would not mention the names of a few scholars of other countries, flip through the works of a few literary giants of other countries, or find a few relatives in the literary world of other countries. They would not have the face to open their mouths and write with confidence. He wondered what the current state of Dali's scholarly community was like. In reality, Chen Pingan was not interested in it either. As dusk approached, Chen Pingan finally passed through several relay stations to the east of Longquan, and then he entered the small town. The large wooden gate no longer existed, and the small town had already been surrounded by a stone wall. There were no guards or soldiers at the entrance, allowing people to enter and exit. Chen Pingan passed through the gate and discovered that Zheng Dafeng's thatched cottage was still standing alone by the side of the road. Compared to the nearby neatly planned forest of shops, it seemed rather conspicuous. Probably because the price had not been negotiated, Zheng Dafeng was not willing to move. A normal small town naturally would not dare to compete with the Longquan prefecture in the north and the town's county government like this. What did Zheng Dafeng not dare to do? Chen Pingan was originally supposed to arrive at the small town after a week or so, but later on, he hurried slightly faster, so he arrived quite a bit earlier. When he first entered the pass, he sent a letter to Luorpa Mountain through the border relay station, telling them the approximate date of his return home. Chen Pingan did not first go to his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. He led his horse across the stone bridge and went to his parents' grave. As before, he took out cotton bags filled with soil from various places and added soil to the grave. Not long after the Qingming festival, there were still some slightly faded red hanging papers on the grave, pressed down by flat stones. It seemed that girl Pei Qian had not forgotten his instructions. Along the way, there were many unfamiliar faces, but it was not strange. Most of the local people in the small town had moved to the new county city of Longquan in the north of the mountains in the west. Almost everyone lived in brand new and bright big families. There was a pair of big stone lions standing at the door of every house to guard the door. At the very least, there were drum-hugging stones that cost a lot of money. It was not the least bit inferior to the Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley of the past. Those who stayed in the small town were mostly old people who were unwilling to move. They were still guarding the small alleys that were getting quieter and quieter. There were also many new neighbors who had bought houses but could not see each other all year round. Even if they did meet, they could not understand each other's language. In this way, Chen Pingan returned to the small town and walked to Mud Bottle Alley, which had not changed at all. It was just that this alley was now empty. The few remaining families had all moved to the new county city and sold their ancestral homes to outsiders. They received a large sum of money that they could not imagine even in their dreams. Even if they bought a big house in the county city, it was still enough for them to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Gu Kan's family's ancestral home was not sold, but his mother also settled down in the county city and bought one of the largest mansions in the county city. The courtyard was deep, and there was a small bridge over flowing water. It was rich and imposing. Chen Pinggan took out a bunch of keys from the fengsuan object and opened the courtyard door. He let Chu Huang loose the reins in the small courtyard and let it stay by itself. Chen Pinggan opened the door. It was still the same. It was small and did not add anything big. He moved an old bench and sat by the table for a while. Chen Pinggan stood up and walked out of the courtyard. He looked at the door gods and the spring festival couplets again. Then he stepped into the courtyard and looked at the word spring. Dusk was heavy. Chen Pinggan sat by the table and lit a lantern. He wanted to sit for a while longer before going to Luopa Mountain to give them a surprise. However, after sitting for a while, Chen Pinggan still did not get up. He just wanted to sit for a while longer. All the joys and sorrows of life started from here. No matter how many thousands of li he traveled, no matter how many years he traveled, he would only be truly at ease when he landed here. After his parents had passed away, Liu Xianyang would often lie on the bed here and talk nonsense about how he longed for the future. The little snotty bug would also often complain about how unreasonable the adults were. If one's parents were here, one would not travel far. If one's parents were no longer here, one would have even more reason to travel. In Red Candle Town, which was not very close to Longquan County, Pei Qian sat on a high roof with the azure-clothed child and the pink-dressed girl. They looked into the distance with eager eyes. The three of them were betting on who would see that figure first. On Luopa Mountain, the barefoot old man was resting with his eyes closed on the second floor. Zhu Lian began to admire the talisman characters on the bamboo buildings again and again. The female ghost, Sharu, was bored to death. She sat on a bamboo chair under the eaves. After arriving at Luopa Mountain, her hands and feet were tied everywhere. She felt uncomfortable all over. At the peak of Cloud Padding Mountain, the righteous god of Dallas Northern Peak, Wei Pai, and the old dragon of Huangting Country stood side by side. One had a leisurely smile while the other had a solemn expression. They looked down at the small town in the distance. In a small alley, a speck of light could be vaguely seen. It shone brightly. 458. There was no night ban in the small town. Chen Pinggan left Mud Bottle Alley in the night and took a detour to the Yang family's shop with his horse. After knocking on the door, a sleepy teenager opened the door. He should be the old Yang's new disciple mentioned in Wei Pai's letter. Chen Pinggan said apologetically, "Is your master asleep?" The teenager yawned and asked in return, "What do you think?" Chen Pinggan was speechless. He was used to the deceit and haggling over words at Bookslip Lake. He was not used to it for a while. The teenager frowned and asked, "Why are you looking for my master? Is he sick?" Chen Pinggan laughed involuntarily. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "He is indeed here to see a doctor." The teenager frowned and was a little conflicted. Under the moonlight, the young man in his sight had slightly sunken cheeks and looked haggard. He looked like a short-lived ghost. His accent was from his hometown, but he had never seen him before. It was just that his master did not like to show his face. It was estimated that he would not take the initiative to do business tonight. What's more, after such a huge commotion, the Yang family's shop's reputation and business weren't too good. They had made enemies with a bunch of neighbors, and now, they all liked to go to the medicine shop at Mooncake Alley to get medicine for treatment. He and his senior sister were bored out of their minds every day. His master was also a weirdo who had a grudge against money, and never cared that the Yang family's shop was deserted. His family members were all grumbling, and last year, they wanted him to change jobs and just work at the kill and manufacturing department. His uncle had already opened up a channel for him, but he himself wasn't too willing. He felt that it was boring to have to deal with those officials and bow down every time he saw them. Since old Yang did not intend to show up, Chen Pinggan thought about coming to the shop next time. Just as he was about to leave, a slender young woman walked out. Her skin was slightly tanned and she was relatively thin, but she should be a beauty. Chen Pinggan knew this woman. She was one of Old Yang's disciples and the senior sister of the teenager from Peachleaf Alley. She used to be a kill worker in Dragon Riding Alley. There were many rules when it came to kilns. For example, once the kill fire was lit, women could not go near the dragon kilns that were shaped like crouching dragons. Chen Pinggan was not sure how she became a kill worker, but he guessed that she did some rough and tiring work. After all, the rules of her ancestors were there and almost everyone followed them. Compared to the rules of the ancestral hall that restrained cultivators outside, it seemed to be more effective. The woman's voice was hoarse and rough. She said slowly, "Master said that he can't help. From now on, we can talk about old times, but we can't do business." Chen Pinggan nodded and said with a smile, "Tell your master that I'll come to visit again." The woman hesitated for a moment and glanced at the long sword on Chen Pinggan's back. "Are you a pure warrior?" Chen Pinggan asked. "You too?" The woman did not say anything. Chen Pinggan asked, "Where does Zheng Dafeng live now?" The woman continued to speak, "He likes to wander around the county town. He doesn't come to the shop often." Chen Pinggan looked at her and the sleepy-eyed teenager from Peachleaf Alley and left with a smile on his face. The two of them, who were born and raised in the Yang family, probably didn't know who their master was, how many saints of the three sects had served in the Yang family's shop, and what it meant for them to acknowledge old Yang as their master and disciple. He wondered if there was someone who thought of him like this in the past. When the young man closed the door of the shop, he complained to his senior sister who was standing motionless, "I don't like this sickly guy. The way he looks at people is so cold." She had been too poor and hungry when she was young, and had endured too much hard work when she was young. As a result, the woman's figure was just as slender as a common girl's. She was not good with words and did not smile. She did not speak and only watched the figure leading the horse and carrying the sword leave. She was the teenager's senior sister and had a steady mind. Thus, she had come into contact with some of her master's prowess early on. In less than 3 years, she was now a pure warrior of the 4th realm. However, in order to break through the most difficult bottleneck of the 3rd realm, she would rather die from the pain than swallow the ointment in the porcelain bottle. Only then did she get through the bottleneck. Her master did not care at all. He only sat there and smoked. He did not even look at her coldly because the old man did not even look at her. He only cared about his own daydream. After she struggled to sit up, covered in blood, she covered her face with her hands and cried tears of joy. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. The old saying did not lie. The old man glanced at his disciple who had survived the disaster. He knocked on his pipe and finally spoke. "Your temperament and tenacity is only half of someone's. Is it worth being happy about? That person is only a few years older than you. He was also an apprentice of the dragon kill. He was even worse than you. He had no one to rely on and relied on himself for everything. Breaking through 3 realms in 3 years, is that so amazing? With this, you want to snatch the remaining peak realm cultivators of the Aquarius continent. But I have a suggestion. The next time he disperses the martial fate, you hold the bowl and kneel on the ground to receive the things that he did not want. You can't even compare to him, and you dare to ask Zheng Dafeng who Cao Ci is? You are young, but your skin is not thin. I have taken in a good disciple. Do you want me to go to your sissy uncle's grave and propose a toast to thank him?" Her master would not speak, but every time he did, his words would cause her heart to ache. She was like that. Her junior brother Shi Ling Shan was not much better. The only difference was that her junior brother dared to complain in private, but she did not. Chen Pinggan led the horse to the edge of the small town, where Li Huai's house was located. He paused for a moment, then walked out of the end of the alley and mounted his horse. He first went to the nearest small hill, Zhenzhou Mountain, which he had bought with only 1 gold fine copper coin. He rode his horse to the top of the hill, overlooking the small town. It was late at night, and only the lights were slightly brighter. Fulu Street, Peachleaf Alley, County Government Office, Kill Affair Supervision Department. If one turned their head and looked towards the northwest, they would see the lights of thousands of houses gathered in the new county, which was located in the north of the mountains. It was so bright that the night sky was faintly yellow. From this, one could see the liveliness over there. Mount Shunju was the smallest mountain in the west. It was so small that it couldn't be any smaller. The reason why Chen Pinggan bought it back then was simple. It was cheap. Other than that, he didn't have any other complicated thoughts. At that time, he wanted to build a thatched cottage in Zhenju Mountain. With that, it would be more convenient to go to the small town. It was only a few steps away. It would not take much effort to go from Zhenju Mountain to Mud Bottle Alley, even if it was on foot. Chen Pinggan sat on the back of the horse. His line of sight constantly retracted from the silhouette of the small town in the night sky. He looked at the route that led out of the town and into the mountains. When he was young, he once carried a large basket on his back and went into the mountains to pick herbs. During the scorching heat of the summer, his shoulders were bound by the ropes until they burned with pain. At that time, he felt as if he was carrying his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Lane. That was the first time in his life that Chen Pinggan wanted to give up. He used a very valid reason to persuade himself. You're still young and don't have enough strength. You can talk about picking herbs tomorrow. At worst, you can wake up early tomorrow and enter the mountains in the early morning. Chen Pinggan exhaled softly, turned his horse around and went down Zhenju Mountain. Now that he had entered the mountains, the road was flat and wide, connecting the mountains. It was no longer as rugged as before. The mountains stretched for a long distance. Even if the road was cleared, Luopo Mountain was located in the south of the mountains. From the easternmost Zhenju Mountain, it would still take a lot of time. In addition, Chen Pinggan walked slowly, as if he wanted to see the scenery of every mountain he passed. He often stopped to rest or led the horse. Therefore, when Chen Pinggan arrived at the boundary of Luopo Mountain, it was already 1 day and 2 nights later. This was under the premise that Chu Huang's legs were much stronger than ordinary horses. When Chen Pinggan was riding, he would occasionally squeeze the horse's belly. Chu Huang would tacitly increase the horse's hooves, leaving a trail of horse's hooves on the road. Then, Chen Pinggan would turn his head and look. These years, he had often done this. He would find some boring things to do. It was not only to find joy in hardship, but also to take a break from work. Most of the time, the accountant was silent. In the eyes of Zheng Yi, Ma Duyi, and Ji Yu Kan, he would do these strange things most of the time. He would squat on the ground and use stones to draw a chessboard. He would flip and study the few Go sets over and over again. He would also play a game of Gomoku with himself. 1 man and 1 horse entered the mountains and gradually went deeper. Wei Pai, who should be the first to know of Chen Pinggan's whereabouts, did not show up at all. It was not only Longquan County. The Longshu River, Tiefu River, Xiuhua River, and even the Ghost Bride's Mansion area that hung a plaque with beautiful water and high wind all belonged to the boundary of Beiyu. Wei Pai lived high up in Mount Pailuan, overlooking all living things. In particular, those Qi refinement warriors could see everything clearly. However, although it was unexpected that Wei Pai did not show up early, it was reasonable. In the early years, the two of them did not have a deep relationship. At first, they relied on alliance to maintain their relationship. Later on, they gradually became friends. There was a sense of friendship between gentlemen. Wei Pai could bring Chen Pinggan around Beiyu's territory based on his personal preferences and help to stick a protective talisman of the Beiyu Mountain Temple on Chen Pinggan. However, now that the two of them were deeply involved and were leaning toward an alliance, they had to talk about avoiding suspicion. Even if it was just on the surface, they had to do it. Otherwise, the Dali Imperial Court would probably be unhappy. Wei Pai was the first god of the 5 mountains that the Imperial Court respected. How could he work together with others to do business and then bargain with the Song clan? Even if Wei Pai was willing to do so, he would completely disregard the face of the Song clan. Relying on his identity as the god of Beiyu, he was arrogant and domineering. He would wantonly plunder tangible benefits for himself and others. Chen Pinggan did not dare to agree. Between a business that made one's fortune overnight and a friendship that lasted for a long time, the latter was obviously more reliable. Moreover, Wei Pai had always been thoughtful and farsighted. He was trustworthy. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan would not have sent so many letters to Mount Pailuan over the years. At dawn, they finally arrived at the foot of Mount Luopo. A memorial arch was built at the mountain gate, but it did not hang a horizontal plaque. In fact, there was a mountain god temple at the peak of Mount Luopo, so it should hang a horizontal plaque. However, the mountain god who used to be a kill supervisor had bad luck. Not only did he live under someone else's roof in Mount Luopo, where Chen Pinggan's family business was based, he also had a very strained relationship with Wei Pai. In addition, there was an unfathomable martial arts grandmaster living in Mount Luopo. There was also a huge black python that often wandered around Mount Luopo. In the past, Li Shixing used that small snow all to write characters on the walls of the bamboo building to talisman, which caused the entire Mount Luopo to sink a bit. The mountain god temple was the most affected. Over time, the mountain god temple of Mount Luopo was the most dismal of the 3 mountain god temples in Longquan Commandery. This mountain god lord, who had a golden body after his death, could be said to be disliked everywhere. Wei Pai slowly walked down the mountain, followed by Sharu from a distance. Chen Pinggan dismounted from his horse and asked with a smile, "Where are Pei Qian and the others?" Wei Pai gloated, "I deliberately did not tell them your whereabouts. The 3 little guys thought that your master and teacher were returning to Longquan Commandery from Red Candle Town. Now, they must be waiting anxiously. As for Zhu Lian, he has been wandering around the commandery city in recent days. He said that he accidentally found a good seedling who practiced martial arts. I don't dare to say that he is too high, but there is hope for him to reach the Golden Body realm. He wants to give his young master a good opening gift after returning home." Chen Pinggan and Wei Pai walked side by side. Sharu still followed from a distance. She only nodded to Chen Pinggan as a greeting. Chen Pinggan said apologetically, "The matter of buying the mountain has been delayed again and again. I'm really sorry." Wei Pai, who was dressed in white, walked on the mountain road like a deity on a lake. A golden earring hung by one side of his ear. He was really a deity among deities. He smiled and said, "In fact, at the end of the 11th year of Yongjia, this business almost fell through. The Dali Imperial Court considered that the Oxhorn Mountain was not suitable to be sold to cultivators because it should be included in the Dali military. With this reason, it clearly showed that they were going back on their word. At most, they would sell you 1 or 2 mountains near the border, the big and useless kind. It was a little compensation for their face, so I couldn't insist on it. However, at the end of the year, the Dali Ministry of Rights temporarily put this matter on hold. The first lunar month passed. When the masters of the Ministry of Rights in Dali finished their work and returned to Longquan Commandery after the festival, they suddenly changed their tone and said that they could wait a little longer. Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly and said, "It didn't go well at all." Wei Pai turned his head and looked at Chen Pinggan's appearance now. He laughed and said, "I can see that it's only a little better than the skinny that mortals must go through when they enter the path of godhood. It's too horrible to look at. If Pei Qian and the others see you, they probably won't recognize you." Chen Pinggan scratched his head and sighed, "Even if the matter of buying the mountain is settled, I still have a lot of debt at the Book Lake." Wei Pai smiled and said, "After all, it's just the 2 words money that's troubling you. It's better than the initial ups and downs of your state of mind and all your mistakes." "That's too much, isn't it?" Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded, "That's true." Wei Pai suddenly said, "I don't have any money to lend you. It's just an empty shell of the Northern Mountain deity. However, if you can swindle the deity's money, you can take it. If you earn money, you're capable." Chen Pinggan rubbed his hands gently and said with a smile, "How can I accept that?" Wei Pai was stunned. From his tone, it didn't sound like the Chen Pinggan of the past. It sounded like if he was careless, this guy would take advantage of the situation. Was he really going to use the Northern Mountain deity's name to earn money? Wei Pai quickly patted Chen Pinggan's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay if you're embarrassed." "How can I make you feel embarrassed?" We're friends, we should understand each other. Sharu followed them from afar. To be honest, when she saw Chen Pingan for the first time at the entrance of the Luo Po mountain, she was really shocked. After not seeing him for a few years, he had changed a lot. Could it be that without Sui Yuyu, Lu Baixiang, Wei Xian, and Zhu Lian by his side, he had no choice but to explore the Bookslips Lake on his own? Then, the Bookslips Lake was beaten back by the wild cultivators and ended up in a miserable state. Was he satisfied to be able to leave that place of trouble alive in the Aquarius continent? Sharu would not underestimate Chen Pingan because of this. After all, the Book Lake was lawless. Through the conversations between Zhu Lian and Wei Pai, she more or less knew the inside story. She knew that Chen Pingan, even if he had Zhu Lian by his side, was destined to not be able to fight his way out of the Book Lake with his fists. After all, Liu Zhimao, the true monarch of the River Severing, was enough to make all the outsiders suffer, not to mention that Liu Laocheng had returned to the Book Lake. He was the only wild cultivator of the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent. Chen Pingan said, "Tell Pei Qian and the others not to let them wait foolishly in Red Candle Town." Wei Pai smiled and nodded. He whistled and said, "Let's go back quickly. Chen Pingan is already at the Luo Po mountain." Like a leaf of duckweed, it spun in the rapid current and disappeared in a flash. Then, near the ridge of a roof in Red Candle Town, Wei Pai's familiar voice sounded beside Pei Qian and the others. Pei Qian, who was holding his cheeks, opened his eyes wide. Really? The little boy in blue who was lying on the roof and basking in the sun rubbed his chin. "I think Wei Pai is just bluffing. He has nothing better to do and is just teasing us." The girl in pink sitting beside Pei Qian said softly, "Mr. Wei wouldn't lie about this kind of thing, right?" Pei Qian suddenly stood up and clenched his fists. "My master really comes and goes like a ghost. He caught the 3 of us off guard without saying anything. Don't you think he's amazing?" The girl in pink covered her mouth and laughed. The little boy in blue said grumpily, "Amazing my ass. We've waited here for so many days in vain. Look at me, if I don't see him, I'll ask him for a red packet. I'll be angry with Chen Pingan if there's one less." Pei Qian turned his head to look at the green-clothed little boy, one small hand pressing on the hilt of the sword and saber at his waist at the same time, and said earnestly, "Friends are friends, but master is the most important. If you continue to be so unruly and think of taking advantage of my master all day long, I will take your dog head." Pei Qian's usual style was to speak like an old man. Perhaps it was because Pei Qian was young, but he liked to talk big. Therefore, it was hard to tell which of his words were true, and which were unintentional words that could be treated as wind blowing past one's ears. The little boy in blue rolled his eyes. "With your mediocre skills?" Pei Qian shook his head. "I'm familiar with old chef. If I ask him to kill you, I'll take your dog head. There's nothing wrong with that." The girl in pink was a little nervous, afraid that these 2 fellows would come to blows at the slightest disagreement. Although the 2 of them often bickered, they had never really fought. Instead, the 2 of them often liked to have a verbal duel, using their mouths to talk about immortal spells that could move mountains and overturn seas, competing to see who was better. The little boy in blue weighed the weight of the martial artist in the far travel state, the relationship between old chef and Pei Qian, and the snobbish Wei Pai who seemed to have a whole new level of respect for Pei Qian. He was extremely distressed and immediately jumped up, saying with a fawning face, "Heroine Pei, why can't you take a joke? Chen Pingan is your master, and also my master. Family harmony breeds wealth, so there's no need to talk about doghead. Besides, I'm not a dog. I'm a great flood dragon that even the Daoist sect's 3rd sect master has patted on the shoulder several times. In our Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven and Longquan County, who would dare? Just based on my heroic spirit, you should respect me more. In the future, don't say such hurtful words in anger. It's not good to be childish." Pei Qian said seriously, "I'm not joking with you. We Jianghu people are true to our word." The little boy in blue smiled mischievously and said, I know. The girl in pink heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 2 of them did not fall out, or she really did not know how to be a peacemaker. The three of them skimmed over the roofs of Red Candle Town and soon left the town and entered the mountains. A black snake that was entrenched in an uninhabited place slithered out, crushing a deep mark on its abdomen. Its momentum was astonishing. Pei Qian was the first to jump onto the head of the Luopa mountain black snake. He sat cross-legged and stacked his bamboo blade and bamboo sword on his knees. The girl in pink sat in the center of the black snake's back. The little boy in blue stood on the tail of the black snake, swaying back and forth. But when he looked at the slender back of the charcoal girl, his heart was a little hazy. Just a moment ago, he felt the natural oppressive feeling of the charcoal girl. He was not used to this uncomfortable feeling. The first time he noticed the strangeness of Pei Qian's body was in the mountains, when they chased after the dog that had become a spirit. Pei Qian was covered in grass and wood debris, and there were a few small blood grooves on her face that were hooked by tree branches. Finally, with great difficulty, they blocked the path of the wild dog. She was completely unaware of the insignificant injuries on her body. In her eyes, there was only the desperate wild dog. Her eyes were full of vigor. Her thumb pressed on the hilt of the knife and she slowly pushed it out of the sheath. She bent over and stared at the wild dog. Every inch the bamboo blade was out of the sheath, her eyes were burning. From that moment on, the little boy in blue no longer regarded Pei Qian as an ignorant little girl. He was even a little puzzled. Why did the gentleman Chen Pinggan find such a little freak as his disciple? And she was the first disciple? The black snake, who came from Chiduan Mountain, was very familiar with the path back home. Pei Qian, the little boy in blue, and the girl in pink all had their own thoughts. Pei Qian gently tapped the black snake's head with the bottom of the sheath and frowned. "Don't be lazy. Hurry up. Otherwise, when I master the demonic sword technique one day, I'll use you to practice." The black snake had no choice but to speed up. On the other side of Luopa Mountain, Chen Pinggan returned to the bamboo house with mixed feelings. Along the way, Wei Pai and Chen Pinggan had finished talking about what they needed to talk about. They used the natural supernatural power of shrinking earth to return to Mount Biyun first. Sharu looked at Chen Pinggan's back as he ascended to the second floor. After a moment of hesitation, she moved a bamboo chair and sat under the eaves. She was very curious about the relationship between Chen Pinggan and the old man surnamed Kui. The old man didn't seem like a pure warrior. He was more like an old Confucian scholar who had retired to the mountains. Wei Pai and Zhu Lian seemed to have a tacit understanding. They didn't say much in front of her and pretended that the old man didn't exist. At first, the old man wanted to nurture Pei Qian. He just casually pinched Pei Qian's muscles and bones, and Pei Qian rolled on the ground. His face was covered in tears and snot, and he looked at the old man pitifully. At that time, the old man had an awkward expression on his face as if he had stepped on dog poop. Pei Qian took advantage of the old man's daze and ran away on tiptoe. After that, he didn't go near the bamboo house for several days. He wandered aimlessly in the mountains. In the end, he simply left the mountains in the west and went to a pastry shop in Dragon Riding Alley. He became a small shopkeeper. After that, the old man surnamed Kui gave up on Pei Qian. Occasionally, he would stand on the second floor and look at the scenery. When he glanced at Pei Qian, it was as if he had seen a young phoenix staying in a chicken coop all day. The little guy was especially happy. This made the old man, who was dressed in a scholarly robe, feel somewhat helpless. Chen Pinggan knocked on the door and entered. The old man surnamed Kui sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes and sized up Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan sat opposite the old man. He carried the sword fairy on his back and had the blade-strengthening gourd hanging on his waist. The old man felt that the sword was a bit of an eyesore. As for the blade-strengthening gourd, it was a little better. It was nothing for a man of Jianghu to drink some wine. Did you rely on these external objects to leave that filthy place alive? Chen Pinggan said, I can't say just. But without this sword, I really couldn't have survived. On the Qingxia island of the Bookslip Lake, I was almost killed by a wild practitioner of the upper 5 states. The old man sneered. If he really wanted to kill you, it didn't matter whether he had this sword or not. Chen Pinggan said, between killing and not killing, without this sword, The possibility of being killed is very high. The old man frowned unhappily. Chen Pinggan said slowly, on the road of martial arts, of course, we have to pursue the word purity. But if you deliberately put yourself in danger again and again for the sake of perfect purity, I don't think it's good. If you take the risk once, even if there are 2 or 3 more times, there will be a day when you encounter a hurdle that you can't get over. At that time, you'll just die. I think that to practice the purity of boxing, you have to cultivate your mind first. You have to be purer than the cultivators on the mountain. First, you have to achieve a pure state of mind. When you punch, there are many external objects mixed in. Only then can you have a chance to remove them. This is the foundation of the purity of martial arts. Otherwise, the road of martial arts is long and difficult. What's more, if you still like to tell yourself that you'll just die, how can you go far? The old man put his fists on his knees and leaned forward slightly. He sneered. What? After wandering outside for a few years, do you think you're qualified to talk big to me? When the old man just moved forward a few steps, the second floor of the bamboo building was filled with fist intent like a flood, surging toward Chen Pinggan. Even Sharu outside the bamboo building felt the shocking momentum of the flood that was about to burst the dike. Chen Pinggan sat in the same place, motionless. His body was the same, his state of mind was the same, both physically and mentally. There seemed to be a strong wind blowing in the room. Chen Pinggan kept sliding backward, but his back was still straight. Even if his back was against the wall, he still didn't change his sitting posture. The old man sighed, and there seemed to be pity in his eyes. Chen Pinggan, after a trip to the Bookslip Lake, you're already so afraid of death. Aren't you curious why you can't naturally break through the bottleneck of the 5 states? Do you really think it's because you're suppressing it? Or you don't dare to look deeper? Chen Pinggan was silent. The old man looked at the withered young man who was leaning against the wall. If you're afraid of death, you're afraid of death. You just don't dare to admit it. Of course, you have many reasons for being afraid of death, and I won't laugh at you for it. However, this is what makes the world interesting. Whether it's martial arts or Taoism, it doesn't matter if your idea is reasonable or not. So your reason is right, but it's a pity that you can't convince yourself with a reason that's right for you. Now you want to practice the sword, and this obsession is getting deeper and deeper. I guess that during these years at the Bookslip Lake, you often have thoughts that rise and fall inadvertently, but you don't know it. One is that a martial artist doesn't seem strong enough, and the other is that a sword immortal is too cool. This is human nature. You've never seen me really fight, but you've walked through the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I believe that you've seen more than one sword immortal with your own eyes. Chen Pinggan wanted to say something but stopped, as if he wanted to refute. The old man smiled and said, "Back then, I used too many punches to feed you. My punches were measured, and I made your martial arts path of the 3 states extremely smooth. So although you did suffer a lot of pain and torment, your path was very smooth. This is naturally my strength. It didn't hurt your body at all, and it didn't hurt your mind at all. However, the sword immortal that you saw didn't care about the state of mind of a little martial artist like you. The sword will spread for thousands of miles, and its aura was like a ball that split the sea of clouds. It was like a casual slap, and it made a big hole in your heart. You're also a half-baked scholar who likes to reflect on yourself, and you like to look back whenever you have something to do, to see if you've gone astray. But you didn't expect that every time you look back, you would subconsciously look at those holes. It's like a deep abyss, like a deep well, and you fell into it and couldn't extricate yourself." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "When I was in Old Dragon City, I realized this point. The sword cultivator's attack at Flood Dragon Gully had a great influence on me. In addition to Wei Jin's sword that broke the sky curtain, and Fan Juanmao's sword that flew to Osmanthus Island in the Sea of Clouds." At this point, Chen Pinggan's expression turned solemn, "But after entering the Bookslip Lake, I didn't realize it like you said. In fact, it's the opposite. I've already consciously tried to eliminate this influence bit by bit." The old man laughed and said, "Every time you throw a stone into the well, you have to be careful and try not to splash water at the bottom of the well. Can you fill it up?" Chen Pinggan suddenly understood. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked, May I ask what I should do, senior? The old man said sarcastically, it seems that this trip to the Bookslip Lake has not only made you haggard, but also made your brain, which was just passable, rusty. Chen Pinggan just stared at the old man. The old man was silent for a moment. Fortunately, some things haven't been thrown away completely. Otherwise, it's really hopeless. The old man raised a fist. Practice martial arts. The old man raised the other hand and put 2 fingers together. Practice swordsmanship. Then the old man stood up and looked down at Chen Pinggan condescendingly, saying, even if you can have both, how do you divide the primary and the secondary? If you divide the primary and the secondary, how do you divide the primary and the secondary? You don't understand anything. You're a mass of paste and muddle-headed all day long. Serves you right for walking in circles outside the city gate with the city gate wide open. You're so proud of yourself, telling yourself that it's not that you can't break through the bottleneck, but that you're just unwilling to do so. Speaking of which, it's really easy for you to reach the 6th level. It's just like a person with feces all over his pants. When you enter the house, you mistakenly think that you can change into clean clothes. In fact, those feces are also brought into the house. They're not on your body, they're still in the house. Fortunately, you didn't break through by accident. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the nerve to come up to the 2nd floor with feces and urine all over your body to see me after reaching the 6th level from the 5th level. The old man lightly stomped his foot. Chen Pinggan's back was blown tightly against the wall by the fierce wind. He had no choice but to use his elbows to support himself against the wall and try his best to not let the back of his head lean against the wall. A surge of pure zhenqi in his body roamed through his acupuncture points like a fire dragon. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked over. He still stood where he was, but he suddenly raised his foot and kicked in the direction of Chen Pinggan's forehead. With a bang, the back of Chen Pinggan's head crashed heavily against the wall. The pure zhenqi in his body also stopped advancing. It was like a heavy mountain, pressing down on the fire dragon until it could only crawl on the ground. The old man clicked his tongue and said, Chen Pinggan, have you really never thought about why you're still hanging on to your last breath after not practicing for 3 years? You have to know that fist intent can continue to temper itself even when you're not practicing, but can the bones of your body withstand it? Do you really think you're a martial artist at the Golden Body Realm? Have you never asked yourself? Chen Pinggan had difficulty breathing, his face twisted. He knew that he would have to suffer greatly when he returned to the bamboo tower, but he didn't expect it to be so straightforward. However, the old man's question made Chen Pinggan's heart stop as if it was on the brink of death. His mind suddenly stopped, and he temporarily abandoned the suppression brought about by the old man's fist intent. He calmed his heart and gathered his zhenqi, concentrating on this question that he had vaguely thought about before. The old man raised his foot again and kicked Chen Pinggan's abdomen, where the wall was. A wisp of fist intent and zhenqi just happened to hit that extremely fine fire dragon zhenqi. Chen Pinggan vaguely sensed that the fire dragon's head, tail, and 4 claws were outside his heart's door. Suddenly, 3 strings of sounds like firecrackers and spring thunder burst out outside his heart's door. The old man said, obviously, there's a practitioner who's secretly nourishing this pure zhenqi of yours with a very clever and unique method. If I'm not wrong, it must be a Taoist master who implanted 3 flame seeds in the head of the fire dragon. As a Taoist's heavenly palace inner yard, he used the method of fire refinement to help you open up the spine joints of this fire dragon inch by inch, so that you can have the chance to radiate with glory and splendor. You'll be 1 step ahead of the others, skipping the 6 states and building the foundation of the golden body realm in advance. The effect is like the golden jade skeleton pursued by Taoists. It's not too big of a deal, but it's ingenious and the timing is excellent. Tell me, who is it? Chen Pinggan's face was blank. Since the old man had already seen through the root of the problem, he no longer made things difficult for Chen Pinggan. He restrained his momentum. Chen Pinggan sat against the wall, sweating profusely. In the end, Chen Pinggan had an epiphany. He smiled bitterly and said, I once met the master of a friend of mine. His Taoist name is Immortal Fire Dragon. Now that I think about it, when we parted, That Taoist with a fire dragon embroidered on his robe did reach out his finger and point at me a few times. The barefoot old man frowned. Why would this old immortal give you an opportunity for nothing? On the path of cultivation, fortune and misfortune were interdependent. Chen Pingan wiped his sweat and said with a smile, I just gave that friend a small seal personally carved by the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain. The old man nodded. The cultivators at the top of the mountain don't want to owe anything. They're afraid of karma. Since you gave it to him and he returned it, it makes sense. Then the old man suddenly asked, That's all? Without waiting for Chen Pingan to say anything. The old man kicked out. Chen Pingan's head felt as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. He hit the wall and fainted. The old man didn't even give Chen Pingan a chance to curse. The old man sneered. At such a young age, you're so lethargic. You really deserve a beating. Another kick sent Chen Pingan's body crashing into the wall. After falling to the ground, he bounced a little. Just as he woke up a little because of the pain, he fainted again because of the pain. From the beginning to the end, the old man didn't deliberately hide his aura and words. Under the eaves of the bamboo building, the female ghost, Sharu, sat on a small emerald green bamboo chair. She was uneasy. She swallowed her saliva and suddenly felt that compared to Chen Pingan, who was beaten to death as soon as he entered the building, she had really lived a pharaoh-like life in the past few years in Luopa Mountain. 4:59, Sharu suddenly stood up and looked up. On the second floor, the barefoot old man was holding Chen Pingan by the neck. He gently lifted him over the railing and casually threw him down. Sharu hurriedly caught him. The old man said, This guy thinks too much and doesn't sleep enough. Let him sleep first. During this time, don't let anyone disturb him. Sharu hurriedly placed Chen Pingan on the bed on the first floor and quietly left. She closed the door and obediently sat on the bamboo chair at the entrance like a door god. The old man walked down the bamboo building and came to the edge of the cliff. Today, the clouds were thick, blocking the view. The scenery was magnificent, like the wind shaking the waves. Standing at the top of Luopo Mountain was like standing in a swamp country. Slightly to the left, there was a mountain peak adjacent to Luopo Mountain. It stood alone above the sea of clouds, like an immortal walking on stilts. The old man casually waved his sleeve and easily scattered the sea of clouds. This scene made Sharu's eyelids tremble. She quickly looked down. If he were to slap her with his sleeve, he really didn't know if his soul would completely vanish into thin air. The Kui Dongshan she was most afraid of had visited Luopo Mountain on the second floor. Sharu had never seen Kui Dongshan in such a daze. The old man sat in the room and didn't walk out. Kui Dongshan sat in the corridor outside. He also didn't walk in, but he called the old man grandfather. From that moment on, Sharu knew how to deal with the old man. It was very simple. Try not to appear in the old man's sight. The old man stopped and looked into the distance. A huge black snake with golden lines on its belly and 4 claws rapidly climbed up the mountain from the mountain gate. As it approached the bamboo building, the black snake didn't dare to approach. Pei Qian knew that it followed the rules, so he didn't make things difficult for it. He floated to the ground, bent his body, and ran forward. The girl in pink followed behind like a fluttering butterfly, extremely cute. The green-robed child appeared to be in low spirits. He slid down the black snake's tail and slowly hung behind the 2 fellows. Just as he was about to see Chen Pingan, the green-robed child did not know why, but he still felt a little guilty. When Pei Qian arrived at the bamboo building, Sharu hurriedly repeated the old man's words. Pei Qian was both disappointed and worried. She walked softly at the entrance of the bamboo building, trying to see through the gaps of the green bamboo. Of course, she didn't see anything. She didn't give up. She didn't give up and walked around the bamboo building. She walked around the bamboo building and finally sat on Sharu's bamboo chair. She crossed her arms and sulked. Pei Qian secretly cast a glance at the girl in pink. The girl in pink immediately understood and ran to the barefoot old man, asking softly, "Grandpa Kui, is my master all right?" The old man nodded and said, "It's a little troublesome, but it's not to the extent that there's no way to solve it. After Chen Pingan has enough sleep, we can feed him some punches and he'll be able to turn the situation around. Feed him? She knew what happened to her grandpa back then. It was truly tragic. The little boy in green who had been eavesdropping on the conversation had a sad look on his face. Poor grandpa. He jumped into a fire pit the moment he got home. No wonder he had to wander for 5 years before he was willing to come back. If it was him, he might not even dare to come back for 50 years. Chen Pingan slept for a full 2 days and 1 night before waking up. When he opened his eyes, he sat up like a carp and walked out of the house, only to find Pei Qian and Zhu Lian keeping watch outside the door. Each of them had a small bamboo chair. Pei Qian was leaning against the back of the chair, his legs stretched out. He was already sound asleep, and was even drooling. To Charcoal, this was probably what it meant to be unable to do anything about life. Chen Pingan walked softly and squatted down. He looked at Pei Qian. After a while, she raised her arm and wiped her drool. Then, she went back to sleep. She mumbled softly in her sleep. Chen Pingan stood up and gestured for Zhu Lian to follow him. The two of them went to the edge of the cliff. There was a stone table with a chessboard carved on it and 4 simple stone stools carved with cloud patterns. Zhu Lian lowered his voice and chuckled. If Pei Qian saw you like this, she would be heartbroken. Chen Pingan sighed. It's already very good. Back then, I prepared for the worst. I thought that I wouldn't be able to escape from Book Lake for 7 to 8 years. Zhu Lian nodded. Although I don't know the exact reason, I didn't dare to ask about some of the letters. But for you to live like this, it must be an extremely difficult matter. Chen Pingan took out 2 jugs of Crying of the Crow wine from the Book Lake and gave Zhu Lian a jug each. He gently clinked glasses with Zhu Lian. Chen Pingan leaned against the stone table with one arm resting on top of it. He took a sip of wine and sighed. It's a long story. What is strength of character? It's nothing more than being able to endure the hardships of the heavens. Zhu Lian turned his head and stared at Chen Pingan's side profile. He took a sip of wine and advised softly, although you look haggard now, I've been in the field of love. I know that you're the most loved by women. In the future, when you go down the mountain to the small town or the county capital, you'd better wear a bamboo hat to cover yourself. Otherwise, be careful that you don't repeat the mistakes of Xiang Manor. All you did was give the women on the street a few more glances and you incurred a few romantic debts out of thin air. It had been a long time since he was flattering. Chen Pingan rubbed his cheeks and smiled. Do you think I'm stupid or those women are blind? Zhu Lian sighed. You'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. Just you wait. When you go out of the mountain, you'll be... Chen Pingan hurriedly waved his hand. Stop, stop. Drink your wine. Zhu Lian was heartbroken. Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. Chen Pingan smiled but did not speak. Borrowing the pure moonlight that spilled over the world, he squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Although he was currently looking towards the south, Chen Pingan's new home was to the north of Luo Po Mountain. Other than Oxhorn Mountain, where the cloth shop had originally set up camp, there were other immortal forces that had planned to jump off the sunken ship of Dali, including the Shu family of Qingfeng City, who had chosen Cinnabar Mountain. There were also other immortal forces, such as Xieyu's Back, Sword Prayer Platform, Wei Xia Peak, and Mount Grey. Other than Sword Prayer Platform, which was located in the westernmost part, where it was lonely and its peak was not large, the rest were located in the southern part of the western mountain range, not far from Luo Po Mountain. Especially Mount Grey, which occupied a vast area. The previous immortal force had already spent a lot of money, and with the hard work of a large number of Lu family survivors, they had already built a continuous stretch of immortal mansion, like a paradise on Earth. In the end, it was equivalent to half selling and half giving it away to the Dali Imperial Court. No one knew what they were thinking now, but they were probably regretting it. The gold and copper coins that the Song clan owed in Old Dragon City had been used by Wei Pai to act as a middleman, and then Chen Pingan used them to buy the mountain. Then it was written off, so it was quite refreshing. This was especially true of the Oxhorn Mountain, which was the site of the Immortals Ferry. Chen Pingan was about to acquire it, but he had to temporarily put his name on Wei Ba's side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a proper name, and the benefits would be too great. Chen Pinggan would also be envied by the nobles of the Great Li. However, in private, the source of the Oxhorn Mountain was the source of the Immortals Ferry. Chen Pinggan and Wei Ba would split the profits 50-50. In the past, he had helped Jiu Kan's family fight for water in the fields countless times. He never thought that he would be able to guard such a fertile land with an amazing harvest today. Chen Pinggan collected his thoughts and asked, "Zhu Lian, don't you often spar with Senior Kui?" Zhu Lian smiled and shook his head. Senior's fists are extremely hard. He has already reached the end of the martial path that we martial artists dream of. Who doesn't admire him? It's just that I don't want to disturb Senior's peaceful cultivation. Zhu Lian leaned back and turned to look at the bamboo house. "Senior, you don't mind what I said, right?" There was silence. There was no response. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Senior, other than occasionally traveling the mountains with the mountain walking staff and sparring with the old masters of Linlu Academy in Mount Biyun, you're usually not willing to show your face. You're like a wandering cloud or a wild crane." Zhu Lian remembered something and said, "I accidentally found a good seedling in the county capital. She is a young lady from a rich family who moved to Longquan from the capital of the Great Li. She is young, 13 years old, about the same age as our Mona. Although she has just started learning martial arts and started a little late, it is still not too late. I have already explained it clearly to her elders. Now, I am just waiting for the young master to nod his head, and I will take her to Luo Po Mountain. Now, there are several new mansions in Luo Po Mountain. Apart from our own residence, it is more than enough to receive people and things. Moreover, it is all paid by the Great Li." Chen Pinggan nodded. Now that there were many people in Luo Po Mountain, it was indeed necessary to build these residences. However, after signing an official contract with Dallas Ministry of Rights to buy these mountains, even if they were to exclude the few mountains rented to Wanteng, it would be no problem for each person to occupy a mountain. They were really rich and powerful. At that time, Chen Pinggan would become the biggest landlord in Longquan, second only to Wanteng. He would occupy 30% of the western mountains. Other than the small and exquisite Zhengzhou Mountain, any other mountain would have abundant spiritual energy, enough for a Jindan earthly immortal to cultivate. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "If you're willing to bring her up the mountain, of course, you can. But what's her status in Luo Po Mountain? As your disciple?" If she was Zhu Lian's first disciple in the world, Chen Pinggan was really looking forward to her martial arts journey. Among the 4 people in the picture scroll of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Zhu Lian's realm was the highest. He was a true martial artist of the remote travel realm. Although he took a shortcut, Chen Pinggan felt deep in his heart that Zhu Lian's choice seemed to be eager for quick success, but it was actually the best choice. Zhu Lian shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in being someone's master. Let her be a registered disciple of Luo Po Mountain first. In the future, if anyone takes a fancy to her bone structure and aptitude, just take her away. What I'm doing is just to keep the goodies within the family. I want to add some liveliness to young master's Luo Po Mountain. Otherwise, it's full of ghosts and monsters. It doesn't seem right and I feel that it's not good for feng shui. Speaking of which, if this was in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, a disciple with the girl's talent would be like someone I picked up on the side of the road when I went to the bookstore to buy books. But in my hometown, I reckon that a basket of Jianghu masters would fight over her, with brains splattering everywhere. It's very Jianghu." Zhu Lian crossed his legs and pinched the wine pot made by the immortals with 2 fingers. He gently shook it and sighed, "It's worthy of being called the vast world. Heroes come forth in large numbers. It's definitely not something that Lotus Flower Blessed Land can compare to." Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "How did you convince the girl's family? The poor learn literature and the rich learn martial arts. It's not a joke." Zhu Lian chuckled and said, "It's not complicated. The reason why that family moved to Longquan County was because they couldn't survive in the capital. Beauty is a source of trouble. The girl's temper is stubborn and her parents and elders are also unyielding. She was unwilling to bow her head and provoked the local power that she shouldn't have provoked. I helped to settle that group of people who chased after her. The girl is a family person who values relationships. There are already 2 scholars in the family and they don't need her to support the family. Now that she has implicated her elder brother and younger brother, she already feels very guilty. Thinking that she can rely on the immortal power in Longquan County, she agreed without a second word. Actually, what's the matter with learning martial arts and how much suffering one has to go through? She's also a simple and silly girl. However, since she's chosen by me, she naturally doesn't lack spiritual energy. Young master, when the time comes, you'll know when you see her. She's similar to Sui Yuyu but not quite the same. Chen Pingan made a sound of acknowledgement. Zhu Lian's work was still reliable. Zhu Lian suddenly turned his head and roared, "Useless thing, your master is going on a long journey again. Why are you still sleeping?" Pei Qian fell down together with the bamboo chair. In a daze, she saw a familiar figure and rushed over. In the end, when she saw Chen Pingan's appearance, she immediately burst into tears like raindrops. Her charcoal-like face wrinkled and the corners of her mouth lowered. She couldn't speak. How did Master become like this? So dark and thin, why did he learn from her? Chen Pingan sat up straight and smiled. Why haven't you grown after staying in Luopa Mountain for 3 years? Why, can't you eat your fill? Are you just busy playing? Did you forget to copy books? Pei Qian hugged Chen Pingan and cried loudly. She was extremely sad. That year, she should have shamelessly followed her master. With her taking care of her master's food and living, even if she was clumsy, at least there would be someone who could talk to her master and relieve her boredom on the other side of Calligraphy Lake. Chen Pingan glared at Zhu Lian who was gloating at the side. Zhu Lian lifted the wine pot and drank a big mouthful of wine. Then, while Chen Pingan was softly comforting Pei Qian, Zhu Lian took the small pot with half a pot of wuti wine and got up to leave. It was as if he wanted to leave the moonlight and time for the master and disciple who had been separated for a long time. Pei Qian finally sat down on a stone bench by the side with a crying nose. She had grown a little taller, but it was not obvious. An ordinary 13 or 14-year-old girl's figure should be like a willow by now. Her face should also have grown out. But Pei Qian seemed to still be the charcoal girl who was separated in Red Candle Town. She chattered and told her master about her great achievements in Longquan County. Every once in a while, she would go down the mountain to take care of her master's ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. Every year during the first month and Qingming Festival, she would go to the grave and take care of the 2 shops in Riding Dragon Alley. Every day, when she was not copying books, she also had to hold a mountain staff and ride the Black Snake. She cautiously and conscientiously patrolled the area of Luopa Mountain to prevent thieves from sneaking into the bamboo house. She also had to practice the 6-step stance and 18 stops of sword chi that her master taught her. She also had to practice the white ape's backsword technique and dragging blade technique that her elder sister taught her. Not to mention, she had to perfect the crazy demon sword technique that was only a little bit away from reaching the peak. In short, she was very busy. She did not fool around at all. She did not neglect her duties. As for small things like chasing dogs, fighting geese, and kicking shuttlecock, she felt that there was no need to nag with her master. As her master's first disciple, these soul-stirring deeds and feats were her duty. There was no need to show them off. Chen Pingan patiently listened to Pei Qian's exaggerated words and asked with a smile, "Senior Kui didn't teach you anything?" Pei Qian rolled her eyes, shook her head hard, and said pitifully, "The old master has a high vision and looks down on me." "Master, you don't know that the old master has a very high demeanor. As a senior in Jianghu, he is more sage-like than the cultivators on the mountain. I really admire him. Alas, it's a pity that I can't enter the old master's eyes. I can't let the old master teach me a thing or two about the crazy demon sword technique. In Luopa Mountain, this is the only thing that makes me feel sorry for my master." Probably afraid that Chen Pingan would not believe it, Pei Qian, who had already flattered both sides with words, clapped her fists and said angrily, "I'm the one who disgraced my master." Chen Pingan bent forward and flicked his finger on Pei Qian's forehead, causing Pei Qian to hold his head in pain and suck in a breath of cold air. Chen Pingan said with a smile, if you can't bear the pain, just tell me the truth. What high vision? Who are you trying to fool? Pei Qian rubbed her slightly red forehead, widened her eyes, and said with a stunned face, Master, did you learn the mind-reading technique of the immortals when you went out this time? Master, what's wrong with you? Why can you learn powerful skills no matter where you go? You still want me, the first disciple, to catch up with you? Can I only eat the dust behind you for the rest of my life? Chen Pingan twisted the ear of this flatterer. Oh, continue to make up stories. I'll see how long you can make up stories. Pei Qian grinned, but when she saw her master's face, she was about to cry again. She didn't even have the mood to joke with her master and lowered her head. Chen Pingan sighed, patted her little head, and said with a smile, let me tell you a piece of good news. Soon, Mount Huameng, Mount Cinnabar, and the back of the fish will all be your masters. Also, I will take half of the immortal ferry on Mount Oxhorn. In the future, you can righteously collect tolls from all kinds of people who come and go. Pei Qian was not in a good mood and said, oh. Chen Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and continued to look at the night scene south of Mount Luopa. It was said that when the weather was clear, as long as one's eyesight was good enough, one could see the outline of Red Candle Town and Xiuhua River. Pei Qian lay on the stone table, her finger gently stroking the lines on the chessboard, and looked at her master without blinking. Both of them were speechless. After receiving the news from Zhu Lian, the little boy in green and the girl in pink rushed over from the newly built mansion. Chen Pingan turned his head and waved with a smile, asking them to take a seat. Together with Pei Qian, they were just enough to fill the table. The girl in pink ran over quickly and bowed to Chen Pingan. She said respectfully, Master. The little boy in green also followed suit and bowed. When he raised his head, he smiled brightly. Master, you're finally willing to come back. Why didn't you bring a few beautiful ladies with you? The girl in pink glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. The little boy in green picked his nose and sat on the stone stool opposite Chen Pingan. Imitating Pei Qian, he lay on the table and asked with a puzzled expression, Master, are you wearing a leather mask when you travel the world? It's late at night, and I'm timid. It looks old and scary. Hurry up and take it off. Chen Pingan smiled. Does this mean you don't want the red packets? The little boy in green looked up and looked left and right. I didn't expect that after looking at you closely, you're becoming more manly. Chen Pingan scratched his head. Luopa Mountain? Just change it to Flattery Mountain. Chen Pingan then took out 3 items from the pile of items in front of him. The 9 Palaces treasure box given by the old cultivator at Thousand Ravine Kingdom, the old Dragon Rain jade pendant compensated by the Fu family in Old Dragon City, and a fox skin beauty talisman. He gave them to Pei Qian, the little boy in green, and the girl in pink. When Pei Qian opened it, he saw a dazzling array of small items. They were exquisite and unique, and most importantly, there were many of them. The little boy in green hesitated for a moment, but still took the priceless old Dragon Rain jade pendant. The girl in pink held the fox skin talisman lovingly. Chen Pingan explained to her with a smile. In the future, you don't have to clean the house by yourself. After pouring in spiritual qi, you can get a talisman puppet to help you. Its intelligence is no different from an ordinary girl's, and it can even chat with you. The girl in the pink dress stood up and bowed to Chen Pingan to express her gratitude. Chen Pingan could not stop her. The little boy in green suddenly said, Isn't it a little too expensive? Chen Pingan joked, Did the sun rise from the west? The little boy in green sighed and thought for a moment. I can't accept it. I just happened to hear about the rarity of this old Dragon City jade pendant. It's not like it's a snake gall stone that involves the great Tao. No matter how much you give me, I won't refuse it. The little boy in green placed the jade pendant on the table. Chen Pingan saw the determination in his eyes. He did not insist that he accept this gift, nor did he put it back into his sleeve. He picked up the Wuti wine and drank a mouthful. I heard that your brother Yu River Water God came to our Longquan County. The little boy in green drooped his head. Isn't that so? Chen Pingan said, Don't think that you're stupid. It's your brother water god who isn't smart enough. If he comes again in the future, do what you need to do. If you don't want to see him, just pick a place to go into seclusion. Let Pei Qian help you stop him. If you still want to see him, just continue to treat him with good wine. If you don't have money to buy wine, you can borrow money or wine from me. The little boy in green had a rather strange expression. I thought you would advise me not to see him. Chen Pinggan smiled. We've been friends for several hundred years. It's a bit of a pity to part just like that. However, friends can continue to be friends. If there are some things that you can't help with, just tell them directly. If they're really friends, they'll understand. The little boy in green muttered, in the Jianghu, it's not very heroic to tell your brothers that you can't do it. The moment the little boy in green finished saying this, he felt even more guilty. Chen Pinggan smiled. All right, as long as it's related to money, even if you still want to puff yourself up at your own cost with the water god brother, you can still insist that you can do it. It's all right. When the time comes, you can still come to me to borrow money. I guarantee that you'll still be that generous and heroic second-in-command of the Imperial River sect. The little boy in green was completely stunned. He could not be bothered to address him as master and directly called him by his name. Chen Pinggan, did someone knock your head off during this trip? Chen Pinggan sat there quietly with his hands in his sleeves. A cool breeze brushed past his face. One day, when you understand that brothers are no longer brothers. Even if we can't be friends, you can at least have a clear conscience and admit that you've never done anything wrong to your brothers. In Luopa Mountain, it's not like we can't eat. In the Jianghu, as long as there's wine to drink, what's money? You don't have it, but I do. You don't have much, but I have a lot. The little boy in green grabbed the old dragon rain pendant and wiped his face. Without saying anything, he ran away. Pei Qian and the girl in pink looked at each other. Chen Pinggan actually still had some things that he did not say to the little boy in green. No matter what, Chen Pinggan did not wish for the little boy in green to be too disappointed in the Jianghu that he had been longing for. Wei Pai suddenly appeared at the edge of the cliff and coughed lightly. Chen Pinggan, I have a piece of news to tell you. Chen Pinggan stood up. What is it? Wei Pai pointed to the mountain gate. A good lady visited Luopa Mountain at night. 460. Chen Pinggan asked tentatively, Miss Wan? Wei Pai nodded with a smile. Chen Pinggan asked, do I need you to remind me of this? With Miss Wan's temper, she will definitely come to the bamboo house when she climbs the mountain. Wei Ba's face was full of hurt, as if his good intentions had been taken for granted. Chen Pinggan laughed angrily, I'm just meeting Miss Wan. Although it's night, there's nothing for you to see under the watchful eyes of so many people. Are you, the god of Beiyu, so free? Wei Ba was full of righteousness. He pointed at the mountain gate and then pointed at Chen Pinggan. Now that my northern mountain territory has been divided into the inner yard and outer yard, how can I not pay attention when the two biggest landlords of the inner yard meet? Chen Pinggan ignored Wei Pai and got up to greet Wan Xiu. Since he knew that she was coming to visit, as the leader of Luopa Mountain, he had to show some etiquette. Wei Pai did not go with him. He stayed where he was and said to himself, is there really nothing? This guy seems to be very open and honest. Pei Qian was happier than anyone else when she heard that it was the sister in green who was especially kind and gentle to her. She jumped up and ran away, but ran into a ripple of mountain mist. She staggered and found herself standing beside the stone table again. Pei Qian looked left and right and found that there were some subtle ripples around. She said angrily, Mr. Wei, you're a mountain god. Don't you feel ashamed to use such a despicable trick? Wei Pai said helplessly, why are you meddling? For example, your master is sleepy and wants to sleep. Is it appropriate for you to carry a big lantern and wander around the house? Pei Qian crossed her arms and rubbed her chin with 2 fingers. She was lost in thought. After a while, she asked seriously, it's not appropriate to sleep when we haven't officially married, right? I heard that Master Wan is old now and his eyesight is not good, so he doesn't like my master being together with Big Sister Wan. Why don't you accompany me to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect and chat with Master Wan? When the sun rises tomorrow, what is done cannot be undone. Even if she isn't second masteress, she will be second masteress. He, masteress and money, the more the merrier. Of course, these were just Pei Qian's jokes. In any case, Master wasn't here, and Wei Pai wasn't the kind of guy who liked to complain, so Pei Qian's words and actions were unscrupulous, and he did as he pleased. However, in Longquan County, Pei Qian liked Ruan Xiu the most. This was true. Pei Qian was close to Ruan Xiu from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't just because he had seen Kui Dongshan's painting of the River of Time. After Pei Qian arrived at Luopa Mountain, he was delighted when he first saw the long ponytailed green-clothed sister. And when Pei Qian looked at Ruan Xiu, it was as if he was looking at an incomparably warm painting. It wasn't the bone-chilling scene of Kui Dongshan, but the boiling of the sea and the boiling of the lake. There was a woman sitting high on a throne, holding her chin with one hand as she looked down at the ground. In her other hand, the blurry big sister Ruan Xiu held a round sun that seemed to have been plucked from the dome of the sky. She gently twisted it, and it seemed to be the densest essence of fire in the world, releasing countless rays of light that illuminated the surroundings. However, Pei Qian didn't even tell the pink-dressed girl about this secret. He was only willing to tell his master when he was alone with him in the future. Wei Pai had a headache. Fortunately, the old man surnamed Kui had already walked out of the bamboo house. Pei Qian immediately sat back down on the stone bench and turned to ask the pink-dressed girl if she had any melon seeds. The latter quickly took out a handful and handed it to her master's first disciple. The two of them had a good relationship. Pei Qian lowered her head and munched on the melon seeds. She was still a little afraid of the barefooted old man, especially after hearing the pink-dressed girl mention her master's martial arts experience. Pei Qian almost had nightmares, so she would rather wander outside all day, afraid that the old man would see through her as a rare martial arts prodigy. The old man said to Pei Qian and the pink-dressed girl, "Why aren't you going back to sleep?" Pei Qian had no choice but to leave with the pink-dressed girl. Not far from the bamboo house, there were a few small mansions built. Pei Qian and the pink-dressed girl lived in the same courtyard as neighbors. The old man looked towards the mountain gate and sneered, "Since he dares to come to see me with a sword on his back, it means that his temperament hasn't changed much." Wei Pai asked with a smile, "If Chen Pinggan didn't dare to carry a sword on his back and cowered, wouldn't Mr. Kui be worried?" The old man laughed out loud. "Worried? It's just a matter of feeding him a few more punches and he'll turn back to that little brat. There's no reason in the world that can't be explained with fists. There are only two kinds of reasons. I can explain it with one punch. Other than that, 2 punches can enlighten people." Wei Pai smiled bitterly. "Mr. Kui is from an aristocratic family. So what if I was the head of the Kui family? Did I become a saint of the academy? If I can't do anything with my studies, did I teach the descendants of a saint?" The old man mocked himself. "So I know that it's not easy for a scholar to do things, and I also know the weakness of a scholar." Wei Pai did not say anything else. The most eye-catching mountain god of the Aquarius continent stood at the edge of the cliff. He was handsome, his white robe fluttering in the wind. He was like a jade-white Ganoderma that grew from the cliff. The old man asked, "Why did Ruan Tong suddenly change his mind and not accept the immortal ferry left behind by Bao Tongjai on Oxhorn Mountain? Why did he give such a great advantage to you and Chen Pinggan?" Wei Pai said, "I thought that Mr. Kui wouldn't care about these worldly affairs." The old man twitched the corner of his mouth. "Zhu Lian is a scoundrel. When he was playing 5-in-a-row with those kids here, he deliberately nagged and didn't find it annoying. There were several times when I almost couldn't hold back and punched him off the cliff." Wei Pai had a good chat with Zhu Lian and regretted not meeting him sooner. To what extent did Zhu Lian harm him? He was so powerful that Wei Pai sincerely thought that if he had known Zhu Lian for a few years, he could have untied the knot in his heart a few years earlier. He would not have brushed past her on the path of Chiduan Mountain for the last time and did not even dare to look at her. Instead, he should have left the Chiduan Mountain as soon as possible to find her. Even if it was destined that the two of them would not be able to be together forever, Since he was the god of mountains and rivers and lived as long as the immortals, he should be closer to her in every lifetime. He should be able to see her joys and sorrows instead of hiding in the Chiduan mountain and sighing year after year. As for why Zhu Lian was unwilling to learn from Mr. Kui, Wei Pai had never asked. At that moment, Wei Pai explained, regarding the purchase of mountains, I had 2 open and honest conversations with Sage Wan in private. On the one hand, Sage Wan rented Chen Ping'an's mountains for hundreds of years. At that time, it was naturally mutually beneficial. Chen Ping'an only kept Luopa Mountain and Zhengzhou Mountain so that they would not be in the limelight and would not be jealous of many cultivators from Dallas capital and other places. Sage Wan could also expand the territory of the mountain. However, later on, Chen Ping'an rose rapidly and had no worries about protecting himself. Sage Wan felt a little guilty and felt that the contract that was originally made out of kindness was a loss for Chen Ping'an. That was why he was willing to take back the ferry and sell it. In this way, with my mediation, the Dali Imperial Court, Oxhorn Mountain Bundle House, and Chen Ping'an would have a way out for all 3 parties. Wei Pai smiled and said, after all, the Dali Imperial Court is more willing to see me and Sage Wan have a harmonious relationship. The old man smiled playfully. As for the other aspect, Wan Ting does not wish to have too much involvement with Chen Ping'an. The more fair the transaction is, the less shameless Chen Ping'an will be to abduct his daughter. Wei Pai did not comment on this. This was almost becoming Wan Ting's sore point. Wei Pai and the old man looked at the foot of the mountain together and smiled at each other. It was rare to see a sage who was in charge of a region fall to such a state. Wei Pai said, I'll go and ease Sage Wan's mind. The old man nodded, if it's a family in the marketplace, as a parent, it's fine. However, this blacksmith in the Wind Snow Temple has made me look at him in a new light. Wei Pai disappeared in a flash. In the northern mountains of Dali, Wei Pai was the master of mountains and rivers. He was even more legitimate than Sage Wan Ting. Even if the other 4 mountains of Dali were confirmed in the future, Wei Pai would still be the one with the most vast territory among the 5 mountain gods of the entire Aquarius continent. Due to the geographical situation of the Aquarius continent, it was long in the north and narrow in the east and west. This meant that the east and west peaks would have an inherent disadvantage compared to the north and south peaks. Dallas' roots were still in the north. Now the capital was the place where the Song clan prospered. Their ancestral properties were all in the north. This made the north peaks slightly higher than the south peaks. Therefore, even if the overall situation of the continent was settled, the Song clan would most likely not move to the south of the central Tsai Kingdom and Sheshui Kingdom in one go because there was a Lakeview Academy there. The Song clan would not break off their own will and split the north and south. Therefore, when the hooves of the Dali cavalry stepped on the coast of the South Sea of Old Dragon City, the only mountain god who could wrestle with Wei Pai was Zhongyue. Halfway up Luopa Mountain, Chen Ping'an and Ruan Xiu met. Ruan Xiu looked at the young man who stopped and waved. She blinked her eyes and walked forward quickly. Then, the 2 of them climbed up the mountain side by side. There was no unfamiliarity between friends after not seeing each other for a long time. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, I actually saw your attack at Bookslip Lake and Furong Mountain from afar when I was at Verdant Canyon Island. It was very imposing. Ruan Xiu was slightly embarrassed and said softly, I went down the mountain to train with a bunch of Dali clingers to the south. Later, I met Kui Dongshan who claimed to be your student and went to Meili Kingdom together. Chen Ping'an nodded and said, later, I traveled to Meili Kingdom with my friends. I even saw the battlefield where you chased Zhu Ying's swordsman. It was at the Spring Flower River. Ruan Xiu did not speak. What Spring Flower River? She had no impression of it at all. She had never bothered to remember these things. Even though she had seen many people and things during this trip to the south after leaving the Immortals Ferry and passing through the Stonehow Kingdom in a carriage, she still could not remember anything. On Mount Furong, she had acted on her own and controlled the fire dragon to kill the young man with great martial arts luck. As compensation, she had found 3 new candidates for the Li Klingman on her way back to the north. She had a good relationship with them, but in the end, she could not even remember the names of the 3 children. But she remembered a lot of the local delicacies in Green Tong City. Ruan Xiu suddenly said, "Not far to the north, my father just bought a Golden Dragon Mountain. It's not far from Luopa Mountain and Grey Mist Mountain. My father plans to build a new sword furnace over there. The work on the top of the mountain is rushing through the night. Tonight, I went over to take a stroll, and then I saw the strange phenomenon of your sea of clouds being scattered by someone. I was somewhat worried about Pei Qian, so I came to take a look." Chen Pinggan held back his laughter. But he did not say anything. Others did not know the depth of the martial arts of old Yang Kui, but God Wei Pai and Saint Wan Tong were definitely the most familiar with each other besides old Yang of the medicine shop. If Wan Tong knew, it usually meant that Ruan Xiu would also know. Ruan Xiu also laughed. Lying was indeed not her strong suit. Her father had never been deceived. He liked to expose people in front of him every time, but the person beside him would not expose him. Chen Pinggan did not go to the bamboo building. Instead, he took Ruan Xiu all the way to the top. As the owner of Luopa Mountain, Chen Pinggan had never been to the mountain temple at the top of the mountain. The two of them were just chatting about trivial things. For example, the results of the renovation of the Immortal Tomb, the business of the two shops in Dragon Riding Alley, the nest of chickens that Chen Pinggan asked her to take care of, and the dog. Near the mountain temple. Chen Pinggan was about to speak. Ruan Xiu stopped and turned to look into the distance. She smiled and said, "I know what you want to say." Chen Pinggan sat on the steps with a calm expression. The steps they were on were illuminated by the moonlight. There were ancient trees on both sides of the path. Above the stone steps, the moonlight was like a stream flowing down the slope. In the water, there were intersecting algae, pine trees, and cypresses. This scene was like a dream. Chen Pinggan said calmly, "It seems that no matter what I say, it will be wrong. But if I don't say it, it will be even more wrong. It will be best if I think too much. When a man is liked by a woman, no one will be unhappy. This is human nature. Even if many men have a girl they like, they will deliberately get involved with other good girls. It is not good for me to say that these men are wrong. I believe that many men find joy in this and even think that it is a great thing. But this is not human nature for me, Chen Pinggan. If I really do that, I will be letting Ning Yao and Miss Ruan down. But if I misunderstood Miss Ruan and thought too much, that would be for the best. But even if Miss Ruan is angry with me and we can't even be friends in the future, I still have to make things clear today. Miss Ruan, you have helped me a lot over the years and I remember it in my heart. To be honest, even if it is in front of Ning Yao, I will still tell her that Miss Ruan's kindness is something I am grateful for. One cannot forget one's roots. In another 10 or 100 years, as long as it is something that should not be forgotten, it should not be forgotten and it should be returned if it is possible. Of course, I like Miss Ruan, but it is not love between a man and a woman. If it is the other way around, some of my words and actions in the past have caused Miss Ruan to misunderstand. The fault is not with you, but with me, Chen Pinggan. If this is the case, what should I do? These words were like the stones in the stream, without any sharpness. But after all, it was a hard stone, not the intersecting algae floating in the air or the swimming fish in the water. Ruan Xiu looked at the young man who was sad and guilty. She was also sad. How could he be sad when he finally returned to his hometown? Moreover, it was because of her. As for liking and love, Ruan Xiu was actually not as conflicted as he imagined. As for right and wrong, she did not even think about it. If I like you, even God can't stop me. If I don't like you, even if you are God, it is useless. What a simple matter. This very lazy girl even felt that if she really liked someone or not, it had little to do with that person. But Ruan Xiu did not tell Chen Pinggan these thoughts in her heart. The great Tao was not fought over in a day or night. Ruan Xiu sat there quietly and asked, "If you had met me first and not Miss Ning, what would have happened?" Chen Pinggan shook his head without any hesitation. "Miss Ruan can ask this, but I can't think about it, so there will be no answer." Ruan Xiu propped up her cheeks with both hands and looked into the distance. She muttered, "In this matter, you are the same as my father. My father was very stubborn. He always refused to look for my mother's reincarnation. He said that even if he found her, she was no longer my real mother. Moreover, not everyone can recover the memories of their previous life, so it was better not to meet her. Otherwise, he would be letting her down, who always lived in his heart, and delay the women around him. When it came to Master Ruan, Chen Pinggan did not speak. Ruan Xiu turned her head and smiled. "Didn't you bring a gift back to your hometown this time?" Chen Pinggan awkwardly said, "How could I dare to bring a gift? If I didn't make things clear, wouldn't there be more misunderstandings?" Chen Pinggan immediately smiled in relief. "But in the future, I can bring a gift for Miss Ruan." Ruan Xiu tilted her head and smiled with a pair of watery eyes. She asked, "How did you make things clear?" Chen Pinggan's face was sluggish. He hurriedly reorganized his thoughts from beginning to end. Logically speaking, if Miss Ruan didn't like him, or if she really did like him a little, he could be considered to have made things clear. Ruan Xiu smiled. "That's enough. It's just that you don't like me that way, and you're afraid that I like you that way, and then you feel embarrassed. You're afraid that if you make things clear, you'll embarrass me and make things worse. In the future, we won't even be friends, right? Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm not lying to you. My like is not the kind of like you think. You'll understand in the future, or you can ask your disciple Kui Dongshan. In short, it won't delay us from being friends." Chen Pinggan nodded. Miss Ruan's words were a bit roundabout, but seemed to be more thorough than his. Ruan Xiu asked, "Does Miss Ning like you too?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I like it." Ruan Xiu grunted. "Chen Pinggan, why do you think so much? Why don't you think more for yourself?" Chen Pinggan didn't know how to answer. Ruan Xiu patted her knee and stood up. "All right, that's it. I suddenly feel a bit hungry. Let's go home for supper." Chen Pinggan also stood up and asked, "Why don't we go to my bamboo house? I have everything to make supper. There are a lot of ingredients in there, such as dried fish, dried bamboo shoots, ham, bacon, and many wild vegetables. They're all ready-made. If we stew them in a pot, it should taste good. It won't take much effort." Ruan Xiu smiled. "My father is still waiting at the foot of the mountain. I'm afraid that he won't be able to resist stewing you for supper." Chen Pinggan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ruan Xiu walked down the steps, turned around and smiled. "You don't have to send me off." Chen Pinggan said, "I'm going down the mountain too. Just send me to the fork in the road." The two slowly went down the mountain together. Ruan Xiu looked at ease, like a deity wandering in the forest at night. Then the two went their separate ways. Ruan Xiu continued to walk down the mountain. Chen Pinggan walked on the road to the bamboo house. Chen Pinggan suddenly thought of a beautiful sentence engraved on a bamboo slip. "The stars and moon are bright, the river is in the sky, there is no sound of people, the sound is in the trees." Outside Luopa Mountain, Wei Pai stood beside Ruan Qiong. The man sat on a huge rock. Wei Pai smiled. "Mr. Ruan, are you sure you don't want to go to Luopa Mountain? If I'm there and it's not suitable, I can leave. I guarantee that I won't see or hear anything from the mountain." Ruan Qiong drank wine and shook his head. "I'm not that despicable. If I don't trust Chen Pinggan, don't tell me I don't trust my own daughter." Wei Pai was speechless. "If you, Ruan Qiong, really trusted him, why did you come here secretly?" Ruan Qiong drank wine. Wei Bo stood to the side and accompanied him. Ruan Qiong asked, "Wei Pai, who do you think will be the emperor of Dali in the future?" Wei Pai was not afraid that someone would listen in. In the northern mountains, who would dare to do so? That would be courting death. As for the elder of the young medicine shop, he would not care about such things. Wei Pai thought for a moment and said, "For the time being, both Song Jisin and Song Jisin are possible. Of course, Song He is more likely. He has a deep foundation in the court and can convince the masses. As for Song Jisin, only the Ministry of Rights is desperate enough to secretly bet on him. But no matter what, this is not important. In the end, it only depends on the decision of the two. That Empress's words are useless. I think that Song Jianqiang and Kui Dong will make unexpected choices in the end. Ruan Chong said, Emperor Dali's departure is a bit coincidental. Wei Yipai smiled but did not say anything. Ruan Chong was Dali's top consecrator and the #1 swordsmith of the Aquarius continent that everyone wanted to curry favor with. His friends were all over the continent and his family was the Wind Snow Temple. The relationship between the two had never been broken. No one thought that Ruan Chong's relationship with the Wind Snow Temple had been broken. Otherwise, the Sword Immortal of the Wind Snow Temple would not have been on the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform. Instead, Ruan Chong would have simply abandoned the Wind Snow Temple and split it with the Martial Mountain. He, Wei Ba, was the god of mountains and rivers of the great Li's Song clan. Therefore, it would be better for him to speak less of such rebellious words. It was fine to talk about the two princes. It was also fine to talk about the vassal kings and the imperial tutor. However, Wei Yipai's position as the god of the northern mountains was personally sealed by the former emperor of Dali. Wei Yipai wanted to remember this favor. Therefore, regarding the matter of Song Zhengchun's life and death, whether it was mentioned by Ruan Chong or the old flood dragon of Huangting country, Wei Yipai had always been silent. In the distance, the figure of a woman in green appeared. She did not seem to be walking fast, but her figure floated over like smoke. When Ruan Xiu saw Ruan Chong and Wei Yipai, she first nodded to Wei Yipai and then looked at her father. Father, what a coincidence. Are you also out for a walk? Ruan Chong nodded and casually threw away the empty wine pot. Wei Yipai tactfully took his leave. Ruan Chong's lips moved slightly. In the end, he just took out a pot of wine from the nearby objects, opened the mud seal, and began to drink. Ruan Xiu smiled. Just now on Luopa Mountain, I met Chen Pinggan. Ruan Chong's face was stiff. What a coincidence. As expected of father and daughter. Ruan Xiu picked, and then told her father about the conversation between the two. The general meaning was the same, but Ruan Xiu changed some of the wording slightly. Ruan Chong took a big gulp of wine and wiped his mouth. He said in a low voice, Chen Pinggan is blind. What's wrong with my daughter that he doesn't like her? Who lent him the dog guts to dare not like her? Ruan Xiu smiled and narrowed her eyes. Ruan Chong was unusually angry. He took another big gulp of wine and was silent for a moment. However, this kid is still a kind person. He's not like many men who eat in their mouth but always think about what's in the pot. I can't find any fault with Chen Pinggan on this point. Ruan Chong suddenly said suspiciously, Xiu, could it be that this kid has become more and more cunning after 5 years in Jianghu and is deliberately retreating in order to advance? So that I won't be on guard against him? Ruan Xiu's eyes were somewhat disdainful. She looked at her father and didn't speak. Ruan Chong said resentfully, that kid shouldn't be so wicked. Ruan Chong asked curiously, Xiu, aren't you unhappy at all? Xiu, tell me the truth. Do you like Chen Pinggan or not? I'll ask you this once and never ask again, so you're not allowed to lie. Ruan Xiu smiled and raised her hands, shaking them vigorously. I don't. Ruan Chong was skeptical. If father fights with Chen Pinggan, who will you help? Ruan Xiu said confidently, of course I'll help father. Ruan Chong was somewhat gratified. He suddenly turned his head. Ruan Xiu's face was sincere, without any flaws. Go home early. Ruan Chong was slightly relieved. He rose from the ground and turned into a rainbow. Ruan Xiu was still leisurely walking through the mountain forest. Finally, she came to the side of a stream. She squatted there and scooped up some water. There was a bright moon in the water, fragmentary and round. At Luopo Mountain's bamboo tower, Chen Pinggan was about to sit alone at the stone table when old man Kui reached out and grabbed him, pulling him into a room on the second floor. Then, the old man kicked him in the stomach and sent him crashing into the wall. Chen Pinggan supported himself with one hand and flipped over. Just as he was about to land and stabilize himself, the old man's fist energy landed on his forehead. The bamboo tower shook and rumbled. It was obvious how powerful the punch was. Chen Pinggan, who was beaten up for no reason, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and cursed. Then, he said angrily, Fight a level 5 against a level 5 if you dare. The old man sneered and said, sure, we'll exchange it with the level 5 True Gods drumming style. Chen Pinggan charged forward with the 6-step stance. The old man did not move at all. He even put one hand behind his back and casually extended the other palm forward, indicating to Chen Pinggan to punch first. Chen Pinggan's 6th step landed heavily on the ground. His momentum was like a rainbow. Then, without warning, he turned and rushed out of the bamboo door on the 2nd floor that was still open. With a soft shout, the sword Immortal flew out of its scabbard. Stepping on the sword, it soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Chen Pinggan could accept punching. However, tonight, the old man had obviously taken the wrong medicine. It was as if he was using him as a punching bag. This would not do. The barefoot old man did not immediately punch him down. He clicked his tongue and said, "You're quite a slippery person. Why are you so stubborn when it comes to love? At such a young age, you've already lost everything. This is outrageous." The old man silently deduced in his heart for a moment. He stepped onto the railing outside the house and punched out. It was the Great Cloud Swamp style. Chen Pinggan, who thought he had escaped a disaster, had planned to admire the moon in the sky tonight. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive. He did not expect to be punched down to the mortal realm by the old man together with his sword. He was then gently pressed down by the old man's palm. It was as if a strong wind was pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. Chen Pinggan, who wanted to continue riding on the sword, was slapped into the forest. Chen Pinggan fell into a stream, creating a huge splash. The stream was not deep. Chen Pinggan stood up shakily from the water and rode the sword Immortal back into its scabbard. In the end, he saw Ruan Xiu, who was squatting by the stream, looking at him in a daze. Chen Pinggan bent over and panted heavily. Then, he wiped his face and said helplessly, "What a coincidence. We meet again." Ruan Xiu nodded. Chen Pinggan was about to say something. He was punched into the forest for no reason. A familiar voice roared, "Good boy, I knew you wouldn't give up. Are you done yet? Are you addicted to thinking about my daughter? You're even using the trick of injuring yourself?" Another punch came. The entire stream was cut in half by the passing fist aura. Chen Pinggan could only continue riding the sword Immortal out of its scabbard. Their minds were connected. They rode on the sword and escaped. After that, danger surrounded him. Chen Pinggan even used the mind talisman. As he fled in a panic, he muttered, "With Wei Pai, we can have another table." In the corner of his eye, a white-robed man stood on a towering ancient tree. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry." Wei Pai's voice was not loud, but Chen Pinggan heard it clearly. Chen Pinggan crashed into the ripples. In the next moment, he was already standing on the peak of the Cloud Pagoda mountain filled with immortal qi. He sat on the ground as if relieved of a burden. Fortunately, Wei Pai did not kick him when he was down. On the other side of the stream, Ruan Tian gently pressed on Ruan Xiu's shoulder and disappeared in a flash. After returning to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Ruan Tian personally made supper. The father and daughter sat opposite each other. Ruan Xiu was beaming. Ruan Tian sighed in his heart. It was better to be sad today than to give up in the future. On the other side of the Cloud Pagoda mountain, Wei Pai smiled and bent down to help the exhausted Chen Pinggan up. Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly. "Tonight is like a dream." Wei Pai smiled and stretched out his hand. A moment later, a green sparrow that was roaming the sea of clouds on the peak of the Cloud Pagoda mountain at night suddenly fell into the hands of this deity. Wei Pai held the green sparrow with one hand and waved his other hand gently. A white cloud cushion appeared behind Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged on the cushion. Wei Pai raised his hand slightly and the sparrow flew into the distance and returned to the sea of clouds. Wei Pai said softly, "Chen Pinggan, according to the contents of the letters you sent to the Cloud Pagoda Mountain and Kui Dongshan's chat at the Cloud Pagoda Mountain last time, I found a clue from them. It's a strange thing that you might not have noticed yourself." Chen Pinggan asked, "How is it strange?" Ever since he learned Go from Kui Dongshan, especially when he went to the Bookslip Lake, reviewing games was one of Chen Pinggan's daily homework. Wei Ba raised his eyes and looked into the distance. The sea of clouds couldn't block the sight of a mountain god at all. The Dragon Whisker River and Tiefu River were connected together, and even further away were the Embroidery River and Jade Liquid River in Red Candle Town. Wei Ba said slowly, "The chance that Ruan Xiu obtained in Black Pearl Grotto Heaven is the fire dragon coiling around the bracelet, right?" Chen Pinggan nodded. This was the obvious truth. Wei Pai said again, "Ever since Mr. Qi gave you the Seal of Mountain and Water, the Seal of Mountain was destroyed in the Battle of the Flood Dragon Ditch. Only the Seal of Water was left. First, you met a ghost in the wedding dress in the mansion with high water by the Embroidery River. Then, in the Tongye continent, you met the goddess of the buried river. In the Qingwan country, before you went to the Lion Garden, it was said that you inscribed on the inner wall of a water god temple. In the Xiang mansion of the Huangting country, you met the water god of the Baihu River who had evil intentions. No matter good or bad, it was still fate. On the other hand, there were only a few mountain deities among the mountain deities except for me. At least in your mind, even if you passed by, you didn't have a deep impression, right? Especially in the Book Slip Lake these years. How long have you been living near the water? It's been a long time, right?" Chen Pinggan thought seriously and nodded. "Could it be that you've forgotten who that little loach chose in the beginning?" "It was you, Chen Pinggan, not Jiu Kan." Wei Pai smiled sadly. "Then have you ever thought that you are so close to water, and Ruan Xiu? Is there a more justified fight between the great Tao than the fight between fire and water?" Chen Pinggan was stunned. Wei Pai sighed. Chen Pinggan suddenly laughed and pointed at the sword fairy behind him. "Don't worry, if there is a fight between fire and water, I will make way for Miss Ruan. The reason is simple. I am a swordsman. The great Tao of I, Chen Pinggan, is to travel with a sword on the road of martial arts, to fight with the hardest fist, to pass the fastest sword, to drink with reasonable people, and to fight against injustice with fists and swords." The young man who was almost skinny had never been so energetic in the past few years. "I hope that one day, when I, Chen Pinggan, stand somewhere, the reason will be there." 461. Wei Bo raised his head to look at the sky. The full moon hung high in the sky. It was only after he became the mountain god of Holy Water Country that he learned that in another world, there would be a spectacle of 3 moons competing for glory. Until now, Wei Pai could not imagine how many rules of great Tao would be produced in that world because of the 2 moons. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank the wine. He wanted to find a place with deep roots and rich water in Luopa Mountain to bury the wine that was stored in the square-inch item and the near-hand item. After careful calculation, there were quite a lot of types of wine. There was Osmanthus wine brewed by Lady Gui of Old Dragon City, well wine brewed by the Fairy of Tail Crossing, crow-crying wine from Bookslip Lake, and waterflower wine from Bio Mansion gifted by the goddess of the buried river. There was still more than half a jar left, but it should be in Bio Water Palace now. The Old Dragon coveted wine given by Wu Yi of Xiang Mansion and the yellow vine wine produced in Qingxia Island's hometown, also known as table wine. Chen Pinggan had drunk it before. It was mellow and easy to drink. Back then, when he thought of Pei Qian and the girl in pink who could drink a few cups during festivals, he bought a batch of old cellar wine during his travels. Anyway, it was wine from the market and was not expensive. Walking in the Jianghu, accompanied by books and swords, wine and horses, he would not be lonely. The trip to the North Continent, which had already been delayed for 3 years, could not be delayed any longer. By the end of the year, he would first go to the Colorful Robes Nation and the Comb Nation to meet some old friends. Then, he would take a cross-continent ferry to the famous continent where swordsmen were as common as clouds and fists were the most important. Wei Ba retracted his gaze and looked past the Luopa Mountain and the Chestun Mountain, all the way to the Red Candle Town in the south. As a mountain god, he could see the map of the territory clearly. As long as he wanted, he could see the water deity temple in the Red Candle Town and even every pedestrian on the street. Now, with the prosperity of Longquan County, Red Candle Town, which was a water transportation hub, became more prosperous as the place where the 3 rivers of Xiuhua River, Yuya River, and Chongdan River converged. The moon could not be seen when young, called a white jade plate. Immortals droop their feet, and Osman thus trees twirl around. This was a fragment of a poem passed down from Jiu Shu. Later on, it became a folk song in Red Candle Town. Regardless of age, all the boatmen loved to sing this song. Although he was now the North Peak god of Dali, the lowly status of all the boatmen in Red Candle Town's Pushure Bay could not be changed, except for the woman who was already cultivating in Eternal Spring Palace. 4 generations, the descendants of the 5 families of Divine Water Country could not get rid of their lowly status. They were nailed to Pushure Bay by the iron law of not being allowed to go ashore. Wei Pai had taken care of the 5 families of Pushure Bay for so many years, but after his meteoric rise, he had never intended to plead with Dali. After Wei Pai became the mountain god of Dali, he had done a lot of big things. Changing the boatman's status in Pushure Bay, not to mention the final success or failure, was just a small matter of greeting the Ministry of Revenue of Dali and the capital musical house. The result depended on whether the Minister of Rights and the imperial tutor, Kui Dong, nodded or not. However, Wei Pai did not open his mouth. Wei Pai was silent for a long time and said with a smile, "Chen Pinggan, since you have said heroic words, should we talk about some common affairs?" Previously, when Wei Ba had gone to welcome Chen Pinggan at the mountain gate of Luopa Mountain, the two of them had chatted while climbing the mountain. As Luopa Mountain had a mountain deity temple overseeing it, it was obviously a nail of the Great Li imperial court. Moreover, the Great Li's Song clan did not conceal anything at all. This was a kind of silent attitude. If Wei Pai isolated a small world, it was inevitable that there would be suspicion of 300 tales of silver here. According to the upright nature of the god of Mount Song, who was a loyal minister in life and a heroic spirit in death, he would inevitably record this and send it to the Ministry of Rights. It was better to avoid trouble. Chen Pinggan had already prepared a draft for this. He asked, if the signing of the land deed with Dali Imperial Court goes smoothly, which mountain is better to be the ancestral mountain of the ancestral hall? Luopa Mountain has the best foundation, but after all, it is too remote and is located in the southernmost part. Moreover, I am a layman when it comes to geography. I now have 2 sets of formations, and the rank should be very high. One is a sword formation, suitable for attacking and repelling the enemy, and the other is a mountain guarding formation, suitable for defense. Once it takes root in the mountain, it is extremely difficult to move. Should I put the 2 mountain guarding formations on the same mountain from the beginning, or should I coordinate them in the north and south and set them separately? But there is still a problem. For the 2 big formations, I have the formation map now, and I have enough immortal money, but I still lack the 2 big central things, so even if I can build it in the near future, it will be an empty frame. Wei Pai did not treat Chen Pinggan as an outsider, and without any scruples, asked directly, how high is the rank? Is there a saying? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, in addition to the jade tablet that Zheng Dafeng gave me, I actually have a parasol leaf from the Tongyi sect, which is also a nearby item. It is just that when I received this item, I was reminded, so I have never opened it in these years. In addition to the large amount of Guyu money that the Tongyi sect took out, the most important thing is that there are 2 sets of precious formation maps for the mountain guarding formation. One is an imitation of the offensive sword formation of the Tongyi sect, and the other is an imitation of the mountain guarding formation of the Fuming sect. The Guyu money is enough to build the 2 formations and maintain the operation of the 2 formations for 100 years. Chen Pinggan said with a wry smile, it's just the central objects that support the operation of the 2 big formations, the 9 superior swords and the 5 golden puppets. I need to find them by chance or buy them with immortal money. I guess even if I'm lucky enough to meet someone who sells these 2 kinds of things, the price will be sky high. The Guyu money in the parasol leaves may be empty. Even if I build 2 complete mountain guarding formations, they won't be able to operate. Maybe I'll have to sell everything I have and tear down the east wall to repair the west wall, so that the big formations won't be idle. When I think of this, I feel distressed. It really forces me to go to those broken blessed enclave to look for opportunities, or learn from those wild cultivators in the mountains and lakes to explore. After Chen Pinggan finished speaking, he looked at Wei Pai. Wei Pai nodded and said, "There won't be any snooping." Chen Pinggan then took out the yellowed parasol leaf. It looked ordinary, but if a cultivator looked carefully, he could find that a small parasol leaf was actually full of mysteries and phenomena. Chen Pinggan handed it to Wei Pai and said softly, "The reason why I don't dare to open it is that there are still 2 pieces of glazed golden body that fell into the Tongyi sect after Du Maro failed to ascend. One is as small as a thumb, and the other is as big as a child's fist. Compared with the other glazed golden bodies that fell into the territories of Tongyi and Baoping continents, they are considered small. Once I open it, it is equivalent to revealing the secrets of heaven, and it may attract the covetous of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms." Wei Pai pinched the parasol leaf with 2 fingers, raised it high, squinted his eyes, and sighed, "Fortunately, you didn't open it. The glazed golden body of the Ascendant Realm cultivator is too valuable. Not to mention others, even I covet it. The aura is rich. Look, even the veins of this parasol leaf have been soaked for a few years, and it has exuded a golden jade color from the inside to the outside. If it is opened, how can it be? You have to know that many yin-yang cultivators rely on deducing the secrets of heaven and selling them to great cultivators to earn money. So, you resisted the temptation and didn't look at it, avoiding countless unexpected troubles." Wei Pai admired the parasol leaf for a moment, then handed it back to Chen Pinggan and explained, "This parasol leaf is very likely to be a fallen leaf on the root of the Tongyi continent. It is said that a tall tree attracts the wind, but that ancient parasol tree that no one knows where it is almost never leaves. It is evergreen for thousands of years and gathered the luck of a continent. So, every fallen leaf and every broken branch is extremely precious. Every time a branch and leaf falls, it is a great opportunity for the cultivator of a continent who catches it. Somehow, they can get the protection of the Tongyi continent. This is the so-called blessing and virtue of the world. You saw the small bamboo garden that I carefully cultivated in the Chiduan mountain. Do you still remember?" Chen Pinggan nodded and smiled. Of course, he remembered. Now Chen Pinggan was still thinking about asking Wei Pai for a bamboo pole to make a bamboo knife for himself and Pei Qian. The master and disciple, one big and one small. If the bamboo was big enough, he could also make a bamboo sword for Pei Qian. Chen Pinggan had nothing to be embarrassed about with Wei Pai. Wei Pai's bamboo forest on the Chiduan mountain was actually the offspring of the ancestor of the valiant bamboo, one of the 10 immortal bamboos in the bamboo sea cave, which was famous in the 9 continents. At that time, it was cut down by Alliance. Except for the bamboo boxes and bamboo slips made by Chen Pinggan, the real big head was the bamboo building on the Luopa mountain. However, the appearance of the latter was Wei Pai's own wish. The valiant bamboo was incomparably in line with a prophecy of the military sage: when the military power is raised, it is like a broken bamboo. After a few sections, it will be easily solved. Building a building with this bamboo was the most beneficial for pure martial artists and military cultivators. Later, Li Shisheng wrote talisman outside the bamboo building. It was not strange that the barefoot old man almost stayed on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building all year round, meditating and cultivating. Looking back, Wei Pai could be considered to have made a good deal and earned a Dali Bayu god. After walking through the Bookslip Lake, Chen Pinggan realized that to be able to do business sincerely and naturally, without the slightest smell of profiteering and money, and to make business into a gentleman's friendship, it was the real skill and maturity of a person to deal with the world. Wei Pai did not know that he was about to cut off his own flesh again. This was probably called a thief in the house is hard to guard against. This Dali god was still there explaining to Chen Pinggan why the parasol leaf was so precious. You must keep it well. For example, if you are a cultivator of the middle 5 realms in Dali, there is a world of difference whether you have a peace and quiet tablet or not. When you return to the Tongya continent in the future and travel around, there is a world of difference whether you have this leaf or not. If I did not know that you have made up your mind and that there is a mortal enemy in the Tongya continent, I would advise you to bypass the Tongya sect and go straight to the south of the Tongya continent to try your luck. I will not go to the Tongya continent for the time being. As for the reason, it is not just Du Maro and the Tongya sect. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he told Wei Bian the details of how Sui Yuyu had gone to the Jade Gui sect, how he would change from a pure martial artist to a swordsman, and how he had followed Li Fuyao. Everyone knew that the Tongye continent's Yugue sect subsect was located at the Calligraphy Lake in the Aquarius continent. However, this was the first time Chen Pinggan revealed his relationship with the old man surnamed Zun and Jiang Shangzhen. After all, Chen Pinggan was worried about the flying sword messages between the cloud-padding mountain and the verdant gorge island. After Wei Pai heard it, he was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he frowned and said, the Yugue sect should be using this opportunity to express their goodwill to the central region's Confucian temple, but they did not want to fall out with the sage of literature. Therefore, they let the great cultivator who joined the Yugue sect from the Tongye sect become a pawn to explore the way, instead of letting Jiang Shangzhen, one of their own, rush to the Calligraphy Lake immediately. If they kill you, there will be a scapegoat, but if they don't kill you, this action can be considered as an explanation to the sacrificial saint of the quasi-sage lineage. The great cultivator of the Tongye sect's ancestral hall was not stupid. He did not want to be killed by someone else, so he sneakily pushed out the nascent soul cultivator, Li Fuyao. Although Li Fuyao's realm was not as high as the former, she was not stupid. She followed you for a while before deciding to show herself and put on a show with you in the Meili Kingdom. Wei Pai then told Chen Pinggan the many inside rules between the upper and lower sects. Chen Pinggan finally came to a realization. Why was the Jade sect so fickle? From the old man surnamed Zun who appeared in Old Dragon City, to Jiang Shangzhen, and finally to Gong Willow Island, they did not care about the slightest relationship. As it turned out, it involved the great undertaking of the sect. Chen Pinggan shook the blade-strengthening gourd and could only sigh. He was no longer in the mood to drink. He did not know the respective roles of the old man surnamed Zun and Jiang Shangzhen in this scheme. What was it? Right now, the person who understood the details of the mountains to the west of Longquan Prefecture the most was definitely Wei Pai. Transferring the fate of the mountains and rivers was not a difficult matter. But back to Chen Pinggan's original question, where to build the two great mountain protection formations and when to break ground. Wei Pai's expression was not relaxed. He said slowly, the two great formations are of extremely high quality, and the cost is even more astonishing. Since you are still lacking the key items right now, if you are not in a hurry, I suggest you make a decision later. The matter of the Great Mountain Protection Formation is the most important thing for all cultivators to establish a sect. When it is truly foolproof, then set up the formation in one go. It is best not to be intermittent. Wei Pai said with a smile, in any case, now that I am in Longquan Prefecture, you don't have to worry about those mountains of yours for the time being. If it really doesn't work, then there is also Saint Ruan. Chen Pinggan felt a headache. After joking, Wei Pai continued to talk about serious matters. It is not easy to find a Mohist master who is proficient in formations and mechanisms in other places in the Aquarius continent, but we happen to have a lot of them in Dali. This matter can be prepared earlier, so that when the time comes, you will not be in a hurry. Ordinary Mohist cultivators really do not dare to take over these two great formations. You have to decide on the candidates as soon as possible and then make up time, instead of setting a date first and then looking for people. So you can find a chance to contact that hero, Shu Ruo. This person is behind the scenes in Dali, and he is extremely important. Even I can't see through his depth. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will help you to greet him, or else you may not be able to find Shu Ruo. Wei Pai was probably worried that Chen Pinggan would be too hasty and must set up the Great Formation before going to the North Continent so that he could travel with ease. He patiently reminded him, the path of cultivation is long and there are many opportunities to be fought for. Some good things can only be done by waiting. Don't think that time in the world is so slow just because the trip to the Scroll Lake was incomparably torturous and every day felt like a year. Chen Pinggan nodded. I understand this. Wei Pai smiled and said, that's good. I thought that I would have to persuade you more. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, to be honest, I really want to have a decent mountain top. It's extravagant and imposing. Even if I'm not on the mountain top, I can feel at ease even if I'm thousands of miles away. That's something that makes me happy just thinking about it. But since you have said so, I can only hold it in and take it slow. Chen Pingan suddenly laughed and fastened the blade-strengthening gourd to his waist. Mountain God Wei, do you have any extra valiant bamboo? Just one pole will do. Wei Pai smiled and asked, is this considered extortion? Chen Pingan said resentfully, I will give you as much as you need. I will owe Mountain Splitting Cloud according to the market price. I am thinking that I have just returned and will soon leave Longquan County. I feel a little sorry for Pei Qian, so I will make 2 bamboo swords for her as a parting gift so that she will not cry. Wei Pai gave him a thumbs up. Helping you contact Shu Ruo is one thing. He then extended his index finger. Shamelessly asking for a valiant bamboo is the second thing. Wei Pai finally gave him the middle finger. Say it. Make up 3 yuan. I do have some. Chen Pingan laughed and said, I only have a bag of adamantine copper coins left. I must keep it for picture scroll and the others. As long as I throw the adamantine copper coins into my robe, its rank can be increased. Someone said that it is best to increase the rank of a half-immortal weapon in one go. It will definitely not be a loss. Even if I become a golden body warrior in the future, wearing it will be a burden. I can just sell it for a sky-high price. But according to what the Li dynasty is saying now, all the gold and copper coins on credit will be written off after the mountains are sold to me. I was thinking that Wei Shan, the mystic prodigy, would do more work and at least squeeze out a few bags of gold and copper coins for me. If that doesn't work, I'll just take it that I owe the Li dynasty a debt. Wei Pai smiled brightly and asked, Young hero Chen, may I ask if you have accidentally left your face in some corner of Jianghu? Did you forget to pick it up and bring it back to Longquan County? Chen Pingan said with a righteous face, look at what you are saying. Hurting my feelings is secondary. The key is that you don't have the demeanor of an immortal at all. This is unacceptable. Wei Pai reached out and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Chen Pingan, you are actually Mr. Zhu and Pei Qian's flatterer, aren't you? Chen Pingan waited quietly for him to continue. Wei Pai thought for a moment. The bamboo pole is fine. I will give it to you as a gift. Just treat it as a meeting gift from me to that little girl. But asking for a few more bags of adamantine copper coins from Dali is not a big deal in itself. But asking for a price at the last minute is against the rules of business, so I have to think about how to ask for it. Chen Pingan clasped his hands and smiled. Wei Pai said seriously, Chen Pingan, don't blame me for making a big fuss over nothing. Whether it is the gods of mountains and rivers or the cultivators on the mountain, there are some rules. The smaller you look, the lower you are at the bottom. It seems that there are no consequences for trampling on them, but in fact, the more you should respect them. Chen Pingan nodded. When I was an accountant at Bookslip Lake, I also thought about this. Later, when I traveled around, I had some insights about this. Only then did Wei Pai's expression return to normal. He said bitterly, capable people do more work. Wei Pai looked in the direction of Luopa Mountain and said with a smile, there are visitors at Luopa Mountain again. Chen Pingan was afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake. His heart tightened. He was afraid that Ruan Ting was still angry and would directly attack the mountain. Wei Pai pressed down on Chen Pingan's shoulder and said with a smile, you will know when you see. Chen Pingan suddenly said, wait a minute. Wei Pai stopped and said with a face full of grief and indignation, is there anything else? Chen Pingan, isn't this too much? Chen Pingan joked, it's easy to invite a god in, but it's hard to send him away. Wei Pai rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Come on, let's celebrate. Chen Pingan took out the parasol tree leaf again, and then took out the jade token that accompanied the saint from the Fengsuan object. I am good at nurturing the Great Spirit. Wei Pai glanced at the jade token and clicked his tongue. This thing is not ordinary. Chen Pingan handed over the jade token and said with a smile, I'll lend it to you for 100 years. Just treat it as the price for buying the brave bamboo from you. Wei Pai took the jade token without hesitation and said with a laugh, this is good. Ever since you returned to Longquan County, I have been waiting for you to say this. With this jade token, My throne as Dallas North Mountain god will be completely secured. Even if you give me half of the Aquarius continent, in my territory, I can guarantee the stability of the mountains and rivers. I, Wei Pai, will definitely not be full. Chen Pingan then placed the parasol tree leaf in Wei Pai's hand. I'll give you the bigger fragment of the invulnerable golden body. I don't feel at ease carrying the parasol tree leaf with me, so I'll leave it at Mount Covering Cloud. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to build two big formations. This time, Wei Pai was really surprised. A fragment of the invulnerable golden body that was as big as a child's fist was given to him. This was a world treasure that could make the cultivators of the upper 5 realms not hesitate to fight to the death. This was something that Wei Pai did not even dare to think about. Even if these fragments of the invulnerable golden body were the most beneficial to the gods of mountains and rivers, they were better than cultivators. Wei Pai held back for a long time, then asked, "Good things come in pairs, why don't you give me the remaining fragment as well?" Chen Pingan raised his middle finger. Wei Pai was relieved. "Looks like it's the result after careful consideration, I won't regret it." Wei Pai carefully kept the parasol tree leaf, and praised Chen Pingan for being the child of wealth. Chen Pingan said proudly, "This is called if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass." Wei Pai looked at Chen Pingan from the corner of his eyes. "You really won't regret it?" Chen Pingan shook his head, looking a little absent-minded. He looked into the distance with his hands in his sleeves, showing his exhaustion. "On the trip to Book Lake, I was alone. Even when I stretched my arm and took a step, I was trembling with fear. I don't want to have to rely on myself all the time in my hometown in the future. I also want to be lazy." Wei Pai was silent for a moment, then asked with a smile, "That small fragment of the invulnerable golden body, you originally wanted to give it to the mountain god of Luopo Mountain, right? After all, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. It's not a bad thing to build a good relationship." Chen Pingan nodded. "Looks like I can save it now." Wei Pai said, "Then you're not the child of wealth." Chen Pingan said in a bad mood, "I'm not." Wei Pai dismissed it with a smile. Chen Pingan thought of something and asked, "Right, now there's a ferry in Oxhorn Mountain, can we go to the colorful clothes country?" Wei Pai nodded and said, "The mountain god of northern mountains still has some influence." Chen Pingan said with a smile, "Next time, I'll start climbing from the foot of Cloudpaw Mountain and walk around it." Wei Pai said, "You can also take a look at Linlu Academy. You have a friend studying there. It was the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian." Chen Pingan had a good impression of this person. Wei Pai said with emotion, "Soil piled up into mountains, wind and rain rising. Chen Pingan, you can indeed look forward to the future. Within the mountains, Luopo Mountain, Mount Huameng, the sword-worshipping platform, and many other places, there will be Elder Kui, Kui Dongshan, Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, and many other cultivators. Within Dali, I, Wei Pai, Shu Ruo, Zheng Dafeng, Gao Xian, and many other allies will be there." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. After many trials and tribulations in life, there was always a light at the end of the tunnel. Wei Pai pressed on Chen Pingan's shoulder again. "Don't let the guests wait too long." He gave a light push. Chen Pingan had already disappeared from Cloudpaw Mountain. Wei Pai stayed alone at the peak of the mountain. Cloudpaw Mountain was extremely high, the sea of clouds surging as if it was as high as the sky and as high as the moon. He looked up. The scenery was magnificent. The flying sky mirror under the moon, the cloud ceiling tower. Chen Pingan staggered and took a step forward. It was as if he was in a glazed fairyland. He felt a little dizzy. When he focused his eyes, he had already arrived at the foot of Luopo Mountain. Chen Pingan had long been accustomed to this. Back in the lotus flower-blessed land, this was a common thing. This was one of the wading water. The water was the river of time. The earth immortal cultivators or the mountain deity's earth-shrinking divine ability, this kind of competition with the river of time was the most subtle kind. It was the earth-shrinking divine ability of the present age. It was said that compared to the ancient immortals and gods shifting mountains and seas, it was too inferior. There was an ancient text that once said, "Earth-shrinking yellow springs, ascending to the heavenly palace, How carefree it was. These were all unintentional words of Kui Dongshan in the early years. As for Kui Dong's so-called shifting mountains of 3 mountains and crossing seas of 4 seas, Chen Pinggan did not think much of it at that time. Later, after he bought the immortal Book of Inverted Mountains, he realized that there was no such thing as 3 mountains and 4 seas in the vast world. Later on, he met Kui Dongshan again in the southeast of Aquarius continent. When the two were playing chess, Chen Pinggan casually asked about this. Kui Dongshan laughed and said that it was old history, and did not continue the topic. Chen Pinggan saw a hunchback man with a green foxtail in his mouth. That guy also saw Chen Pinggan. The hunchback clicked his tongue and said, "Not bad, shifting mountains and shrinking earth. Why? Do you find that golden head an eyesore, so you decided to become the mountain deity of Luopo Mountain yourself?" Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "This is Wei Pai's divine ability, I don't have this ability." Chen Pinggan's body relaxed. Naturally, he covered his sleeves with his hands. "Let's walk?" Zheng Dafeng glanced at Chen Pinggan. He had not seen him for a few years. He had lost a few kilograms. His height should have grown, but his back and shoulders were bent. He did not look tall. Zheng Dafeng exclaimed, "Seems like after leaving Old Dragon City, Sui Yu's skills have improved." Chen Pinggan was confused. "What do you mean?" Zheng Dafeng said earnestly, "Young people really don't know how to control themselves. A certain part of your primordial qi has been damaged, your qi and blood must be weak, your marrow must be exhausted, and your back must be so painful that you can't even raise your head. I dare say that you have the will but not the strength to practice your fist recently, right? When you go back to the old man's medicine shop, grab a few prescriptions to nourish your body. If you really can't do it, ask Wei Pai for a qi fusion technique, then you can get back at Great Sword Immortal Sui in the future. It won't be embarrassing. Young men are often not a woman's match." Chen Pinggan finally understood the meaning behind Zheng Dafeng's words. With Zheng Dafeng's temper, the more he argued about this kind of ridicule, the more excited he would be. If Sui Yu were here, Zheng Dafeng would probably suffer a sword strike. Chen Pinggan suddenly thought of the words of a saint in the Daoist proper scripture. He smiled and said, "The great Tao is clear and empty, how can there be such a thing?" Zheng Dafeng scoffed at this. Chen Pinggan asked, "Your master has taken in 2 more disciples. I've met them. That woman is the same as you and Li Er, a pure martial artist. But why does that youth from Peachleaf Alley not seem to be on the path of martial arts?" Zheng Dafeng shook his head and said, "No one knows what the old man is thinking. Other than Li Er, I don't even know how many other senior brothers and sisters are scattered all over the world. Can you believe it? The old man has never liked to talk about this." Chen Pinggan asked, "What are your plans now?" Zheng Dafeng said with a look of righteousness, "Isn't this nonsense? Open my eyes wide and look for a wife. Now I wish I could carry a lantern at night and pick up a woman from the streets and bring her home. Do you think it's fun to be single? The night is long, and other than the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs, there's only the sound of farts. You still have to cover them in your bed, unwilling to let them go. If it were you, wouldn't you feel pity for yourself?" Chen Pinggan wiped his face and did not say a word. Zheng Dafeng smiled and said, "I have something to discuss with you." Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "Go ahead." Zheng Dafeng pointed to the foot of Luopa Mountain behind him. "I plan to return to my old job of guarding the door and freeload off of you. How about that?" Chen Pinggan stopped in his tracks. "You're not joking?" Zheng Dafeng was angry. "I rushed all night just to come to Luopa Mountain to joke with you." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Sure, I'll get you Lian to build a house at the mountain gate later." Zheng Dafeng rolled his eyes and said, "There has to be one on the mountain. Otherwise, if word gets out, I'll become a joke and I won't be able to find a wife." Chen Pinggan looked around and leaned close to Zheng Dafeng, whispering to him. After Zheng Dafeng heard this, he quickly wiped his saliva and smiled slyly. "That's not very good, right? If word gets out, my reputation won't be good. I don't have a wife yet. Besides, you've already given it to the little girl in pink. If you ask for it back from a little girl, it won't be appropriate." Chen Pinggan said, "That's what you said. In the future, don't be greedy. Leave the mountain alone and wander around the mountain all day. Zheng Dafeng grabbed Chen Ping'an's arm. Don't, you won't let me say a few words. I'm thin-skinned and you know that. After wandering around the Jianghu for so long, I still don't have the slightest bit of insight. Chen Ping'an rubbed at his chin and said, forget it. The fox skin talisman from the little girl in the pink dress is better off not asking for it. I'll get someone to help you get another one from the Clear Breeze City. Zheng Dafeng nodded vigorously and suddenly thought of something. He asked tentatively, wait a minute, what do you mean? You're not paying for the talisman paper? Chen Ping'an smiled and said, I'll still pay for it. Just treat it as paying for you to guard the mountain gate. Zheng Dafeng was anxious. Chen Ping'an withdrew his joking expression. If you really want a quiet place to stay, there are actually quite a few other mountains outside Luo Po Mountain. Grey Mist Mountain, Crayfish Back, Sword Greeting Platform, you can choose. Zheng Dafeng shook his head. Guarding the gate is nothing to be ashamed of. If I really feel that I've been defeated in this life and have to hide, why would I come to Longquan County? Zheng Dafeng patted Chen Ping'an's shoulder and walked slowly. He raised his head to look at the peak of Luo Po Mountain. This place has the smell of people. I like it. Actually, the small town back then also had it. It's just that after it was reduced from a small paradise to a blessed land, there were no restrictions. The mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles have taken root. People come and go, fish and dragons mix together. It's just a lively place, but it's not lively. When Chen Ping'an returned to Longquan County this time and passed by the small town, he indeed had such a feeling. However, his thoughts were not as direct as Zheng Dafeng's. Zheng Dafeng said, if there comes a day when I feel that Luo Po Mountain is also like this, I'll move away. At that time, don't blame me for not telling you. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment, why don't you tell me before you move? Zheng Dafeng did not comment. He suddenly stretched out his hand and patted Chen Ping'an's back. Don't deliberately bend over. Are you tired? I, Zheng Dafeng, am a hunchback. So what? I'm handsome. Chen Ping'an squeezed, but still could not laugh. Zheng Dafeng stayed in Julian's courtyard that night. As long as he gave them 2 pots of wine and a few dishes, they would probably be able to chat for the entire night. When he thought of Julian and Zheng Dafeng's request to guard the gate of Luo Po Mountain, Chen Ping'an felt more at ease. Julian would probably run to the foot of the mountain. Once the two of them started drinking and chatting, Zheng Dafeng would probably be able to talk about how he was one of the 4 divine generals of the heavenly court. Chen Ping'an returned to the bamboo building. The old man surnamed Kui stood on the 2nd floor. The corners of his mouth twitched as he turned and walked into the house. Chen Ping'an's scalp went numb. He still went up to the 2nd floor. The old man sat cross-legged in the house and teased, "You're not going to thank me for sending you off and letting you see the charming scenery of a beauty under the moon for nothing?" Chen Ping'an sat opposite him and said with a straight face, "I really can't say words that go against my conscience." The old man nodded. "It's understandable. I haven't beaten you for a few years. Your skin is itchy and your guts are fat." Chen Ping'an knew that something was wrong. The old man sneered. "Still running? Aren't you afraid that I'll punch you straight to Spiritual Grace Mountain? And let Ruan Ting smash you back to Luo Po Mountain with a hammer?" Chen Ping'an's forehead was covered in sweat. The old man took out a letter from his sleeve and tossed it to Chen Ping'an. "Your student left it for you." Chen Ping'an reached out to catch the letter. The old man's fist had already arrived. Even though Chen Ping'an had actually sensed it, he was still caught off guard. With a bang, he flew out and hit the wall. The old man sneered. "Strange, strange. A martial artist at the peak of the 5th realm is not as agile as a martial artist at the 3rd realm back then. No wonder you can only follow behind others and eat their dust." Chen Ping'an put the letter away, took off the sword immortal on his back, and took off his boots. His body was stooped. It seemed that his fist stance was loose and his fist intent was restrained. In fact, his muscles and bones were suddenly stretched. His joints were like firecrackers, so much so that the green robe on his body shook and the dust around him scattered. If Zhu Lian was here, he would definitely be shocked. Then he would start to flatter him and say that the pupil had surpassed the master. Because in these years, the only fist stance that Chen Pinggan had practiced even if he didn't want to was Zhu Lian's original ape form. The essence of it was that when the gate of heaven opens, spring thunder explodes. Although Chen Pinggan had not perfected it, he was already extremely similar to Zhu Lian, who had been practicing it for decades. Then Chen Pinggan used his ape form fist intent to strike a stance that he had learned from the imperial tutor of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. The stance of his fist was the iron horse chisel formation. Come. If you have the ability, then use the fifth realm to kill me. The barefoot old man slowly stood up. The bamboo building shook. The thick spiritual energy in the surroundings was actually scattered a lot. A green-robed figure suddenly arrived. A knee smashed towards the old man's head. The old man casually stretched out a hand and pressed down on Chen Pinggan's knee. With a casual push, he threw Chen Pinggan out. The old man still slowly stood up. During this process, his speed did not increase or decrease. He just stood there, calm and composed. After being thrown out, Chen Pinggan did not look embarrassed. Instead, his toes lightly touched the wall of the bamboo building and he floated to the ground. He frowned and said, "Sixth realm?" The old man obviously disdained to answer such a childish question. The old man thought for a moment. Then he did the same as Chen Pinggan. He used the ape form fist intent to support his divine chi. Then he used the iron horse chisel formation to open up a path. He smiled and said, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach you." Chen Pinggan bent his knees slightly and took a step back. His hands drew an arc like moving clouds and flowing water. Finally, his palm turned into a fist. He struck a strange posture that the old man had never seen before. "As long as it's the fifth realm, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The old man said, "Oh." He threw out a punch. Chen Pinggan actually fainted on the spot. He could only curse out half a sentence. Because the old man's punch was clearly not of the fifth realm. Not to mention the sixth realm, it might even be of the seventh realm. The old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't hold back." The old man was not purposely teasing Chen Pinggan. But it was the truth. In the past few years in this bamboo building full of glyphs, he had used the fire to nurture his originally strong and ferocious fist essence. Tonight, it had been slightly influenced by this little brat's fist essence. The old man's punch had the intention of not being satisfied until it was released. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, he could only suppress it to realm 7. The old man sighed in his heart and walked out of the house. Although returning to the last realm of the 10 realms was a matter of time, the 11th realm of the martial artist that he once thought was a must-have was no longer an extravagant hope. Back then, it was he who faced the sect master Lu Chen and gave up the chance to reach the 11th realm in exchange for the safety of the 2 young people. Although he did not regret it, how could he not have any regrets? The old man turned his head and glanced at the young people in the house. After retracting his gaze, he thought for a while and kicked Chen Pinggan to wake him up. Without waiting for Chen Pinggan to say anything, the old man kicked his forehead again. Poor Chen Pinggan fainted again. The old man muttered, "In the future, if you don't have the ability to reach the 11th realm, see if I don't beat you to death." The old man returned to the corridor again, feeling refreshed. It was as if he had returned to the time when he locked his grandson in the small attic of the library and removed the ladder. Every time his grandson succeeded in his studies, the old man would feel gratified. But he would not say anything. Some of the most heartfelt words, such as extreme disappointment or extreme joy, especially the latter. As an elder, he would not say anything to the junior that he had high hopes for. It was like a jar of old wine placed in a coffin. Once the old man passed away, the jar of wine would not have the chance to see the light of day again. How did the old man treat Chen Pinggan? Pei Qian might not know. The little boy in green and the girl in pink might not know either. Only Zhu Lian knew. That was why Zhu Lian did not have the thought of asking the old man for advice on fist techniques. Pearls and jade were in front of him. On the peak of the mountains, It was enough to have an old man and a young man to teach and learn fist techniques. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Book Guest House mobile version reading website. "462. Bid farewell to the old and welcome the new." The commotion at the bamboo house was too loud. After Pei Qian woke up, he immediately put on his clothes, equipped his sword and saber, and rushed out with his mountain walking stick. The girl in pink was half a step behind him. She also opened the door and saw Pei Qian's nimble back as he ran out of the courtyard. The girl in pink noticed something amiss and quickly ran after him. As expected, she saw Pei Qian's stern face and murderous aura, mumbling as he ran. The girl in pink had a rough understanding of Pei Qian's temper and quickly advised, "Don't be rash. Master has always been like this when he was training on the mountain." It wasn't that the girl in pink didn't feel sorry for her master, but she knew the severity of the situation. She didn't want Pei Qian to be at a disadvantage at the bamboo house. Moreover, Master Kui really didn't have any ill intentions towards her master. Pei Qian ran madly with his head down and his mountain walking stick. He said angrily, "That old bastard really wants to rebel. This mountain belongs to my master and the bamboo house belongs to my master." That old bastard shamelessly occupied the second floor. Master was knocked out by 2 or 3 punches the moment he came up the mountain. When he opened his eyes, he was just chatting with us for a while and not long after, he was punched again. Now it's happening again. Master returned to his hometown to enjoy life, not to be bullied by that old bastard. The more Pei Qian spoke, the angrier he became. He kept repeating, "This is so infuriating, so infuriating." The girl in pink was a fire python spirit that had entered the middle 5 realms. She floated lightly beside Pei Qian and said timidly, "If Master Kui really wants to rebel, we can't do anything. We can't beat him." Pei Qian tilted his head and spat. He didn't slow down and said through gritted teeth, "Then let's not fight. I'll reason with that old bastard. I don't believe that there's such an unkind guest in this world who bullies my master for being easy to talk to. I, Pei Qian, am not a kind person. I'm Master's first disciple and Kui Dongshan's senior sister." The girl in pink floated backwards beside Pei Qian. She glanced at the mountain walking stick in Pei Qian's hand and the bamboo sword at his waist. She wanted to say something but stopped. Near Pei Qian's residence, a little boy in cyan clothes was sitting on the roof and yawning. Compared with the time when he carried Chen Pinggan who was covered in blood downstairs, the competition on the second floor of the bamboo building was not worth mentioning at all. It was like turning a page from a frontier poem to a graceful poem. Pei Qian, this charcoal, was still inexperienced. Zheng Dafeng and Zhu Lian were drinking wine and admiring the moon in the courtyard. They didn't talk about Chen Pinggan and only talked about women. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous for 2 men to talk about a man in the middle of the night. Zhu Lian talked about the right side of the Sui dynasty who traveled far to Tongya continent, Huang Ting, the Taiping Mountain female crown princess, Yarou Jinji in the Great Spring dynasty, Jin Su, Lady Gui's maid, and Fan Junmao, who had a bad temper. Zheng Dafeng talked about He Xiaoyong who had betrayed the Shunhu sect, Fairy Su Jiao of Zhengyang Mountain who had unfortunately fallen into the mud at the foot of the mountain, and Dallas' short but charming imperial concubine. Later on, Zheng Dafeng talked about the beautiful women who were born and raised in the small town when he was guarding the gate of Lizhu Cave Heaven. There was the Jiyu family from Nipping Alley, and a few decades earlier, there was a woman from Apricot Blossom Alley who became the river granny of Longshu River a few years ago. After becoming the goddess of mountains and rivers, she regained her youth and her youthful appearance. She was quite good-looking, but her mouth was a little harsh. When it came to quarreling, she was even better than his sister-in-law. Zheng Dafeng took a sip of wine and smacked his lips. He was intoxicated. Drinking with a close friend on a moonlit night and talking about beautiful women, it's really a celestial life. The Celadon wine set on the table had been there for some years. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made in a dragon kill in the small town. It was almost perfect. As the royal tribute of the Song clan, according to the usual practice, The slightly defective products would all be strictly selected by the officials of the kill's supervisor and thrown into the old porcelain mountain. Zheng Dafeng loved to drink and was smart. It was not difficult to secretly get some porcelain that should have been placed in the palace of Dali. As for Zheng Dafeng's trivial matters, old man Yang of the medicine shop probably didn't even bother to look at them. Zhu Lian was lifting the wine pot and pouring wine into the empty wine cup. He suddenly stopped and put down the wine pot. But he picked up the wine cup and put it to his ear. He tilted his head and listened carefully. He narrowed his eyes and said softly, "In a rich family, I occasionally hear the sound of porcelain breaking. It's not inferior to the sound of apricot peddling in the streets." Zhu Lian heard the subtle sound. He pinched the wine cup with 2 fingers and murmured with a smile, "Small tools breaking into pieces. It's like a country girl in love for the first time. It's like orchids and fragrant grass. Small tools breaking into pieces. It's like a beauty who can topple a country, riding a horse and brandishing her whip." Zheng Dafeng listened to these words that were full of vinegar and did not feel awkward at all. Instead, he was happy and content with Zhu Lian. Logically speaking, an old chef and a gatekeeper should only talk about shit, urine, farts, and trivial matters. The moon was bright and the wind was blowing gently. The 2 people sitting opposite each other had a tacit understanding. The beautiful things in the world were just like this. Zheng Dafeng laughed. "Zhu Lian, tell me the truth. During those years in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, have you ever truly liked a girl?" Zhu Lian gently put down the wine cup and sighed. "When you like a girl, how can you not be sincere? How can you not put your heart into it? It's just that in the Jianghu of a country, there are many things that are beyond one's control. When I was young, my heart was higher than the sky. I always felt that love between a man and a woman was too romantic. Maneuvering and maneuvering, unparalleled achievements, turning the tide and leaving one's name in history. In my early years, when I saw these words in books, it was like..." Zheng Dafeng followed up, "It was like an old bachelor in the depths of the forest who saw a beauty coming out of the bath. His blood rushed to his head in an instant." Zhu Lian hurriedly poured wine for both of them. Just based on this sentence, they should drink a full cup. The 2 lightly clinked glasses. Zhu Lian drained his cup and wiped his mouth with a smile. The sound of clinking glasses with a close friend is even more moving than the sound of a girl taking off her clothes in the bath. Zheng Dafeng asked, "Such a heavenly sound, have you really heard it before?" Zhu Lian nodded. "Passing clouds and smoke, it's all gone." Zheng Dafeng was convinced, and gave a thumbs up, "Expert." The green-robed little boy rolled his eyes. He could not understand, these 2 martial artists, as long as they were together, they would not talk about martial arts, nor eat meat, but they would talk about women who could not be eaten, and wasted money the most. No matter how beautiful a woman was, so what? A mortal teacher, even if she was like a flower, how long could the flower bloom? How many years would it take for a person to become old? Even a female cultivator on the mountain, no matter how beautiful she was, could beauty be used as food? Could it be used as money to buy treasures? The green-robed little boy felt that the Jianghu of the 2 was too vulgar, too boring. The key point was that regardless of Zheng Dafeng or Zhu Lian, they were obviously the most outstanding and pure martial artists in the Aquarius continent. Since they liked women so much, but did not have any beauties by their side. In the secular Jianghu, the so-called Jianghu masters, even if they were only in the 6th or 7th realm, if they wanted to get close to women, wouldn't it be easy? The green-robed little boy leaned back, using his hands as a pillow. He could not understand why Chen Pinggan could be friends with them. And they were true friends. At the bamboo building, Pei Qian saw the barefooted old man standing in the corridor of the 2nd floor. The old man laughed and asked, "What, you want to fight for justice for your master?" Pei Qian blinked his eyes. "Old mister, we are all heroes of the Jianghu, so we have to be righteous, and know how to repay kindness, right?" The old man did not say anything. He looked down at the charcoal black lass who looked like a martial arts embryo, and was puzzled. Why did the brat in the room not put in effort to carve this exceptional unpolished jade? Chen Pinggan did not talk about other things, but he had some foresight, and should be able to see Pei Qian's talent. Why did he allow this mischievous and lazy girl downstairs to be unable to bear the pain, and not train hard, and only think of training to become an exceptional sword technique in one night, and become invincible in 2 days? It was just that the little girl recognized Chen Pinggan as her master, and was still quite loyal, so the old man could not casually interfere. This was the true righteousness of the Jianghu. Even if little charcoal was idle every day, wasting natural resources, the old man could only wait until Chen Pinggan returned to Luopo Mountain before he could say anything. As for how Chen Pinggan would impart martial arts to Pei Qian in the end, it was still the master and disciple's business. The old man did not say anything. Pei Qian was even less confident. He definitely could not beat him. Even if he called old chef, it would be useless. He could only blame himself for the crazy demon sword technique that was too difficult to master. Otherwise he would not have allowed the old bastard to be so arrogant and domineering, and would have beaten him to the point where he would kowtow and apologize to his master. But Pei Qian was especially bold today. He just did not want to turn around and leave. The girl in pink tugged at Pei Qian's sleeve, indicating that they should stop while they were ahead. Pei Qian gently patted the girl in pink's hand, held his head high, and said loudly, "Old mister, let's play Gamoku. The rules will be set by me. Whoever wins, do you dare?" The old man said expressionlessly, "I don't dare." Pei Qian was stunned on the spot. The old man suddenly said, "Will you practice martial arts diligently one day when your master is beaten to death? Then after a few days of practice, you feel that you can't take it anymore, so you might as well just forget about it. Every year, you can only be a little more attentive, as if you were visiting the graves of your master's parents, so that you can feel at ease." Pei Qian's eyes were brimming with tears. He pursed his lips tightly, and reached out to hold the hilt of the knife at his waist tightly. At this moment, a man in green walked out of the house unsteadily, leaning against the railing, and waved at Pei Qian. "Go back to sleep, don't listen to him, master won't die." Pei Qian was about to cry, "What if?" Chen Pinggan laughed angrily, "Then go upstairs, master will let him massage your muscles and bones, just like Sui Yu did in Old Dragon City. Do you want it? I'll count to 3, if you don't go back to sleep, I'll grab you up here, you can't run even if you want to. Master won't care about you in the future, everything will be handled by the old senior." Chen Pinggan had just counted to 3. Pei Qian ran away, shouting as he ran, "There's no what if, there's no what if, master is powerful." The old man sneered, "He doesn't have much conscience." Chen Pinggan coughed a few times, his eyes gentle, looking at the back of the 2 little girls. He laughed, "Such a big child, it's already very good, if we expect more, it's our fault." The old man shook his head, "If it's an ordinary disciple, it's fine if it's a little late, but Pei Qian is different, such a good seedling, the earlier he suffers, the greater the suffering, and the more promising he will be. 13 or 14 years old is not young. If I remember correctly, when you were his age, you also got the mountain quaking fist and started to practice it." Chen Pinggan laughed, "Anyway, I'm Pei Qian's master, what you say doesn't count." The old man squinted, "What, do you really raise Pei Qian as a daughter? You have to think clearly whether Luopo Mountain needs a lawless rich family's daughter or a tenacious martial arts embryo." Chen Pinggan put his hands on the railing, "I don't want to think about this, I only think that at Pei Qian's age, since she's already done many things she doesn't like, copying books, practicing the sword and saber, she's already busy enough, it's not like she's idling around every day, so she has to do something she likes to do." The old man asked, "What's going on with the little girl's eyes?" Chen Pinggan shook his head, "After coming out of the lotus blossom blessed land, it's been like this. The old master of the Eastern Sea Monastery seems to have done something to her eyes, but it should be a good thing." The old man was not a wishy-washy person. After asking this question, regardless of whether he was satisfied with the answer, he immediately changed the topic. This time, after going to Cloud Mountain and having a heart-to-heart talk, "Did you do something wrong again? What gift did you give to Wei Pai?" Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed, but he didn't hide it and said softly, "A piece of glazed golden body that fell to the human world after Du Marrow failed to ascend." The old man had seen the world, so he asked directly, "How old is it?" Chen Pinggan replied, "The size of a child's fist." Chen Pinggan thought the old man was going to scold him for being a wastrel, but the old man nodded and said, "You can't only owe Wei Pai a favor, otherwise, in the future, the people of Luo Po Mountain will be affected by you, living under someone else's roof for the rest of their lives, unable to raise their heads to look at Cloud Mountain. The old man asked again, "Do you know why I sent you to Wanxiu by the stream with 2 punches?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. The old man said, "Do you know that Wanxiu followed Stickman to Bookslip Lake?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "We almost met." The old man sneered, "Then do you know that she killed a young man that Dali was determined to get?" Even Wanxiu herself didn't know that the young man was the disciple candidate of the vassal king Song Jianqiang. At that time on Hibiscus Mountain, the situation was settled. The Earth Immortal of Jindan who kidnapped the young man was dead, the ancestral hall of Hibiscus Mountain was demolished, and the wild cultivators were killed, but Dallas Stickman was intact. Think about it, why didn't he bring back the Dali boy from the north who should have a bright future? Chen Pinggan really didn't know this inside story and fell into deep thought. The old man revealed some secrets. The young man that Song Jianqiang picked was naturally a martial arts genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. The reason why Dallas Stickman found him was that when he broke through the realm in his early years, he was still in the lower 3 realms of martial arts, but he had already caused several martial temples to appear. Dali has always been a country built on martial arts, so the rise and fall of martial arts fate was undoubtedly the most important thing. Although Wanxiu helped the Stickman find 3 substitutes in the end, Song Jianqiang had more or less taken note of it. Chen Pinggan was puzzled. "It has something to do with me." The old man almost punched him again, wanting to beat this guy to the point that he was enlightened. Chen Pinggan's heart was moved, and he had already moved a few steps horizontally. He actually went against the 6-step stance of the mountain quaking fist, and it was very natural. The old man calmed down a little and didn't continue to attack. He said, "You only fight for the title of the strongest, but not for martial arts fate." But would Wanxiu think the same? Don't all the silly girls in the world want to be close to the men around them and get as many benefits as possible? From Wanxiu's point of view, since there are people of the same age who jumped out to fight for martial arts fate with you, it's a battle of the great Tao. What she did was to eliminate the root of the problem and eliminate all future troubles. Chen Pinggan looked gloomy. The old man put one hand behind his back and stroked the railing with the other. "I'm not going to randomly match you, but as an old man, I hope you understand one thing. When you reject a girl, you have to know what she has done for you. If you know and still reject her when the time comes and you tell her everything clearly, then it's no longer your fault. Instead, it's your ability, and the other girl's good taste. But if you don't know anything and just want to have a clear conscience, you may seem to have a heart of stone, but in fact, you are stupid." The old man turned his head and asked, "Do you understand this?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "I understand." The old man asked again, "Then what should I do?" Chen Pinggan said, "I don't know." The old man raised his eyebrows. Chen Pinggan saw that the situation was not good. He floated up, held the railing with one hand, and dashed out of the bamboo building. However, it was not a straight path. He suddenly used a 1,000-pound fall and landed on the ground. At the same time, he did not hesitate to use a distance-shrinking talisman and patted the blade-strengthening gourd to let Chu Yi and Shouwu protect his back. Then, he steered the sword Celestial ahead and stomped heavily on the ground. He stepped on the sword Celestial like a galloping horse. He was determined not to ride the sword Celestial to the open sea of clouds. Instead, he stuck close to the ground and circled around the forest to escape quickly. He did it in one go. Obviously, he had prepared an escape route in advance. The old man on the 2nd floor didn't chase after him. He said, "If you were half as good at running as you are in love, you would have asked Wanxiu to treat you to drinks and call you son-in-law with a big smile." In the night, at the end of the day, the sky was about to brighten. Chen Pinggan sat alone on the steps near the peak of the Luo Po mountain. Zhu Lian, who reeked of alcohol, walked up the steps and sat beside Chen Pinggan's feet. He turned his head and smiled. "Young master, you have a home but can't go home. It's really a bit miserable." Chen Pinggan sighed. "I asked for it. I can't blame anyone else." Zhu Lian asked, "It's almost dawn. If young master is not sleepy, why don't we go to Longquan New County together? To pick up the girl who is now half a disciple of the Luo Po mountain. To tell you the truth, I have to persuade them in every possible way to make them believe that I am from the Luo Po mountain. My words are accurate. But the family also made a request. They hope that the person in charge of the Luo Po mountain can show his face. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to let the girl leave home and enter the mountain. So, young master, you have to do it yourself. Chen Pinggan nodded and smiled. Sure, we will pass by the wind-cold mountain in the north. We will first go to Dong Shui Jing's wonton shop to take a look, then go to that family to pick up the girl. Zhu Lian chuckled. Then we can also pass by the ancestral mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Chen Pinggan kicked him lightly, but Zhu Lian did not dodge. He took the hit and cried out, "Oh, my old waist." Chen Pinggan stood up and whistled. The sound was melodious. The Chu Huang horse that had not been tied up quickly ran over. Chen Pinggan did not get on the horse. He only led the horse down the mountain. He was used to living with Chu Huang and traveling around. Chen Pinggan asked, "Is Zheng Dafeng asleep?" Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and smiled, "Not necessarily. I think Brother Dafeng is still lying in bed, reading the immortal book I lent him." Chen Pinggan's face darkened. He regretted asking this question. He quickly changed the topic. "What is the girl's name?" Zhu Lian replied, "Center Yuanji." Chen Pinggan said, "It's a strange name." Zhu Lian continued, "This budding young girl is tall and slender, much taller than this old servant. She looks slender, but upon closer inspection, she is well-rounded and thin. She is a natural clothes hanger, especially her long legs." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Are you picking a disciple for Luo Po mountain or a wife for yourself?" Zhu Lian sighed, "I have the heart to kill the thief, but I am powerless." Chen Pinggan glanced at Zhu Lian, a martial artist in the far-travel realm. "Do you believe that?" Zhu Lian corrected himself, "Then you're saying that you're old but vigorous, have the strength to kill thieves, but have no choice but to keep yourself clean and have no intention to kill thieves." Chen Pinggan said, "When she comes to Luo Po mountain, you and Zheng Dafeng must not scare her." Zhu Lian smiled, "Young master, you are underestimating me and Brother Dafeng. We are the best men in the world." Chen Pinggan stopped and handed the item to Zhu Lian. "I will go to Luo Po mountain to pick her up myself. I remember the address. Give the item to Zheng Dafeng. He knows the method to open a mountain. He gave it to me and I did not refine it. Here are some wine, some calligraphy, and many small antiques. Where should they be buried? You, Zhu Lian, are an expert. You and Zheng Dafeng can plan together. I trust your foresight." Zhu Lian took the plain white jade tablet and had no choice but to turn around and climb the mountain. He kindly reminded, "Once you've picked up Center Yuanji, there's no need for young master to be in a hurry. It's suitable for trekking in autumn and enjoying the scenery slowly. But, be careful that Master Ron misunderstands you." Chen Pinggan was just about to ask Zhu Lian to accompany him to Longquan County City when the stooped old man vanished like a wisp of smoke in the blink of an eye. Chen Pinggan led the horse down the mountain, deeply worried. Soon after, one man and one horse trekked through mountains and rivers. However, compared to when he followed Old Man Yarrow, it was much smoother. Unless Chen Pinggan purposely wanted the horse to be bumpy and chose a steep path in an ownerless mountain range, it would be a smooth journey. Both types of scenery had their own advantages and disadvantages. It was hard to say whether the scenery in front of him was good or bad. One evening, Chen Pinggan led his horse to the mountainside of Mount Fengliang. He found the wonton shop and saw Dong Shuijing, who was growing taller and taller. Dong Shuijing's face was full of smiles. He did not chat too much and only said to wait a moment. He went to the kitchen and personally cooked a big bowl of wonton. He brought it to the table and sat to the side, watching Chen Pinggan chew slowly. Chen Pinggan smiled and sighed, "Now I can only hope that the taste of the wonton will not change. Otherwise, no one will be able to farm the fields. There will be fewer familiar faces in the town and more unfamiliar neighbors. Tall buildings will rise everywhere. It is both good and bad." Dong Shuijing smiled and did not say anything. Apart from Mr. Qi, Li and the young man in front of him were the few people who really looked up to Dong Shuijing in the early years. What was especially precious was that when Chen Pinggan traveled with Lin Shuyi, Dong Shuijing voluntarily chose to give up the opportunity to study at the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Logically speaking, Chen Pinggan and Lin Shuyi were closer. However, when it came to Dong Shuijing, they only got along with each other in one word: sincerity. He did not deliberately try to get closer to Dong Shuijing. He did not deliberately try to be friendly, but he never alienated Dong Shuijing because he was full of the stench of money. Dong Shuijing would cherish it. Chen Pinggan still talked about the recent situation of the people from the Cliff Academy, just like the last time he met Dong Shuijing when he returned home. He also talked about some interesting stories about his travels to other continents. Dong Shuijing also talked about his experiences in Mount Fengliang and Longquan County City. They met again after a long time. The stories of both sides were all in a bowl of wontons. When he heard that Chen Pinggan was going to Longquan County City, and that it was the first time that Chen Pinggan had been there, Dong Shuijing planned to close the shop early. However, when he thought that there might be pilgrims rushing down the mountain at night, he handed the key to the shop assistant. Only then did he accompany Chen Pinggan to leave Mount Fengliang and go to the county city in the north. There, the lights were as bright as day. From afar, it was a scene of prosperity. Dong Shuijing asked about the situation in the central part of the Aquarius continent when the Dali cavalry went south. Chen Pinggan told him one by one. Dong Shuijing said softly, "After the chaos, business opportunities lie dormant. It's a pity that I don't have much capital. In the Dali army, I don't have any connections. If not, I would really want to go to the south." Chen Pinggan thought for a while. "At the Book Lake, I met a friend called Guaniran. He is now a general, and is a rather good disciple of an aristocratic family. When I return, I will write a letter for you to get to know him. He should be to your liking." Dong Shuijing said straightforwardly, "Okay, if we really make a deal, I'll give you 10% of my share." Chen Pinggan nodded his head, "No problem." Dong Shuijing laughed, "I was worried that you would reject." Chen Pinggan also laughed, "Then how can I be your friend in the future?" Dong Shuijing hesitated for a while. "If it's possible, I would like to participate in the management of the immortal ferry left behind by Bullhorn Mountain's Bao Li Zhai. As for how to split the profits, you have the final say. You just have to do your best to lower the price. What I want is not the money of the immortal gods, but the information that the passengers have. Chen Pinggan, I can guarantee that for this, I will do my best to take care of the ferry, and will not dare to be negligent. There is no need for you to be distracted. There is a prerequisite: if you have an estimate of the profits of the ferry, you can tell me. If I can let you earn more, then I will accept this task. If I cannot do it, then I will not mention it, and you do not need to feel guilty." Chen Pinggan thought for a while. "All right, then I will first discuss with someone, and give you a price. Business is business, I will not be courteous with you." Dong Shuijing smiled and said, "You are already very courteous with me." Chen Pinggan was silent for a moment, and then handed Dong Shuijing a bottle of wine that was stored in the cube. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank. Chen Pinggan said, "Actually, I was quite regretful that you did not follow me to the Cliff Academy. I always felt that the two of us were the most alike, born poor. I did not have the opportunity to study at that time, so when you stayed in the small town, I was a little angry. Of course, this was unreasonable, and in retrospect, I found that you actually did a good job, so I had the opportunity to tell you these things. Otherwise, I could only keep it in my heart." Dong Shuijing drank a mouthful of wine. "I know my own weight. My studies are passable, and not too bad, but definitely not as good as Lin Shuyi. It is better to do something that I am good at." Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "Both of you like Li Huai's sister so much." Dong Shuijing's face was slightly red, not sure if it was because of the wine or something else. Dong Shuijing drank a big mouthful of wine and said in a low voice, "There is one thing that I am sure of. I am better than Lin Shuyi now. If one day Li Liu looks down on me and Lin Shuyi will definitely be angry to death. I will not. As long as Li Liu is doing well, I will still be a little happy. Of course, I will not be too happy. There is no need to lie like this. It is just a waste of the good wine in my hand. But I believe that no matter what, I will be more open-minded than Lin Shuyi. Chen Pinggan nodded. Dong Shuijing raised the wine bottle in his hand. It is expensive, right? Chen Pinggan laughed and said, it is not cheap. Dong Shuijing took a small sip. Then it will be better and better. Chen Pinggan laughed loudly. Just like me. The two of them were from the same hometown. They chatted along the way as they walked north. When they arrived at the south gate of Longquan County City, there were soldiers at the city gate checking the documents. Chen Pinggan carried them with him. But he did not expect that when he saw Dong Shuijing only took out the household registration document symbolically. The leader of the soldiers at the city gate did not even take it. He casually glanced at it and smiled as he exchanged a few words with Dong Shuijing. Then, he directly let the two of them enter the city. Chen Pinggan saw this but did not say anything. Clearly, Dong Shuijing was doing better than he had imagined. County Governor Wu Yuan, the disciple of the imperial tutor Kui Dong. He was a talented official from the Frigid clan. The supervisor of kilns, a disciple of the Cao clan. The county magistrate, a disciple of the Yuan clan. The deity of the mountain god temple at the peak of Mount Fengliang. He was one of the rich people in Longquan County City. He was actually familiar with Dong Shuijing, a young man who started his business by selling wontons. Dong Shuijing sent Chen Pinggan to the street where the family lived. Then, the two of them parted ways. Dong Shuijing told him the address of his house and welcomed Chen Pinggan to visit him when he was free. Chen Pinggan looked at the young man's tall back. He was bathed in the light of dawn and was full of vitality. According to what Dong Shuijing said, in Longquan County City, one only needed to look at which street one lived in to see the depth of one's family's wealth. The street Chen Pinggan was on was called Jiazi Street. Most of the people who came here were ordinary, well-to-do families in Dali City. They came here to buy manors. The land price was not low, and the manors were not large. They could not be said to be affordable. It was hard to avoid the suspicion that they were trying to pretend to be rich. Dong Shuijing had also said that in some of the more luxurious and imposing streets to the north of Jiazi Street, the biggest wealthy family was Ji Yukan's mother from Mud Bottle Alley. Looking at how she was buying manors, she did not lack money. It was just that she had come late. In many of the county city's treasured lands where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, the woman who returned home in glory could not buy them even if she had the money. It was said that she was bribing her relationship with the county governor's estate, hoping to buy another large mansion on Dong Shuijing Street. The woman had once brought a few maidservants to Mount Fengliang to burn incense and pray to the gods. When she passed by Dong Shuijing's wonton shop and heard that Dong Shuijing had once attended school, she chatted with the young man for a while. However, her tone was arrogant. Dong Shuijing was a businessman, so he had seen all kinds of customers. He naturally did not take it to heart. However, the two workers in the shop were infuriated. Dong Shuijing allowed the woman to show off her splendor. She even asked Dong Shuijing whether he had a place to stay in the county city and if he had saved up some silver. She said that she was very familiar with the county governor's estate and could help ask around. Dong Shuijing only said that he had a place to stay. After all, he had enough to eat and his family did not need to worry. It did not matter if the mansion was a little small. At that time, the woman's gaze was somewhat sympathetic. Later on, an official with real power in the county governor's estate who was in charge of the household registration of a county personally came and asked Dong Shuijing if he could sell the large, unused mansion. He said that there was a woman from the Jiyu family who was generous with her money and was a sucker. This transaction could be done and they could make a lot of money. Dong Shuijing said that there was already a dignitary in the capital who had taken a fancy to it, so he tactfully declined the official. Whether or not he could sell it, Dong Shuijing would not sell it. The woman from the Jiyu family probably would not have thought that even though she had clearly paid such a high price, she would still not be able to buy an empty mansion. Right now, in Longquan County City, Dong Shuijing's family background was becoming thicker and thicker, and his connections were becoming wider and wider. However, very strangely, the reputation of Dong Bancheng was instead becoming smaller and smaller. In just a short 1 or 2 years, it seemed that the county city no longer had such a great landlord. Actually, only this could prove that Dong Shuijing was truly rich. At the side of the small mansion, Chen Pinggan reported the situation to the gatekeeper. He said that he had come from Luopa Mountain and was called Chen Pinggan. He had come to pick up Center Yuenji. The gatekeeper was half believing and half doubtful. Chen Pinggan could only hand over the customs clearance document. However, he did not hand it over to the gatekeeper. He only spread it open a little so that the gatekeeper could clearly see the name and place of origin. Otherwise, the official seals of the other countries of the 2 continents would be too frightening. Only then did the gatekeeper go to report. Very quickly, the 4 of them rushed over to the main gate. Seeing Chen Pinggan standing outside leading a horse, they hurriedly stepped over the threshold. 3 men and 1 woman. The middle-aged man stood together with his 2 sons and 1 daughter. At a glance, one could tell that they were a family. The middle-aged man could also be considered a handsome man. The 2 brothers were about 5 or 6 years apart and were also very handsome. According to Zhu Lian, the young girl, Center Yuenji, was only 13 years old now. However, she was slender and elegant with a graceful figure. Looking at the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old woman, her eyebrows and eyes had already opened. Her appearance was indeed somewhat similar to Sui Yuyu. However, she was not as cold as Sui Yuyu and had a bit more natural charm. No wonder at such a young age, she was coveted for her beauty and implicated her family to move out of the capital. Chen Pinggan once again introduced himself. This time, he used Dalis official language and not Longchuan's local dialect. The middle-aged man bowed and said, "Center Zheng greets Luopa Mountain's immortal master Chen." After straightening his back, the man apologized. "This matter is of great importance. Center Zheng does not dare to mention Immortal Master's name without permission to the rest of the family." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "It's fine." Chen Pinggan turned his head to look at the young girl. "Do you have anything to say to your family? After arriving at Luopa Mountain, you can't casually descend the mountain and enter the city. Even if you exchange letters, there will still be some mountain rules to follow. Therefore, if you have something to say, I can wait for you to finish." Center Yuenji shook her head. Chen Pinggan led the horse and turned around. "Then we'll be leaving." He did not visit the Center family for a cup of hot tea, nor did he give the Center family's man any reassurance. Just like that, Chen Pinggan led the young girl out of the street. When they reached another street, Chen Pinggan finally spoke his first sentence. He had the young girl look after the horse and wait outside the door. The young girl silently nodded. This mansion was called the Jiyu Mansion. Nowadays, it was quite famous in Longquan County City. It was said that she was an extremely rich woman and had a great backer in Dali. As soon as the gatekeeper heard the 3 words Chen Pinggan, he hurriedly led the ordinary-looking young man into the mansion. Chen Pinggan saw the pampered woman and drank a cup of tea. Then, under the woman's urging, he had a servant girl from Chunting Mansion who was full of reverence for him refill his cup. He slowly drank the tea and talked with the woman about Jiyu Kan's experiences in the mountains south of Bookslip Lake in detail. This made the woman feel much more relieved. Only then did he stand up and leave. The woman personally sent him to the gate of the mansion. After Chen Pinggan led the horse, the woman even stepped over the threshold and walked down the steps. Only when Chen Pinggan smiled and said that there was really no need to send him off did the woman stop. The man and woman gradually walked away. The woman looked at the back of the unknown young girl and seemed to understand something. She turned her head and glanced at the gate behind her. The beautiful servant girl she had brought back from Verdant Gorge Island slowly walked back to the gate. She pinched the servant girl's ear and scolded jokingly, "Disappointing thing, losing to a country girl." The young servant girl was actually quite beautiful, but she was somewhat innocent. Chen Pinggan brought the capital girl named Center Yuenji back to the mountains south. They did not speak along the way. The girl had been secretly observing the master of Luopa Mountain that old immortal Zhu had mentioned. However, she could not figure out who he was. She was somewhat disappointed. She had thought that it would be an old immortal with the demeanor of an immortal, or an elegant man with a distinguished reputation. Who would have thought that he was a haggard young man who looked only a few years older than her? Along the way, Chen Pinggan walked in front. He loosened the reins of the horse and repeatedly thought about the contents of the letter that Kui Dongshan left for him. It was a matter of great importance, and some things could extend thousands of miles if one followed a certain vein. He had completely forgotten that there was a weak girl following behind him. By the time Chen Pinggan regained his senses, they were already in the mountains. He turned his head and saw the girl limping along. Her brows were furrowed, but she didn't say a word from beginning to end. Chen Pinggan stopped and turned around. He said apologetically, "Sorry, I was lost in thought." Senta Yuenji pursed her lips and still did not say a word. She was angry. She thought that this guy must have deliberately used this kind of lame method to advance by retreating. He deliberately ruined her to pretend that she was not the same kind of person as those lechers. She had to be more careful. When she reached Luopa Mountain, she had to try her best to stay by old immortal Zhu's side. She did not want to be harmed by this young man surnamed Chen. As long as she saw old immortal, she should be safe. Chen Pinggan saw that she did not speak and could only ask, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" She shook her head. She did not know how to ride a horse. Who knew if this seemingly simple and honest man was actually a slippery debauchee? Was he using this opportunity to peek at some scenes that all men wanted to see? The people on the mountain were really shrewd. Compared to those superficial perverts in the capital, their skills were much more profound. The girl kept reminding herself, "Senta Yuenji, you have to be careful." Chen Pinggan did not think of this girl. His thoughts were hundreds of thousands of miles away. He said, "Then let's go slower. If you want to rest, let me know." Look, first he was a bad person, then he was gentle. His methods were intertwined and endless. The girl was more and more certain that this guy was not a good person no matter how she looked at him. Chen Pinggan felt that the way the girl looked at him was somewhat strange and deep. Turning around, he led the horse forward. Chen Pinggan rubbed his cheeks. How could it be that Zhu Lian was right? Now that he was roaming the Jianghu, he had to be careful of attracting romantic debts. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He hesitated whether he should let Senta Yuenji go to Luopa Mountain alone first while he went to the medicine shop in the small town. As soon as she saw the man drink, the girl looked around. There was no one in the wilderness. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Was this guy going to do something bad under the guise of being drunk? Chen Pinggan learned from his mistakes. He noticed that the girl behind him was breathing erratically and her steps were unsteady. He turned his head and saw that her face was pale. He put away the blade-strengthening gourd and said, "Stop and rest for a moment." As soon as Senta Yuenji saw that the guy had drunk the wine and put away the gourd, he was about to make a move. She suddenly cried out and turned to run. She was unsteady and did not know where to go in her panic. Chen Pinggan scratched his head and muttered, "Are you homesick halfway?" Chen Pinggan sighed and had to lead the horse slowly. He could not leave her alone in the deep mountains. He wanted to send her off on the official road outside the mountains and let her go home alone. When she thought it through, she could go to Luopa Mountain with her family. Just as Chen Pinggan was about to remind her to walk slower, he saw Senta Yuenji stumble and fall flat on her face. Then, she lay there and wailed, repeatedly saying that he shouldn't come over. Finally, she turned around and sat on the ground. She threw a rock at Chen Pinggan and cursed him for being a lecher, a shameless person, and a lecher with a belly full of evil tricks. She wanted to fight him to the death. She wouldn't let him off even if she became a ghost. Chen Pinggan squatted in the distance and covered his forehead. Chen Pinggan stood up and gently stamped his feet. He said helplessly, "Wei Pai, do me a favor. I know you are looking over here. Have you seen enough of a joke?" In the blink of an eye, Wei Pai, dressed in white and with golden earrings, appeared. A cool breeze lingered in the mountains and his sleeves fluttered like water ripples. Chen Pinggan did not look at the girl anymore. He said to Wei Pai, "I'll have to trouble you to send her to Luopa Mountain and send me to Zhenju Mountain. This Chu Huang horse will also be brought to Luopa Mountain. You don't have to follow me. Wei Pai held back his laughter and snapped his fingers twice. Chen Pinggan had already arrived at the peak of Zhenzhou Mountain alone. Wei Pai accompanied the extremely sad girl to the foot of Luopa Mountain. The Chu Huang horse took the lead and started climbing the mountain. The girl, who was covered in mud, was frightened and dizzy. She bent over and retched. Wei Pai did not even look at her. He raised his head and looked at the top of Luopa Mountain. He smiled and said, "Center Yuanji, you are the only one who can treat Chen Pinggan as a libertine." The girl took a few steps back and asked carefully, "Sir, you are?" Ordinary people were not qualified to know the name of a Dali mountain god. Wei Pai smiled and did not say anything. He took the lead to climb the mountain. The girl hesitated for a moment. She opened up a distance and silently followed behind the white-clothed immortal. When they arrived at Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng's courtyard, Wei Bian took pleasure in their misfortune and gave them a brief account of what had happened. Zheng Dafeng clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. Zhu Lian wiped his face in sorrow, feeling that he was going to have to bear the consequences. Center Yuanji saw the most familiar old immortal Zhu and was relieved. But for some reason, the three unworldly experts had different expressions. Chen Pinggan walked down Zhenzhou Mountain and went to the small town. This time, he was not rejected. He was led to the backyard by the youth named Shilingshan. Old man Yang was sitting on the stairs, smoking a pipe. He was still puffing out smoke from his mouth. Chen Pinggan did not know why the old man looked like this. 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. When he chose Luopa Mountain, why did the old man in front of him reveal such an expression when he mentioned Old Man Yarrow? Chen Pinggan had too many questions in his heart. He wanted to ask this old man. Because old Yang definitely knew the answer. It was up to the old man whether he was willing to reveal it or whether he was willing to do business. But in the end, Chen Pinggan only said, "What will happen to Zheng Dafeng in the future?" Old Yang said indifferently, "Wait and see." Chen Pinggan did not speak. He just sat there quietly. The old man did not chase him away. In the end, it started to drizzle. Soon, it became heavier. Chen Pinggan borrowed an umbrella from the unwilling youth of the pharmacy. Chen Pinggan stood under the eaves of the pharmacy. He stopped and looked at the deserted street for a long time. Then, he stepped out into the rain. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.